Welcome. This is the Collar Genesis, aka Collar Rumble, aka Collar Evil, aka Collar Thanos, chief host of the Voice of the Collar Nation radio show, broadcasting on YouTube. Live stream. I will be here to the end of the month, and then after that, I'll be just doing uploading videos, and I'll do some live from YouTube. But I'm not won't be doing any more interactive after this month. So enjoy it while we have now. It's your chance to call in. While I'm still live, don't sit there in the chat room. You got something to say? Let your voice be heard. Because once I'm gone, I am gone. It's time to move on to better things and better outcomes and things like that. I can't do this forever, so I got to put a period on it. So, yeah, we're going to have a good show tonight, right? Now, when you have topics like Pan-African unity or if it's ethnic cleansing, it's going to get heated tonight. What's going down. I have a lot to talk about. You have a lot to talk about. First, I want to clear something up, right? About the show the other night. I have a lot of feedback. People calling me, whatnot, upset. They seem, what they said, some of my listeners seem like they don't respect me, whatever like that, and I was like, well, I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna get a control over this tonight. Trust me, you know. And also, I want to say something, right? For anybody who don't know, if the United States gonna pump $1 billion into a country, you best assure it's taking 100 billion out. The United States never loses. It doesn't go anywhere in the world unless their needs, especially with this man in office now, they're looking how they can win. So this idea of a U.S. Navy base in Liberia, I was vindicated. I am absolutely 100% right. That's a non-starter, and I am not going to tolerate no one talking about that in my presence, ever again. So if you do, I'm just warning you right now. Don't give a fuck who you are. You're gone. Fair warning. So therefore, right now, President Booker met secretly with Trump officials, and they're considering Liberia being a third country host. What that means is this: Rwanda's doing it, right? You get a lot of money. Country get a lot of money by housing illegal aliens. Let's say somebody from Mexico, Venezuela, and all these African countries and everything like that. Liberia will be a host country. What will Liberia get? Upgrades on its airport, infrastructure development, and all stuff like this. And also money, cash pumped into the Liberian economy, creating jobs. And also, it will put Liberia on a better stage as a responsible, modern country, as a partnership with the United States. Now, already this has become an uproar in Liberia. Right now, Liberia they're having a major protest on the 17th schedule, right? With a students' union, I forgot the name of the acronym. They're threatening riots and saying peaceful protests, but they're threatening riots and everything, just over the fact that their guy George Weah is not in office, and the people, the current administration is doing what they can to improve the country. And like I said on the last show, if people who don't understand Liberia, they'll come on this platform and tell me, someone who studied the country, has been there several times, about how to operate countries. I don't believe these people are serious. I don't believe these people are serious. I just think because people see that I have such an affinity to this country, they're trying to come here and muddy the waters, right? Understanding there's a lot of Liberians that listen to my show. A lot of them, a lot of Liberians. I'm their go-to guy when it comes to Black America. When you talk about Black America in many Liberian circles, I come up. My name is the most popular, right? I am all about what's best for that country. I love that country, So therefore, I am not going to put it out there that I'm going to do anything to harm the country, humiliate the country, degrade the country, and everything like that. It's up to Liberians to decide their future. I can't decide their future for them. Now, if they came to the conclusion that they want a U.S. Navy base, I will go along with it. I will say yes. If that's what the will of the people, if that's what they want, I don't agree with it. I'll voice my concern, but in the end, I'll be at peace with it because that's what the people want. But like I said, I know this country. That's not what they want. That's not what they want. And people going around saying that, right? And it's already right now rumors going around that that Donald Trump is going to use Liberia to send Black criminals to Liberia. It's already they're creating a backlash in Liberia. Oh yeah, we don't want no Black American criminals flooding our country and blah 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 blah. It's already turning ugly, because of misinformation. So when you talk about going over there and whatnot, you're hurting people like me who are trying to build tourism, trying to do investments and everything, because you're so reckless in what you're talking and saying and everything like that, that people really do believe that we're trying to come over there, take over, and ruin the country. We're going to bring crime, drugs, and all this kind of stuff that's plaguing Black America. I am not for all that. So I just want to get that off my chest tonight, get that off my chest. But the topic is tonight is Pan-African unity or is it ethnic cleansing, And the reason I did this topic tonight is because I'm really disturbed by the back and forth I'm seeing over this Essence Festival. Now, I made my point clear the other night that Black people, particularly Black women, over the last 20 years have destroyed Essence magazine, Ebony magazine, all these movements were hijacked by the LGBTQ, the leftist, feminist, and anti-patriarchy and stuff like that for the last generation. And this is the result of it. The result is the whole thing fell apart. The whole thing fell apart. And now when this guy comes in there, this thing comes up, then what you have is nonsense. People are like, well, geez, the Richard Dennis is a Liberian, and I've checked out this lady that's a CEO. From what I'm seeing, she's very pro-Black, you know. And Bakarat Tubman, I've known her for years. I've spoken to her, right? She is the granddaughter of former President Tubman, and she's a very good Pan-Africanist, right? Unfortunately for a lot of Black people in America, we let our culture that should have been celebrated, neo soul, mainstream hip hop, and all stuff like that. We let our culture be corrupted by the worst elements of us, somewhere that's not sellable. You are not going to friggin' build an Essence Festival with a Sexy Red, with a friggin' Cardi B, with all this friggin' filth and nonsense and everything. So therefore, when your culture dies out, you didn't let real artists and in the spirit of the Harlem Renaissance take over. The next thing you know, the only thing people have is the Caribbean and African culture, which hasn't been corrupted so much, So therefore, now you're complaining that these people are this, Yeah, what you call it, Johnson. That was his adopted daughter too. She destroyed the magazine. She destroyed it. Ebony magazine does not have the power and prestige it once had when John Johnson was there. He gave it over to her, and she destroyed it. Same thing with Essence magazine, Jet, and all these magazines were destroyed. Let me tell you something. White America would always, if you want to know what was happening about in Black America, you always went to magazines, Ebony, Jet. You always read the editorial letters to the editor in newspapers like the Final Call or the Amsterdam News and stuff like that. You always basically read newspapers like the City Sun in New York and all these papers that basically white people say, okay, I want to get a pulse what's going on in the Black community. So that blindsided. Now it's like there's a disconnect between what goes on in our community and what's the truth and everything, because we do not have those authoritarian. Let me tell you something. The internet is one thing, right? But it's not authoritative enough to command that sort of respect. I'm sorry. You sitting in your underwear right now doing a live stream is not really broadcast. Before something gets broadcast or published and everything in a magazine, it has to go through a vetting process. And if they're wrong, they do a thing called retraction. We're going to retract the thing because what you're saying is of record. Right now, it's like anybody can get up there, publish a blog, no sources, no site sources, be completely irresponsible, and they get away with it. For example, I'm hearing now that Akon abandoned his Akon City project. No surprise, right? But the thing is, what credible news source was basically propping this nonsense up? I said it was nonsense since day one, you know? Yeah, I know his Richard Laudeni, he's from Liberia, you know? And the bottom line is he's basically African American, but if you have to look at anything, right, the way Black America's been going lately, we don't really have a credible mainstream culture anymore, you know? We let our culture be the white America basically hijacked our culture and brought out the worst elements of Black America, and that's what exists. Black culture, when we was only doing listening to our music and our culture and everything like that, we used to have really beautiful culture in Black America that was untouchable. But now we look at some of these people, Sexy Red, and all these other people. Like, who are these people? They speak for us. They don't talk about our struggle. They don't talk about who we are. We don't know who their families are. We don't know where they come from, what their beliefs are. Are they with us? So therefore, like I said, our community disintegrated right before our eyes. And along comes Richard Lau Dennis of Liberia, Liberian shea butter tycoon, and he bought the magazine and also Essence Festival. What can you do? We let that thing slip between our hands because we didn't do what we were supposed to be doing, which was gatekeeping our culture, you know? So, and also, let's be honest with ourselves, it was also a lot of Pan Africans' fault too. We're not valuing African American culture. The whole idea was let's cleanse ourselves of our Black American, African American identity and become something else. Everybody getting their DNA test. I'm a Yoruba now. I'm an Igbo now. I'm a Bantu now. And those kind of freaking foolishness. And so, therefore, when your culture disappears because you didn't value it, don't sit here and complain about the Caribbeans and the Africans taking it over. Like, hey, you guys don't want it? Hey, we'll take it. And that's exactly what happened. So don't sit there and complain about thing. You basically participate in your own ethnic cleansing. And so, so it is what it is. But yeah, we're gonna talk about that tonight. A lot of stuff like that, African unity or ethnic cleansing, And so, like I said, I'm seeing like a lot of Africans, a lot of Africans being cocky now. They're like, they're just throwing in our face. We got essence now, and whatnot. I'm like, look, I really don't care. To tell you the truth, why do you dislike? Why do Ubuntu dislike? I'm not Ubuntu. What are you talking about? I don't have nothing against Yoruba people. I think they're beautiful, but I'm not one of them. I have nothing against Ubuntu. I have nothing against Yorubas. I have nothing like that. But that's not my reality. I'm not going to live somebody else's reality. When I live something, I'll be that. But I am not that. So I can't live somebody. I'm sick of playing like I'm somebody else that I'm not. And I think that's what the problem comes in at. People basically feel they got to be something else. I won't tell African that you got to be African American any sort of way or adopt our ways and our values and our beliefs and our likes and dislikes. Yeah, I get that. You come over here for a fresh start. You may not have the same experience or idea about white America and white people and America in general. I get that. I understand that. I'm at peace with that right now. I'm at peace with the fact that, yeah, the people come over here from a third world country and they're happy to be here, and I'm like, hey, look, and I had to accept that not everybody's going to see our pain and struggle and just join in with the fight the power, come on, let's rise up, let's fight the power, blah, 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 blah. That's not reality. People come off that plane after they spent years trying to get that visa and they're getting their green card. They ain't trying to hear what you got to say. They're trying to get a job. They're trying to move ahead. If the society offers them education and all stuff like that, they're going to take it. Your struggle be damned. And that ain't because they're selling out. We just overplayed ourselves. We thought this struggle and all stuff like that, the struggle fetish was going to last forever. It don't. If you don't have an end game or end goal or somewhere where you could declare victory and move on, it's open-ended. And that's what you have is an open-ended struggle. Okay, well, when can you claim, what can we claim? No, it's just an ongoing struggle. Well, nigga, get your struggling ass the fuck out of my face. That's what a lot of people say. Nigga, get that your struggling ass the fuck out of my place. I'm trying to fucking live, you know? You struggling about the struggle, nigga, you know? That movie, I'm gonna get you, sucker. Remember, struggle. Everything's a struggle, man. Like I said, can we say now that a lot of the movements back in the days were done by deadly clowns? You know, a lot of friggin' black militants were nothing but clowns back in the days. Can we say that now without certainty? Then we can move on. Then we can find something new. You know, we could rebuild something new and for the future. You know. Well, Rico, hold up. What do you mean by sell you an African struggle? When do I do that? When do I do that, Rico? I don't be trying to tell you to take on Africans have their own issues and whatnot that they're trying to solve and everything like that. You know, I'm like, dang, Rico, I think you got me all wrong, bro. You know, I'm saying that is our mother continent, though. You know, so we have to be mindful of what's going on in the continent. As simple as that. I'm always going to be like, you know, have my eyes and ears open about the mother. That's my ancestral homeland. You know, for all it's worth, I can't abandon my ancestors. That's these stupid foundational Black Americans. We have nothing to do with Africa. And when somebody says that, I can't take them seriously. You know, I can't take anybody seriously that says that. You know, even though you may say, okay, I'm over here. I really don't know that. But you never friggin' basically have in your heart where you come. You'll never see European white people talking about, I have nothing to do with Europe, or Italians say I never have nothing to do with Italy. I've never been there, blah 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 blah, because it's just not the right thing to do. You know, we come from Black Africa, so that's where we come from. So no matter whether we like it or not, you have to always be mindful of that. You know, but that being said, that does not mean that we have owe anything to these Africans that come over here and everything like that. So I'm with a lot of Black people in America like this, because it seems like a lot of Africans come here with that hatred in their heart. You know, they got that hate in their heart for us, you know, and they're judging us and all this kind of stuff like that. So I'm not Afro's think tank or that dude Maximilian tell you that you got to take abuse from foreigners that come here and shit, you know, and leech off us, leech off our culture and everything. I'm not telling you to do that, but you still should always recognize that we're all Black, you know, in the end of the day, and there is some sort of there is some sort of cohesion somewhere along the line. There's a silver lining out there, but you know, you know, hopefully they'll come to the table and everything, because right now it's not like that. It's all one sided. We just give everything up. We give everything up to everybody else, and everybody else gatekeeps their culture. That has to change. You know, that really has to change. You know, I tell people all the time. I said, like, yeah, Principe, Princess. He says, well, you Black people do, Black America will do this and blah 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 blah. Why do we? Well, I'm like, if I was a Black person, if I'm Black America, and I am, right, and I wasn't a Pan Africanist or Black nationalist, I'm thinking to myself, why should I do anything that benefits everybody else? When people just come here and just shit on us and disrespect us, and we always out there, you know, taking blows and taking shots and bullets for everybody else, and everybody come over here being disrespectful, you know, not putting things in proper perspective, you know, and everything like that. They side with America on everything. You know, America still has a thing out for Black Americans. They still don't want. They will still not accept it. You know, in this country. You know, and so that's a struggle we go through as Black people in America. We understand it. We understand the game. You know, there's always going to be racism. There's always going to be people like this, and so we're always mindful of it. That being mindful of it maybe is a problem. You know, maybe if we walked around smiling and happy-go-lucky, maybe white people wouldn't be so racist towards us. But they know, and we know, we got issue. We got what we call beef, and because they know we got beef with them, you know, that spirals. It's like a spiral. It's like a virus. A viral effect, and it spirals out of control and everything like that. That's what you see, you know. Well, if you're a Black person or an immigrant, you don't have any history of white people in America. There's no, uh, except for very rare circumstances, there's no viral beef that spirals out of control with you, because you don't really have a history with these people, you know. you could always say that, yeah, I this country never enslaved my ancestors. Me, as African Americans, we always got to be mindful of, the people that enslaved our ancestors at all times. And a lot of immigrants, black immigrants, distance themselves from that legacy of slavery. Carla, black Americans are turning their backs now. We can't really see who's superior. Why does somebody got to be superior? I don't get it, Rico. Why does everybody got to be superior? Why can't we just all be equal and take individuals on their merits? Why does somebody got to be superior? I don't never understand that. Why one group of people got to be superior to another group of people? I don't believe in that. I don't believe anybody's superior to anybody else. But we do got issues, but I don't believe anybody's superior to anybody else, because just the same way you could find faults in everybody else, I could tell you like 20 faults about black people in America. Everybody got their issues, bro. So you learn that, you'll be a better position, What's up, Frenchie? What's going on? So it is what it is. Aberration Ashley, I hope you call in tonight. Like I said, before we stop doing live stream, I want to be able to talk to every one of my listeners at least once. I'm so curious because I always get the same people calling in every night. I want to get some new listeners call in and stuff like that. Remember, if you call in for the first time, I need to see your face. I need to see what you look like and everything like that. And you either two things: you either wave to the camera, give me point to the camera, give me the middle finger or the peace sign, something. So. What was that? Rico's weird. Superior? That's a silly, ignorant comment. Yeah, Rico. But I do like Rico because he basically was checking that 1776 goofball the other night. Anytime Rico Miller tells you, man, you're a clown, man, you're a clown, Yeah, you're a clown. Rico Miller tells you there's something wrong with 1776. Boy, your thing is that you black them. They create more. You block them, they create more accounts. Yeah, who did I block now? I haven't blocked anybody in a while. I haven't blocked anybody in a while. You know. Last person I blocked was Dusty Brother, and I think Dusty Brother is 1776 to tell you the truth. I think they're the same person because they talk the same nonsense. So yeah. Oh, you block Rico. Frenchie goes, I block Rico. Yeah, he's back with now. Yeah, he was Rico Miller. Now he's Rico Miller. You know. Oh boy, the fun never ends, man. The fun never friggin' ends. The fun never ends in Collar Nation. But yeah, so we're gonna have a good show tonight. African unity or is it ethnic cleansing? I talk about this because I really disturbs me because I keep hearing people say when are black people in America are going to return to Africa and like, dude, and that makes it hard for people like me who want to build something in Africa, right? I would never go tell black people in America that everything you built in America means nothing. We just got to forget everything and go to Africa. Like I've never said that. The good old USA salute to everybody. Yeah, and at 1776, this is probably gonna be the last night he's up here. So enjoy it. I'm getting rid of him tonight. He's gonna be the last time he's on my show. I'm done with race traitors. I can't stand them or not. It would be so bad if 1776 kept his mouth about Liberia, kept Liberia out of his mouth. I wouldn't even care, what he says about America. You want to be a fool, go right the hell ahead, but keep Liberia out of your mouth because you're a fucking idiot, You know nothing about this country. Right now, Liberia is in an uproar because they think that they might. Yeah, I know people missed the live stream, but I got to move on. I got too much work to do. I'm falling behind in work. These 5-6 hour shows a night I could be using to get rest so I can go out there and really work my business and stuff like that. The only way I'm gonna do this thing in Liberia is I gotta start making real money. Really gotta get out there and grind, So I can't be on here anymore talking to people, and fellowshipping with people anymore. I gotta get out there and do this thing, because I'm basically by myself. What Liberians say, Liberians are like this. First of all, the U.S. Navy, that's not even up for negotiation, right? What they're talking about is making Liberia a third country. You know what that means? That the United States would build shelters for immigrants that's in the United States that the countries can't take them back, you know? So right now, people are just really in Liberia livid the fact that they might get an influx of foreigners in the country and stuff like that. So I know Liberians, I know them, you know. And then somebody spreading the rumor that Donald Trump wants to build a prison to send black criminals to Liberia. So it's really getting ugly out there. So when I got an idiot like 1776 talking about we're gonna build a U.S. Navy base and whatnot, I don't want no Liberian listening to my show hearing that, you know. And I wouldn't even be able to go to Liberia if I said some stupid shit like that. So I say, man, I know this country, I know this country. I know the people, you know. If you don't know this country, you don't know the people, shut the hell up. I do. I know. Right now, you got a youth movement, and even though the Buckeyes doing great thing, they look at everything to discredit him because they want George Weah back in power so fast. You know. Yeah. Oh, Dave, I gotta let you up here. These fools the other night were talking about fucking U.S. Navy base and fucking like that. Okay, good. So the bottom line is this: you're not talking about Liberia anymore. Yeah, shut the fuck up about Liberia. The CDC is a joke. But if they ever got a hold of people like you talking about building a military base and they try to link it to Bucca, yeah, we would have problems. So it's yeah, that's a rumor. Somebody spreading a rumor about Donald Trump's trying to dump the black Americans on us, and what criminals are, all stupid shit. And so with all this going on, the last thing I want to be involved with is some talk about a U.S. military base on fucking the African continent. That's the dumbest thing I ever heard in my life. Maybe friggin' 1776 did his research and whatnot. And she said, "Damn man, Carl's right. I sound like a fucking fool." Yeah, you sound like a fool. I know what I'm talking about. I would not be on this platform if I did not know 99% of what I'm saying is right. So I'm sick and tired of people coming up. They don't have the knowledge. They not read and everything. And I mean, people can voice their opinions, right? But when I tell you you're wrong, right? It's what I said about Principe, right? I done told him like 15 times. Hustle Smart he said the same thing about Principe on Dynasty Show, And no matter what you say to this guy, he's so maniacal and like, no, Black America need to do this. He don't know shit about Black America. Don't understand the culture, don't understand why it's circumstantial, why we don't have so-called community neighborhoods anymore. Those days are gone. You know? What's the difference between 1776 and Elvis? I have no idea. Elvis, I don't know about Elvis anymore. You would think he'd be a person that basically want to build, let me tell you something about Africans, right? They don't have a sense of nationalism in their blood. Here comes Baruti, my Zambian brother, trying to Bantuize us and whatnot, you know. So, what I'm saying is they don't have a sense of nationalism. When you listen to Ahmed, you listen to Amara, love these brothers, right? But all they talk about is their tribe and their people and everything. No sense of friggin' nationalism. No spirit of nationalism. That means African culturally are fucking like 100,000, it's like 500 years behind the rest of the world. That's what I'm literally up against. I'm up against people that are literally 500-600 years behind me in the world, and that's what I'm trying to negotiate with. So when I tell people all the time, no, you cannot just come up and just even saying something like that, put a base in Africa, whatever like that. These people are tribalized. That's all you need, and your life is in danger. I'm telling you. Right now, there's about to be a massive uprising in Liberia, right? And the bottom line is this: this Buckeye, he's playing with fire dealing with Donald Trump, because the bottom line is this: even though there might be some good that comes out of Donald Trump dealing with Africa, but you know how Africans are, right? They already think Donald Trump's a racist. They already think all this stuff like this, right? They already think that America doesn't want the people there because it's hard to get a visa if you're from Liberia, right? Then you got this guy Ibrahim Traore. All these things are going on at one time, all the time, right? Why would hell would anybody talk about putting the fucking U.S. military, even saying that? You know how dangerous that is in this day and time, in this climate? Oh, I'm just trying to help you people out, you know, what I'm saying? I'm trying to help people out. I'm trying to do stuff, and then I get all this backlash and everybody, no, collar, no, man. I'm trying to tell you, I know what I'm talking about. I know what I'm talking. I would not be saying this stuff if I did not know what I'm talking about. We're playing dangerous games right here. When you talk about geopolitics right here, going across the seas, using that passport, going to foreign countries, that's the most dangerous thing you could do. That's the most dangerous thing you could do. When you talk about this, you really got to be clear about what you're doing and stuff like that. And I always tell anybody, you go across seas, the first thing you do is check in with the U.S. Embassy. Make sure you're on good terms with the United States, You don't go over there and say certain things and everything like that that might cause a diplomatic rift between things. Yeah. I said Dave knows. Focus Dave knows. Man, that would cause like a rift in the whole region. Not only that, Liberia will be a number one target of Hezbollah, Al Qaeda, all these other places like that. Trust me, they don't want that. They don't want that. They do not want that. If you bring the United States and the West into a country where not, you are going to be the target of the jihadists and all these other people over there. And nobody wants that. Instead of I'm trying to bantuize everybody, please read the comments. Bro, I'm just kidding with you, man. But you can't bantuize us, man. So, Kala, you mean Western foot soldiers? Well, I'm talking about if you bring Western, so you Africans need to start stepping up your security and being men to your country. Or you guys sitting in America doing nothing. You guys should be on the ground doing your own reconnaissance, securing your countries. That's what you should be doing. Brody says, for term for Pan Africans, Pan user, yours need. I don't understand, Brody. Why? Why? What the hell do we need a new language of all the things we need in the world? No one ever talks about. Damn, black people in America. Let me tell you something. What angers me, right? We have countries that were third world countries just a generation ago, backwater third world countries, right? Now they're at the table of nations, making multi-million-dollar deals, billion-dollar deals, sitting at the world bodies of government, deciding things and everything like that. But the black man in America, somebody stuck an American flag in our hand, and 45 million people, probably one of the most powerful groups of people on the planet, have no political power. We don't even have any power even with the Democratic Party anymore. We're irrelevant. So we don't have any power in America. We have no power globally, right? So we're going to sit here and die, They want to cleanse us, ethnically cleanse us. They want to wipe out our heritage, culture. They want to wipe us out, erase our history, erase everything for us so we don't even have an identity anymore, So we're sitting here, 45 million people with no power, no anything, nothing of our own. And whatever little we had in America, whatever little we had in America, these people, everyone's trying to take from us. And I always said, I have no problem with African immigrants, Caribbean immigrants, and everything like that. But our culture and identity must be preserved, And so, like I said, I admit that the last generation, we screwed up. We were out there doing all this kind of stupid stuff, nonsense, everything. We lost who we were. Right, we understand that, and so therefore African culture and Pan seem like the alternative to everything. But I think, we're trying to come back to ourselves now. Who are we? Who are we as a people? because it seems like we're just falling down in the abyss. We thought Africa was the answer. We thought Africa, just becoming more African was the answer. But we see now, that it was just another form of self-hate. We're just basically trying to run away from. Look, we've been running away from this thing for 400 years. What happened to us in the transatlantic slave trade, right, was a crime against humanity. There's no way you could brush that under the rug. No how much you try to get rid of it and everything like that. The bottom line is America has never made that right, and we know it. That's why our people act the way they do. That's why we got YNs. That's why we got gender wars. Everything in Black America is spiraling out of control because of self-hate. We hate ourselves because we didn't deal with the people. We never dealt with these people that oppressed us. We never did. We're on our knees to them, begging them for mercy, begging them for acceptance. But I'm sorry, I can't do that. If everybody else wants to do that, hey, that's on you. That's fine. Everybody charges away. But college genesis never bows to no one. I don't bootlick anybody. I don't give a damn who you are. And so the bottom line, like I said, I want a day where I can know that I have a land of my own, right? Even though I know for a fact of the matter is, I talk shit, but honestly, Shane, yeah, I look, Rico, I know you. I know Black America. I know my people. I know for a fact of the matter what I'm saying could strike into the core of every Black man in America. I speak to Black men in this country. I could flip any Black man into into a Black nationalist if they just listen to me. I know what you want. I'm not going to take anything from you. I acknowledge your pain, your struggle, and everything like that. And I want you to have the best and everything. But all I'm saying is listen to me, and this is what I have. And people say, something, Colin? People. This one guy basically wrote me in the comment section. I don't know who he was. I don't know if he's a listener or what. He says, Kala. First, he wrote a comment saying, Kala, if you don't like it, I'm living in Virginia. I'm thriving right now. I ain't going nowhere. Blah blah blah. You should just leave, Kala. Like that. Then I wrote to him. My good brother. I'm living in Virginia too, and I'm thriving. I know it's great here. But ask yourself this question, right? If Colin's thriving in Virginia, which I am, I got everything I want, nice business, everything like here. What is it about nation building? What is it about his affection for? What is it like? Because people that think that when they have what I have, they'll be just so happy. But why is he not satisfied? Because what burns in my heart, what burns in my soul, is to see my people free. To see us living our own reality, our own truth. See what white people got? When they're out there the 4th of July, that's their reality. That's the truth. We have to live somebody else's reality. I am sick and tired of living somebody else's reality. I don't want to live the African man reality. I don't want to live with a white man's reality. I want my own reality. 400 years, we've always got to take on somebody else's reality and make it our own. So I want to live my own reality. I want to know what that's like. A little glimpse of it when I go to Liberia. That time I spent in Liberia, I feel like, okay, wait a minute. This country was founded by people who are like me. People who came from the Carolinas, Virginia, New York. These are my ancestors, right? That established this country, That's why I love Liberia so much. And I do not want to lose that. Even though I don't have an Afghanistan, but Liberia is like the closest thing I have. I want something on my own, and I love that country, I want to see that country grow. So whatever it takes, whatever like that, I want to see that country grow. And I would never do anything to harm this country, I don't want to see the women harmed. I don't want to see anything like that. I'm just very strict about what I see, everything. 17, I've been seeing person. We sell everything. We create. We abandon essence. No, we abandon essence. The bottom line is this. We lost essence and all these other people because we lost our way. If you basically have a magazine, Ebony magazine, let me tell you something. People are not going to like what I'm going to say in the next few minutes, right? Black America was its strongest when it was a patriarchy. We used to have strong Black men head of black institutions. But over the time, right? And people, like I said, was saying, we let all these people in on the left. Like, look at how they came at Bill Cosby. The reason why that Hamburg guy, whatever his name, came at Bill Cosby, because he was in the way. They knew that in order for them to take over Black America, right, you had to get rid of certain people. Bill Cosby was the main thing, right, because he didn't support the LGBTQ. Bill Cosby said on his shows, everything, he did not let any support interracial marriage on his TV shows and everything. He said, "I don't know. I believe in building the Black community." But why was he made to be like he was so evil and bad and everything? Because they got people like Michael Eric Dyson to go after him and all the Hollywood, liberal academias and whatnot to discredit him. And then they recruited the so-called hip hop crowd. They had people coming out there doing disrespectful stuff about Bill Cosby and blah blah blah. The hip hop. They use the so-called hip hop people to discredit people like Bill Cosby and the black patriarchal system in America. They joined forces with white liberals and all these other people, these weirdos, the gays and all these feminists and all these other people like that, to the fact that the black power structure in America began to crumble. Magazines like Ebony Magazine crumbled, right? Essence Magazine crumbled. Jet Magazine crumbled, right? All these things. Even the Nation of Islam, right? It is not the powerful it used to be. We used to have really powerful institutions in Black America, particularly in publishing and radio and broadcast. We used to have WLIB in New York, where that was a black nationalist power station, it was a black LIB liberation station. And then BLS was Black Liberation Station, So the bottom line is we took over in the inner city. We had powerful black radio and everything like that. We had control by black men and some black women, right? That anything that went to the people they were these people that ran Black America, that gave us magazines like Right On Magazine and stuff like that. They knew that education and what went to in the minds of our people was important. They knew that. And also, every artist back then was conscious of the garbage that they put out to our people. Like Teddy Pendergrass, he'll tell you, "I'm not gonna put nothing out there that's gonna harm myself." Same with Marvin Gaye. And so that's the type of black world I grew up in as a kid. I knew. Then we had some people that were a little raunchy, like the Ohio Players and stuff like that. The P-Funk, that was really underground. But for the most part, our people, our music and everything was like really about protecting the people, giving us entertainment, everything like that. But then what happened was when we started getting recruited by these labels, the emergence of Death Row Records and Bad Boy Records and Uptown Records, all this kind of stupid stuff like that. The culture began to change. And then the worst thing was the creation of Hot 97, a white Jewish owned radio station, whatnot, pushing out garbage, nothing conscious, because Kiss FM and all these other radio stations used to always do black stuff. And the community was centered in the African American struggle, right? The radio was always about the black struggle, African American struggle, right? Hot 97 was this neutral place where, hey, whites and blacks listen to friggin' hip hop, And so we're gonna have an audience that's mixed, They're not talking about black issues no more because nobody wants to hear it. So therefore, black consciousness died, along with magazines like Ebony Magazine and Essence Magazine. They all died. So now in 2025, when you got somebody like Richard Dennis takes over the Essence Magazine, you get all upset, because we like this, What's going on, Brother Bomani, So it is what it is, It is what it is. So this is what I'm talking about tonight. This is why I'm talking about this tonight. Because I want people to know while I'm still on this air and I'm talking, I want to tell people understand what's going on and why I say the things that I do. And like I said, Rico said, I change people. Yeah, I know. If people will listen, right, I know I could change a lot of people to this cause. This movement could be millions strong, right? If people only listen. I got to unbrainwash so many people. It's a hard monument thing. I don't know if I can ever do it, right? I'm going to do my best. Unbrainwash millions of people because we're drowning in self-hate, defeat, and everything like that. And the saddest part is watching our people cry over this essence thing. I really feel broken by it. On one hand, I want to scorn black people for doing that or not, but at the same time, I gotta, it's just really rough. I don't want to be in the middle of this thing, but I'm trying to say like this: maybe black people in America got a legitimate beef, but without the story, like O'Shea Duke Jackson, I give him credit. And to be honest with you, I saw Tariq was saying the same thing I was saying for years. Then I asked this question, why am I falling? Why did I fall out with Tariq? Now I don't agree with his FBA stuff, his xenophobia and stuff like that. But when he talked about, he was for years talking about Essence magazine and stuff like that. I remember that, right? He was spot on. He talked about how the change in the magazine where they basically where this guy did an article talking about, think about it. Everything you see in Hollywood, the media and stuff like that, TV commercials, it starts with they do polls and they look at magazine, Essence magazine, right? And you wonder why you see all these commercials out there with black women, with white men. It's because the people in Essence magazine, these people are swirlers. They're people who are against the black patriarchy. They're against anti-black male. They put out lies for years about black men being on a down low. They put this lie about the black family in crisis and all stuff like this, right? So after a while, all this negativity, people stop supporting the magazine and people walking away from it. They start promoting lesbianism, the LGBTQ, black feminism, career-minded women. I remember, never forget, there was this, what year was this? Oh, yeah. This is when I first realized this. This was 1998, right? And a friend of mine had an article, right? It was like in Players Magazine, but but the article was also published in Essence Magazine. And it was talking about black women saying that they too busy. Talking about they were too busy for marriage and stuff like that. And I was still a young guy, man. This is like, I'm still a young guy. I'm saying to myself, dang, that's what I got to look forward to. A man in my late 20s, early 30s. I said, and they were talking about black women talking about, well, there ain't no good black men out there because I make so much money and all just divisive shit. I reached the top of my career and all this kind of stupid shit. And they know the fact that they had to put in Players Magazine, they know that was going to go out to black men. It was like, actually, it was a critique of that article in Essence Magazine, right? And they know that reaches black men. We're sitting there reading Players Magazine. If you're reading Players Magazine, you obviously love black women, right? So you read that article and you're like, damn, man, that's what these women are saying about us. And then out of nowhere, I kept seeing we're getting attacked as black men. We're getting attacked from these women, these feminists and all these other people like that. And we're like, where the hell did all this shit came from? It started with that movie Color Purple, and then Essence Magazine bigged up Alice Walker. What's her name? Alice Walker. Come to find out, this lady was a friggin' crazy lady. She married a white man. She was a feminist. She hated her daughter for even having a child. She said women having children were childhood, birthing children was oppressing women. She was sick. And this is a woman who wrote Color Purple, right? And damaged a whole generation of black women against black men. So between her, Nikki Giovanni, and all these other freaking black feminists and whatnot, along with a platform like Essence Magazine, you wonder why it all fell apart, right? So now you got these Africans and Caribbeans taking over the magazine, and you want to act like, oh, this one clown, man, got up there to about every Essence Magazine was an essence of FBA womanhood. Nigga, shut the fuck up, Essence Magazine hasn't been relevant in 25 years, FBA, first of all, what is FBA? And second of all, they would not talk about black womanhood. They were talking about black feminism, feminism, and all this kind of nonsense in the black community. So let's not sit here and like using this opportunity. The FBAs are using this opportunity to attack black immigrants, a low hanging fruit. You attack black immigrants for what? Doing what you failed to do, showcasing your culture, instead of when the black Americans had it, they're being ratchet down there, twerking and all this kind of stupid stuff. And then next thing you know, people stop supporting it and everything. So, and next thing you know, these people take it over. Now you all mad. You mad. You're man, blah 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 blah. Keep being losers because you're gonna lose everything. You know what? Keep acting up on the HBCUs, right? And they're gonna move into the HBCUs, take over the student body. They're gonna take over the alumni. They're gonna take over all this stuff like that. You know what happened to Baruti? Hello, unbrainwash people. That's your sincere goal. I want to help you unbrainwash. Seems like the movement you guys became militant and started hating your own country. Everything in Black America started to become a degenerate culture. I don't know. Look. I don't look. The bottom line is this: when you talk about hating our country, right? I don't think so. Black people unrealistically have a love for America, a love hate for America, right? Because America, oppresses black people. They love America because they're here. They learn, and when pressed, like if they see immigrants come here, suddenly they love America again, right? But just a few years ago, everybody was talking about how we're in the beast and America's racist and blah 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 blah. And until black people feel like they could lose their position in America, that is suddenly they love America all of a sudden again. And so I don't think Black American culture is degenerate. I think certain of Black American culture that's commercialized and emphasized is degenerate. So it is what it is. So, like I said, our culture, some parts of Black American culture degenerated into the abyss, right? But I don't think that's all of us because I think what's considered Black American culture out there is not what I practice and everybody I know practice, or anybody like this. But that's what's out there. We've always been like that. On one hand, we have this community that we knew, right? We knew ourselves, right? But it's like a matrix. That's why people talk about the matrix, right? There's two different worlds that live side by side. It's called a matrix, right? There's a world we live in, and there's an ultimate reality that's out there. The ultimate reality is black people living in chaos, YNs and ops and all this kind of stupid stuff, women twerking, all of that. And then there's a real world we live in where everything's pretty much normal. It's like when you step into those two different universes and when they exist side by side in ultimate reality, like so one minute you're walking or it's like you go into a transition, right? Damn, you're around this in this matrix, and next minute you're coming out of it. But the world only sees that one side of the matrix. They really do think like I said, a perfect example I'll talk about. 50 Cent and myself are from South Jamaica, Queens, right? The South Jamaica Queens, a matrix that I grew up in. People went to church. There were people in college. People had good jobs. All the stuff like that. We had all this stuff like that going on in South Jamaica, Queens. Nice row houses, people having cookouts, barbecues, and everything like that. That was the matrix I lived in. At the same time, the people, basically, the mainstream media created their own matrix with people like 50 Cent and all these other people. You would think we're all drug dealers, we're all kingpins, we're all carrying gats and all something like that, and everybody's doing homicides and all stuff like this. It was a matrix. It was a matrix. And a lot of people really do believe in that side of the matrix of Black America. Yeah, not saying that stuff is not exist, but the bottom line, to make it seem like in other words, they think Black communities are as a rap video. Everybody's running from the cops and all kinds of stupid shit like that, And then sometimes black people begin to believe this stupid shit, They believe they're living in a fucking rap video with your ops and everything like that. They get pumped up and everything. So it's like crazy. But it has to be we what we did not do is people creating enough black programming and everything like that to deprogram people and to snap people back to reality. Reality is if you go out there and you rob a 7-Eleven and think you're going to live the good life, no, it don't. You don't go home after the video shoot. That's reality. Somebody gets shot, you're going to be doing decades in jail. That's reality. See, people create this what they call alternate reality, where they think you're gonna go out there and flip some keys and all stuff like that. They sell you this fantasy, and then you got people believing that really exists. Let me tell you something, folks. You haven't realized this, right? I was out there in the streets, right? Most of these reps and people tell you is bullshit. Once in a while, somebody might make a few $1,000s here if they're lucky. But for the most part, most people in the streets are broke. They're dusty. They got nothing in their name and everything like that. So this is not the life you think it is. That's what I mean by the matrix. But you think everybody talk about when they talk about, yeah, we're gonna go live this life. We're gonna cake off. We're gonna get rich. We're gonna cut the pie up and we're gonna flip these keys and all stuff like that. All this freaking Jay-Z bullshit, that's bullshit. It does not exist. But they got you believing that. They got you believing that. All these people thinking they cocaine dealers and all this kind of stupid shit like that. Dude, it's not that. Most time when you start getting into cocaine, the police know who you are. In a matter of time before they bag you, Next thing you know, you're doing 30 years. That's the reality. Motherfuckers taking the best of their years sitting in a jail cell. That's your reality. That's the reality. They don't tell you that part in the rap video. They have you out here thinking that you got, instead of you going to school, getting your education and whatnot, instead of you joining a college Genesis and talk about a future, you think you're going to have a future out here and whatnot, Or you got people out here thinking they're going to be Mac daddies and pimps and everything like that. Dude, let me tell you something. That child support is real. You think, oh, man, I'm good when that woman hits you with that child support and that kid's 5 years old, they're going to look back at every last single month you didn't pay. They're going to be $300 a month. And how is 5 years? That's 60 months. That's how much you're in arrears. Oh, you can't pay it? Well, guess what? We're going to start garnishing your paycheck. Oh, you ain't got a job? Guess what? The sheriff's coming to your office and putting you in jail. They're going to take your car, driver's license away from you. That's reality because you were out there fooling around and playing games and everything like that, believing life is a joke, right? But at the same time, the immigrants are coming over here. They see a chance to make money, right? And they're going for it. And you're sitting back like, damn, man, I gotta fuck my life up or not, So that's where you're missing the point, right? And you could win this battle if you stop acting the fool, stop listening to idiots, right? Stop living idiots, So it is what it is. Nobody said generates, who said that? Oh, this guy, whatever his name is, saying we're all degenerates. It's the matrix. There's a degenerate culture out there in Black America, right? Majority of Black people in America live normal, safe, clean lives. I live around them. Have nice homes there. I was in Suffolk, Virginia 2 days ago, man. Oh my God, it's beautiful out there. Suffolk is blowing Virginia Beach out the door because these are all these brand new subdivisions, mostly all Black. Nice cars, everything. I went out there looking for one of my clients. One lady said, no, he used to live here. Whatnot. We just bought this condominium this year. Whatnot. We still get his mail. Whatnot. Badass sister, man. She just had a brand new tattoo on her arm. Two bad cars in the driveway. And whatnot. Nice condominium complex. Nice condominiums. So I was like, oh, and then there was houses right next to it. Brand new neighborhood, right? All you see is Black people out there cutting their grass, doing their life and whatnot, Some kids are home from college and whatnot, You see welcome home and all shit like that, People having parties and everything, Beautiful neighborhoods, Beautiful neighborhoods. That's the Black America I see, That's a culture I see. But when you turn on the news and you turn on the media, and when not all you see is and the internet, especially, right? When you turn on TikTok, all you see is hood rats. You would think all black people are ghetto, all black people are hood rats, and everything, because that's the matrix. So I'm sick and tired of these people in the matrix representing us, you know? So it is what it is, you know? So I'm gonna put the link in the chat room. You want to call in, you know, call in tonight. We're just talking stuff because, once the talk is done, I'm done, you know? I think I've said all in the year I've been on here. I think I've said all there is. I think this last couple of weeks are my closing arguments. You know, I do believe there's a like Rico said, I changed his opinion. I know if people listen to this platform, right, go back and listen to all my shows and everything like that, they'll see Genesis is not anybody, just anybody on the platform. He knows what he's talking about. You know. All right, we got a first guest. Is that Honeyflower? What's going on?
Yes, it's me.
How's it going? What's on your mind?
It's going good. I just took a break from a lot of this African stuff. Too
Yeah,
stressful.
it's tiring after a while. What do you think about the Essence Festival situation?
Yeah, that's why I came up. So, I took a break from all of this black and African stuff, and then all of a sudden it started getting really it started getting really heated.
Yeah,
And when I saw that Essence stuff, at first I was like, okay, maybe this is just like, oh, they're just overdoing it. It's not that bad or whatever. But then when I actually saw some footage of the Essence Fest, to be honest, I'm not biased. I can see things from different perspectives and everything. It does look like the African people completely took it over. It's one thing to, get in positions of like African American companies and stuff like that and take it over. And it's another thing to take it over and not even incorporate anything of that actual culture. Like they had
yeah.
Jody Rice
It's like what can we
Mariah.
do? These are so-called brothers and sisters. So that's what family do. They come in, they take it over, and they say you take it a different direction. Whatever. I'd rather see them take it over than the fucking white people. Tell you, honestly, God, true. But I would say this, right? I would say
They
like this. Now is not
incorporate
the time.
enough of African American culture, though.
Yeah, they did, but the whole thing is this. Did you hear what I said about
I don't.
African American culture for the last 25 years, particularly essence on that, have been so degenerate, it fell apart, you know?
Yes, it has been degenerate due to
So that's exactly what happened. That's why the Africans moved in. The same thing's gonna happen to the HBCUs if they don't get their act together and start having real academics and the challenges of the world, whatnot. If they want to be a place where people just party and twerk and all like these Africans are gonna come in there and say, man, these are fine institutions, Caribbeans and Africans got countries. They gonna need these institutions to build,
What they're gonna do? They're gonna annex those
Yeah, they're
institutions
gonna
to
add
the
that's
country.
exactly what's gonna happen,
That's what they're gonna
They're
do.
going to tell Africans and Caribbeans going to annex all the HBCUs, and the bottom line is that it's
what
because
do you mean
And
by
HBCUs
they'll
give
have
us
annex?
and
real
they'll
autonomy.
have sub colleges in their home countries, and they
Yeah,
need to
so
have
they're already
What
capital.
doing
what do
that.
you hold on? Wait,
You know.
Carla. What do you mean by annex? Like, how can you
Well,
annex?
No,
well, it's
yeah,
like
they could
this.
annex. Yeah, like they'll have a bigger school in America sponsor a smaller school in
It's
Africa
already
or
happening.
in
It's
their
already
country.
happening. It's already happening.
So it'll be like
University of
it'll be
Tennessee is
yeah.
partnered with the University of Liberia and whatnot. Got people going back and forth in education. So the whole thing is this: I have no problem with a lot of HBCUs because a lot of Africans are going into the board. They're steering HBCUs towards Pan Africanism. I got no problem with that. I got no problem with that whatsoever. But the whole thing is this: listen to this. Listen carefully when you have a college, right? Aid Shah, whoever you are, put your camera on. So I'm not letting you up. So I try. You don't put your camera up. You can't put camera up. If I can't see who you are, you're not getting on my platform. So let this fool sit right there.
But Carla,
Anyway,
not all African Americans are gonna have your perspective, or they're just gonna be like okay with that. Like they still want to preserve some aspects of their
okay, oh, okay.
culture.
This has a thing though. Has a thing. African Americans, right, for the most part, for the last look at our culture and everything like that. It seems like we do not want to preserve our culture. We
Yeah.
only want to preserve it when we see Africans and Caribbeans taking it over. You know, other than that, we don't really preserve our culture. Let me give you an example, Honeyflower. When you see the University of Missouri, right?
Mm-hmm.
Take the University of Michigan, University of this, University of that. You can see the manifestation of the institutions through the state. When every county is saying we have record high test scores, everything like that, that naturally creates an atmosphere where the best minds come together, and you got an orderly society. Education is everything, you know, and so therefore you ask the question: this, Howard University is in D.C., but look at the black community and look at has Howard ever transformed? Has any black institution ever transformed any black area?
No.
So why does that tell you? What does that tell you? The University of Berkeley. Look at California. Look at all these places where you got white Ivy League institutions, right? You
Oh yeah,
got a
those
thriving middle
towns are
class, everything
they're
like that.
thriving.
They're thriving. You don't have
The
black
economy
institutions do not do
thriving.
jack. They don't do jack. All they care about is getting their little the token Negro job and everything. They don't give. They're not. They're trying to build it. Marcus Garvey said that these freaking people. He met with these so-called Negro leaders. He said, "Man, these people ain't interested in building up with the community. There's a distance between all they do is get in front of the media and purport to speak for the masses. You
Kyle,
know."
that reminds me, there's just so much going on. Kyle, did you see what's going on in Philadelphia with the garbage?
No, I know what's going on.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Kala. They was on strike for like a week.
Oh, really?
The
The
garbage
The
was
garbage
there's
piling
pile
up.
up.
piles. They have a black mayor, a black female mayor. There's piles and piles and piles of garbage everywhere. You should check out a video about that.
Check
And
it
she's
out.
talking shit about
Wow.
it.
Yeah,
It looks like
piles,
disturbing.
piling up, man.
So you have a black mayor of the city, the
Yeah.
garbage piling up, man. It
And
doesn't
it was
shock
like,
you
No,
anymore.
they went on strike because she gave herself a raise and then give the
Oh, does
workers
that
a
shock
raise.
you? Does that shock
It,
you?
it sounds like something in that.
Yeah, check this out. And what gets me, you know what she'll do? She'll say, "Oh, because we got," she'll blame it on Liberians living there. You know,
probably check
yo,
it out.
Africans are becoming the perfect
Yeah,
scapegoat.
it sounds like something that happened in Africa. Collar, I'm
Yeah,
paying myself. I ain't gonna pay the civil workers.
yeah, but these black politicians are the worst. They're the worst. You
And
know.
then also, Kyle, I just want to mention one last thing. In Philadelphia, too, I just recently saw, I think, Anton Daniels, who was covering the garbage situation, and there was like a massive, like, shootout. Like,
Well, yeah, I saw that, man.
really,
One dude shot
You
came
right?
out of the house, and
I
that was like
sent
a
it to
nice
you.
neighborhood too. That was
I
like a
sent
nice
it to you,
neighborhood.
Collar. Remember, I sent it to you. That was on a ring camera.
Yeah,
Remember?
I saw. Oh yeah, yeah. You just said the
Sent it to
YNs.
you.
That was a nice neighborhood too. I was like, damn, man. Damn.
Over 4th of July weekend, man. I thought we were supposed to celebrate the
Oh,
4th.
you
They were
haven't seen
shooting each
nothing.
other.
Like 20 people got shot and killed Juneteenth in Oklahoma.
Damn.
Juneteenth is the most deadliest day of the year, man.
Juneteenth.
Yeah, well, why they got that very first year they had it, right? Also, next thing you know, you had the old people out there, 80 years old with a walker. She took that walker and said she ran. She had the gunshots and whatnot. See old black people, 70, 80 years old running. You know? Is that what we come to? You got a Juneteenth celebration, right? That's because the reason why we're going through this is because Black America's sick. You know, we're sick people, right? Because like Rico Miller, I like the fact Rico said, "Carl, you changed me a lot." You listen to Carl Genesis, right? I'm not gonna tell you anything. Most of the stuff we have in Black America is a sick culture, and we're sick people, right? And so, therefore, since we're sick in Black America, right, it's
but
easy for people to come in and just take
but
over.
Kyle, I think because we've been around white people so long.
I think it is
I
too.
think it's that.
Hold on. We tried to be so white and try to be like them so much and whatnot that's what the problem is.
Yeah,
When we was in our own community, Dave,
yeah,
back
when we
in
was
the
in
days,
our own community, we had more, control. And
we
like you
had
said, the
authority. We had
patriarchy.
black
Yeah,
authority in our community. We used to have people like Bill Cosby, Tom Joyner, what's his name? What's his name? Tom Brown, Tony Brown's Journal. You know, we used to have Gil Noble. We used to have strong, powerful black men that was leading us. You know, now those type of black men are gone. You know,
Yeah.
they're gone. You know, and everything like that. So therefore, now when you watch it, when you watch these institutions fall, like I have no problem with if Africans gonna come over and take over HBCUs and Caribbeans. I have no problem with
Probably,
that because they're gonna
I
do
probably
something good.
I did a little research too on Essence. Time Magazine owned it before Dennis bought it, man.
Yeah, 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 because it was
And a
failing.
lot of a lot of degeneracy, a lot of that degeneracy too came from Time Magazine, and
Exactly. They
you
put
know,
gay guys
so
on the Essence
it did a
fashion
lot of
there.
degeneracy too, you know.
Yeah. So all the stuff like that, Time Magazine, left wing magazine. You know, what do you think? If they control the magazine, who do you think's gonna be up there? And that, what gets me is when people basically get hold out. And so I had Ebony Magazine was an institution that we controlled. You know, for
Yeah,
generations. Ebony Magazine led us through the civil rights movement. It led us through. It showcased Africa. You know, it talked about the Congo. You know, Ebony Magazine reintroduced Black American and Malcolm X. You probably, I don't know if you was around back then. It was like 1987. Ebony Magazine did a article on Malcolm X. That's what all our generation start talking about Malcolm X. You know, they were like, people like my generation was like, man, we thought he was just some crazy black guy that didn't like white people. It was like he had a lot of sense. When they was talking about black people, he was talking about black economics and everything like that. And people were like, man, we're gonna learn more about him. 2 years later, everyone's wearing the X hats on. Remember that, the X hats in the late '80s. You know,
But
the movie
Carla,
came out. The
2 years
movie
later,
came out
2 years after that,
in
the movie Malcolm
1991.
X came out. You know, because Ebony Magazine brought him back to life.
can I say
And like you said,
something?
Bill
People were
Cosby
saying
helped
in
fund
like
that movie
the
and
Yeah, Bill
everything.
Cosby came
Carla,
with the
can I
last
say
$6 million
something
dollars.
real
Good.
quick? Because I love to read comments and stuff just to see what people's perspectives are and everything. And people were saying that this year's Essence Festival flopped because it didn't have that FBA essence. It didn't have that.
That's a lot. That's nonsense. I don't believe that.
You know what really happened, Honey Flower? I did some research on it. Target was supporting, they were sponsoring the Essence Fest, and you know a lot of black people right now they boycotting Target, so that's what really a lot of it
Yeah,
stemmed.
They were
and
supposed
One
also
of the
a lot of
yeah,
people are just salty that remember something. Who's driving all this is it's these FBA people. These FBA people just hate Africa, hate Africans and whatnot.
yeah.
And they overblow. Maybe the jambalaya jello thing was maybe out of. I think it was
no,
probably
they
done in
also
fun.
said that the concert, like the performances, was on African time. It was super late.
Yeah, but but hold on. Lauren Hill was always late. You know,
How do you
every
No,
time Lauren
no,
Hill,
Lauren Hill's
I
always
had my
late.
ex girl did
like?
do a
Nah,
show.
we know Lauren Hill. She's always late, yo.
You always late. So
Lauren
sometimes she don't even
Hill,
show up. You know.
Lauren Hill might not. You lucky she got her at two. She might have even showed up. That's how
You
Lauren
know.
Hill
So
moves,
it is.
bro.
In. But hold
No,
up. Let me get.
Honey Flower, real
Hold on,
talk. We know
let me
she
get
from the
Elvis
hood. We
on.
know her.
Hey, well, before I get Elvis on, Dave, what do you think about that conversation we was having about somebody talking about U.S. Navy in Liberia? Now you
Hell
know,
no.
oh,
Yo, that'll start another war.
that's the one thing that was starting another war. I don't know why Elvis is all well. Maybe you know right now they're
No,
planning
Elvis
a march
hasn't been.
on the
You can't
17th,
really.
right?
You can't take Elvis' word. He hasn't been on ground in
These people,
6
these people
years.
right there are looking for
Guy
any
doesn't know what
excuse.
he's talking about.
They're looking for any
You can't
excuse
take
to
his
uprise
word.
against Booker. You
They
know,
going. They look. Yo, hell no, bro. Hell no. You
they're
bring
looking
a
for any
no.
excuse to
No.
friggin' uprising against Booker. You
You
know,
going?
look, any excuse. You know, that's the one thing. Look, you see what they basically talk about what you call Acha says, I am in the back. Okay, I don't know who you are. Aja, I don't know who you are. Show your camera, show your face. You gotta tell me who you are. I'm not letting anybody up on my see. He dropped off. You know, I am not doing that. You know, sorry. Anything that basically Booker does, right? And I like that. These people are just the English thing, right? Donald Trump paid I think he was just commenting on Booker's English, right? These people are like, oh man, he sat there and assaulted him and all this kind of stuff. Like they're looking for, dude. I have never seen anything like this in my life, bro. You know, these people are sitting there basically the whole time.
But Kyla, remember what I told you. The 1980 coup, it wasn't about they suffered. It was
It
all
was
about
all about power. That's all it
power.
is.
It was all about greed. I want it now. It wasn't about
It has
I'm
nothing to
suffering.
do with like
It
that.
has nothing to
I was
do
trying
with
to
that.
tell.
And you're seeing it today.
It says the
You're
same friggin'
seeing it
thing. You know,
today.
it never ends. It never ending.
Never ends.
They tried to do that against Ware. Remember Henry Costa?
Yeah, I remember that. He
Ware
had
was
a
not playing with
protest
them. You
too.
know.
So you know that was a protest again, another protest. Get the fuck out of here.
So the bottom line is these people basically all they know how to do is protest and what do we call it. So the bottom that's Liberia. Everyone's politicized. Everyone's politicized and whatnot. They'll never make these people happy. You know, that's all they know. Whatnot. So this idea that oh yeah, somebody they don't have any legit cause other than getting power. That's all it is. It's about getting power and whatnot. They don't know what the fuck to do.
Walker's trying, man. He's he's an old dog,
Yeah, but
but
he
he's
is trying. He's
trying.
making the country
Trying,
proud. You
man.
know,
He's
but your
trying.
Boca is like a new age Tubman. You know.
Yeah, he's trying, man. He's trying.
Oh yeah, what you going? Yeah, yeah, so this idea of like I said, I shot that down the other day. I said no, ain't no being no Navy base. You know, look, you heard about they trying they're considering putting using Liberia as a third country. You know,
They should do that too. And they thinking black people gonna come. They gonna send like 500 Colombians, some Venezuelans over there. Then that'll be a real problem, Kyla.
well, yeah,
They're gonna send for their people to come over there now. It's gonna
yeah,
be
so
problem. They're gonna try to start the slave trade back up.
yeah, and
I'm gonna be
already people are saying, oh yeah,
yeah.
they're trying to dump black Americans on us. It's just a
Oh,
really ugly situation, you know. Ugly situation. They're gonna say they're trying to dump black Americans on our shores and all this kind of stuff like that, you know. So I'm like, you know, it's just an ugly situation. And so therefore with that, you know, Liberians are like saying even a third country idea. That means if you have let's say you have Nigerians who can't go back to Nigeria, Sudanese, whatnot, the country of Liberia would actually benefit from the US infrastructure development in doing those. They would have to upgrade the airport, you know,
mhm.
and stuff like that. So they were game, but that's even causing a ruckus. Imagine if you talk about freaking a military base, you know? Imagine that shit, man. It would, trust me, it would not work. You know, it would not work. You know, so.
I don't know what kind of deal he's gonna get. What kind of deal you think he got, Kyler, on Wednesday, man? What kind of deal? What kind
Well,
of
I know
deal?
they're talking back. I heard there was like $1 billion
And
deal.
you know the ambassador he just resigned. So I don't know.
Yeah, it
You
wasn't
know
the
that's
black guy. It was
disgruntled.
He didn't resign. He retired.
He retired.
Yeah.
Same shit. Elvis.
Hala, can I
Shit.
ask you a question? Do you
yeah.
think some of the people on the FBA side, they're too ashamed to admit about how things have gotten so out of control, that they would rather just say that, oh, Africans are trying to take everything over? I'm not taking anyone's side. I'm just trying to play devil's advocate. Do you think that?
But honey flower, not to cut you off. Where was FBA when Time Magazine owned S?
Yeah, that's what
Where
I'm
were
saying.
they? Where the fuck were they? That was the
You
When
know what I'm
time
who
we
saying?
owned
needed.
The bottom line is this: the FBA is the one
This was the
behind all
fucking
this.
time we needed
You know,
them.
they're trying to
They're just
gaslight.
now they're just showing their true color.
Yeah, that's what it is. You know.
you think they're just using this situation to have
Yes. Yeah,
diaspora?
just to attack
Right.
You
Africans.
think
It's just
that's
to
the?
attack
Do you
Africans.
think that secretly that's like an objective? Is just to have African
Let me say something.
black people just
Jaws in the
fight?
back chat, but somehow my thing is not working. Can do me a John, log out, call back in. Somehow my second line, I don't know what the hell Streamyard did. You know, Streamyard did, but I can't scroll all the way down to let you up.
But do you think this might get violent though? Like, do you think that there might
Then they
actually?
might. I think that'd be their last resort.
That's the
FBA to get
last one.
violent. That's the
That's you know the
last
hatred
resort.
is there now. And the
Like
bottom line is this:
Civil War.
I don't think it's gonna
Kind
be violent like KKK type of, but there might be flare ups here and there if people start getting into public shouting matches and stuff like that. That's really unfortunate. But the whole thing is the FBA people. This guy's gonna sit here with a straight face or talk about, oh, I'm disappointed. The Black American women are like. First of all, Essence have been promoting lesbianism, homosexuality, and all this kind of stuff like that for a generation now. I can't let anybody else up on the platform because this platform. Hold on, let me refresh my browser. Hold up. Let me refresh my browser. Maybe this will do it. Hold up, folks. Leave site.
An old military base in Liberia. Y'all gonna start problems over there, man.
Yeah.
You're gonna make the whole region hot.
Yeah, I know.
You're gonna have Al Qaeda.
Okay, Jai's on. Okay, Jai went up. Jai went up. Somebody, yeah. Collar Rumble. Okay, Jai's up now. Somebody, I don't know what the hell's going on with my thing. Hold up. Oh, speaker. I don't know what the hell's going on. That's why I'm saying I'm just glad I'm done with this live stream. Dave, I'm trying to get you up, man, but the thing is blocking me. The thing is blocking me from letting anybody else up. Maybe I don't know what the hell's going on. Hold up. I don't know what the hell's
they
going on.
bugged your StreamYard.
What?
They bugged your StreamYard.
Probably did. How can we help? Widen my hold up. Widen my StreamYard. Widen. I'm calling the channel wide. Then
Men in Black.
widen my stream. I fucking hate this thing so much. You know, I really do. I fucking
Your
hate StreamYard. I
started
just
to
can't.
malfunction.
Yeah, I hate that. It'll be in the middle of a show and starts malfunctioning and shit. I hate this. I got two people that want to get on, and I can't get them on because the bar is covering up the bottom. Guess like there's two rows of guests, right? The bar is covering up the thing, and I can't get them on. Maybe hold on. Let me see. Okay, so stay. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. Need help. Hold up. Hold up. Contact us. Technical support. I don't know. All right. What I have to do is okay. I'm gonna have to. We're gonna have to take turns. Everybody up here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give everybody a chance to talk. Then I gotta drop some people down. I can't keep
Or
everybody
just
up.
drop everybody down and then bring.
Yeah. I'm gonna let me drop everybody down and bring people up one by one. I can't drop anybody down until somebody hang up. I can't drop anybody down because you're still up on the screen. Okay. Ola. Oh, just Ola. All right, I'm gonna get everybody. All right, hold on. I'm gonna get everybody talk down. Then I'm gonna add the people. I'm gonna get Dave back on in a minute. So I'm gonna give Elvis the floor, and then Musa, then Ja. Then you guys got please drop off so I can get the other people back up on. Go ahead, Elvis.
All right, Kyle, I'll drop off and get the other people on.
Oh, you gotta drop off all the way. You gotta drop off all the way. All right. We get focused Dave on. What's up, Dave? Are you on? I just put focus Dave. I just added him on. What the hell happened to him? Oh, I really want to hear what Elvis had to say. Go ahead, Ja.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I
I
thought he
don't know
was
what
my
happened
third.
Oh,
tonight.
okay. Okay. Go ahead, Musa.
Ah.
Kala, my fearsome nemesis. But Kala, listen, man. I just wanted to talk to you about what you did the other day on Dinah's show. Like, you completely annihilated this idiot, Derek. Man, he was talking about like Mardi Gras, like being an FBA holiday. I was like, man,
Oh, that dude
I
was a
speak,
clown. That dude was a
man.
clown. And
I'm
that's an
like, man,
older,
you know,
that's an older
hold
dude
on,
too. That's an older
You
dude.
got Kyle, I know you get excited, brother. You gotta let me finish, man. I'm like, damn, yo. I mean, I speak French very fluently. I know what Mardi Gras means. Mardi Gras means Fat Tuesday. During the French colonialism, they were just killing enslaved Africans, man, and they were just eating food, drinking wine, just doing whatever nasty stuff they were doing. Our ancestors were brutally being killed, lynched, raped, and then you telling me that Mardi Gras is an FBA holiday?
That dude was a complete moron. He was, and the dude sounded older too. And then he was like, "Yo,
Man.
he's Aboriginal, whatever the hell."
Yeah,
And we
all that crap he was talking about. I'm like, bro, man, you got to get this guy up off the panel, man. So I'm glad I'm glad you check him on that, man. Because listen, man, I'm sick of these people, man. Like, Kala, there are times that you need to entertain these people, and there are times, man, like you don't need to listen to anything they have to say, man. You
I don't,
just
I
gotta
don't, I don't.
shut
Hold
them
on, I
out.
don't want to hear nobody on my platform talking about all this freaking nonsense and everything like that. This foolishness, whatever like that. I don't like this FBA stuff. Hey, look, you could be proud to be Black American, African American. I love that. But when you
Right.
start basically every little thing, and I know what it is, just hatred. That's all it is. I know my people. These are evil people, and like I said, instead of saying, okay, let's see look, the reality is America, the Black America is no longer defined by the African American slave descendants, and a lot of people, right? This is let me say this. I want to say this right. I don't want to piss nobody off, right? A lot of Black people, right? We basically bought into the idea. It's like a deer in the headlight that we would thought we were going to do another generation of just struggle, complain, blah blah blah. Fight the power, blah 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 blah. And a lot of people were just wasting their lives. And one guy said this, right? This guy that quit Black Lives Matter. You know what he said? You heard that one guy, right? He got on Fox News and said all these people need to do is get a job. All they do is sit around complaining about racism. Like, just get a freaking job. All they need is a damn job. He said the Black Lives Matter activists that was causing all the trouble a couple of years
That's what I
ago.
said all the time. Get a
And so
job and
anyway, hold
stop
on. Let me finish what I'm
complaining.
saying. Let me finish what I'm
Learn a
saying.
trick.
Now, given the fact that that was a significant portion of the Black American, particularly millennial mindset, right? Where they think, oh, the world's up. See, my generation of Gen X, we knew the world was unfair, but we went out there and did what we had to do. But somehow somebody told the a millennial mindset that oh, since the world's unfair, you don't have to participate in it. And so that's why millennials are the number one content creators. You know, most millennials are content creators. Why? Because they don't have anything in their life going on. So they create content.
Hold on now, Kala, I'm a proud millennial, but you got to talk about the
Well,
Gen
hold on, hold
Z,
on. I'm
man.
talking about
Like
this is called FBA
it's mainly
millennial.
the
You know?
Gen Z. It's mainly the Gen Z, Kala. I mean,
Yeah,
millennials,
hold on.
man,
They're
we're
both of
not
them, the
doing
Gen
that.
Zs
We're
and
not
the
doing it.
millennials. You know,
We're not doing it like that.
the younger millennials and Gen Zs. They think the
Kala,
world
stop.
because hold on, they think they're justified and like you'll listen to it. Well, they'll say things like working is slavery, working a job slave. They think they're oppressed because they got to work 9 to 5. They basically so this is what you're dealing with. This is what you're dealing with, and
But
with these Gen
jobs
Zs.
barely pay though. So
I,
Gen Z,
I know that,
I
but
don't think like that.
hold on.
To
There's
be
a
honest,
lot of people that basically the jobs never paid and everything, but they still said we're gonna make it better. Instead of getting together with people saying we're gonna make it better and build, there's all kinds of things you could do to improve your economic situation, but they choose not to.
they're stuck on the phones. They
I see people making money
yeah,
off
that's
there
nasty.
they
using
don't
apps
have
and stuff like
social
that.
skills. They're stuck on phones. They don't have that social skills that people in the
Yeah,
urban.
so that's what I'm saying. So while they're doing all that, particularly American, it's not just black kids. It's a white kids too. Immigrants, right? White. It's not just black immigrants that have a problem with black people in America. White people are now at war with Indians. Why? Because
Did you see
Indians are
that
coming
video?
over here with their education, cleaning their clocks and whatnot. That's why they hate Vivek Ramaswamy right now. You
Kale,
know,
the video about of that
And
black.
also Kash Patel.
yeah, they don't like it. They don't like none of these people. These Indians think they're gonna join America the American way. I look. I wish I could let some people up. So, what you call it? Okay, who was the
Yo,
Musa?
yo, Carla, let me say my last piece, man. In regards to the title, man, I do think that we have to unite globally. Like it's Pan African unity globally. Although I'm not Pan African myself, but I do agree on what you're saying because if we don't unite, man, like now think about this, man. Like the FBA. Now they've been wanting to delineating like for years now. You know what I'm saying? Because like they are
Delineate,
under like
delineate to
law.
what? Delineate to what?
That's what I'm saying. Delineating to what? Because because if you are delineating, why you keep talking about the gender war? You're talking like a war between your woman and your man. And also, most of the times, you don't even mix with your own women, vice versa.
Yeah. The
You know what
bottom
I'm
line,
saying?
look, the
So,
whole
what,
thing
so
is,
what
whole
kind
thing
of
is the
delineation
most
is
dangerous
that?
thing.
It's whack
Most
to me.
dangerous thing threatening so-called FBA is the out of control, toxic, ratchet culture. That's it. That's the most dangerous thing. That's what I want to delineate from. I don't want to
Right.
be around these people. Oh, but anyway, somebody
Kala,
has to drop off. I want to get Big
Kala,
Oh,
Black and
yeah,
Elvis on.
yeah, yeah.
uh,
All right, Carla. Thank you, man. I'm
I'll
out of
bring
here.
everybody back on. I got to do a rotation tonight. So,
Kala,
No, I'm good, man.
honey flower,
I
can you
gotta head
drop
to
down?
work, but thank you.
Honey flower, can you drop down? I want to bring Ola and
Kala, I'm already in.
okay, not Ola, not Ola. I mean Big Black. I keep getting you guys mixed up. Ola, Big Black.
Kala,
Yeah, yeah.
Kala.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, you see, man, I've been watching, you know, with the respect I think I have for Black American, I cannot categorize everybody into one basket. But it seems that the weird ones are the ones in this internet nowadays. People do not have what they call knowledge about economics. It seems like the ones in the internet, I don't know if it's for content, if it's for view, if it's for because they're chasing money for the low, very low and low class ones. That one I don't really understand. Access. If you know that access is so very important to you, why don't you buy it? It's not like Black American like to complain, but without not buy nothing. You don't own nothing, you don't buy nothing. You understand? But you want to give
So,
scammers the money.
complaining is part of Black American culture.
Because what I see here, right? This dude, they show as an African. The plan of this game, of this guy, whatever is behind him, the plan of him, if you know what the world economics, what money is, you would not think about, oh, do this guy buy this all these things for a cheap amount of money? That is a huge amount of money. And guess what, Kyle? I'm an African. I even told my wife this. I said, Access is going to challenge what's called Afro Nation and Afrochella. That be before the Black Americans started even complaining about anything. This product is going back to Lagos. This guy money will be made in Africa. If you think I hammer this guy in America, you're just joking. This guy money is going to be made in Africa with Access. He's going to rival Afrochella. He's going to rival Afro Nation. That is the purpose of buying this game.
Right.
No, that's the purpose of buying this thing. We never really for American money. This guy can pull this thing out from whatever there in Louisiana, take it back to New York. We'll still make back his money. Where these people look,
You talking about Rachel Dennis?
yes, this dude that they always show his face, African, African, African. God damn, why are you complaining? Go and buy it. Why people buy it before? That's why I said learn from these Africans. If you know you cannot do it, we don't just sit and talk. Oh, well, with these African guys, this African guys, this African guys. We're just tired of this nonsense. You don't have money. Shut up your mouth. Money talks nowadays. The white people will come to this show. Go to Afro Nation all over the whole world. The last one just done in Portugal. They're doing it in Spain. They're doing it in Holland. They're doing it in Germany. They're doing it over the whole world.
Let
Why
me
are you
say
complaining?
Let me say this, right, Carla? You know, the thing about this whole deal that happened with Essence, and many people don't know this, is that Richard Dennis paid about $2.8 million for Essence magazine. The reason that fee was so low is they were heavily indebted, indebted to, their debt, and he had to buy almost for pennies on the dollar just to get him out of out of the debt, and then infuse money into it to bring it up to par and run it. So he bought it almost through bankruptcy. That's how it was bought. So I understand that for many people it meant something to them.
Hey,
And
meant what? Meant what?
Elvis,
I don't know, Carla. I'm not an African American, so I don't know what it meant to an
Let me
individual.
tell you something
Elvis,
else. You haven't
Elvis.
listened to the top of the show, right? Essence magazine and Ebony hasn't been relevant in a generation, you know. And the whole thing is this: it's the hypocrisy of this. Essence magazine basically led in all kinds of uh, uh, anti-patriarchal, anti-black family people that told black women. They had articles encouraging black women to seek their options, stuff like that. And what happens is when someone like Essence Magazine do that, corporate America responds, right? Next thing you know, you start seeing all these commercials on TV targeting black women with white men and stuff like that. A TV show Hawthorne was up there. Jada Smith, her object of desire was a white man. All these movies so the bottom line is this: they start talking about the LGBTQ. They start doing all these things, detrimental to Black America.
Well, Carla, let me say, let me.
They got rid of Bill Cosby and put Bill Porter on the cover. You
Okay.
know, so all this stuff meant Ebony Essence magazine was not relevant. Now when it
No,
collapsed,
no. Let me say this, Carla. And again, it's not just African Americans. I'm not picking on African Americans, right? It's the same thing for Africans. People, the African Americans, right? They filled the magazine because the reason it wasn't profitable, subscription was down heavily,
hold on,
and that
ask
was just a
yourself this
trend
question: why
that
was
magazines was going out of style.
just what black people are not stupid. Let me tell you something, Elvis. Right? Ebony magazine and Essence magazine used to be the authority in Black America. We used to know when we read an article and that like that, the people who wrote those articles, the editors cared about us. They had a love for us. And then what happens over the last generation, we start getting all these people in the magazine one night and say, "This ain't us." Everybody started canceling their subscription. Essence magazine was just like any other white magazine. It was like that's not us. They're all heavily steered towards the Democratic agenda and stuff like that. So therefore, people stopped buying the magazine. People stopped advertisement. So the magazine fell apart. So when black people sit here and try to be like, "Oh, it was a great magazine that was stolen from us," I hate like I said, don't I wouldn't even listen to ignorant black people.
Carla is a content.
Anyway, Kidola, I gotta get one more person up. Can you drop down? I'll bring you
Yeah,
back.
let me drop that, bro. Yeah,
Hey,
drop
drop
it
down.
down. Drop it down.
I
Man,
can't drop
Carla,
down. I got to
we gotta repay for the thing, man, because I think you got like half the thing now.
I don't know.
Are you seriously you gonna drop it though? You're not gonna be doing these live
I,
streams?
I'm not doing it anymore. After this month, I'm just gonna do other. I might come back in like October or something like that. When not, but I'm not gonna. I
I
got
might have
things to
to
do.
open a channel, man.
Yeah, yeah. Go ahead, do it, man. I tell anybody, man. Many voices out there. Open a channel. I'll call in. All right, Ahmed, what's going? Oh no, let me get Big Black on. Big Black, what's going on, bro? What's the
What
Big
about
Black?
that, man? All
The
this complaining. I told you, man. The people actually complaining are actually the black professionals. The black professionals are complaining. The people
about
that
what? What are they complaining about?
what black professionals been complaining about season power. Let me just say this, Colin, before you argue with me, right? The people that's not complaining. Have you ever seen the drug? I never seen the drug dealers complaining about white supremacy. I mean racism and this and that. They're
Because
totally
they live,
fine.
hold on, they live outside the matrix. They live in
But
a different world. A
the
drug dealer. You don't have to complain about racism because the drug dealer, all he knows is long as he ain't getting arrested by the cops or whatever like that. When those of us who are trying to navigate in this matrix, yeah, racism affects us. But if you live outside the matrix, where you don't have to worry about racism.
what needs to go on is Pan African needs a facelift, man. And I'm gonna be real. Some are to reach talking points. Some of them they do. The thing is, we got the continental Africans. They don't really call out that. They don't really call out their coons. Let's be real, man. They don't. They don't. You know, they come over here, and some of them, not all of them, some of them come over here and they say, "Man, you complain too much." But the non-complaining that's being done, okay, you're not a complainer. But then when you look at the country that you come from, what has the non-complaining produced? Let's
Yeah,
be
but
real.
you
Hold
gotta
on.
understand some big black. There are a lot of black people, right? It's like this. They made up in their mind, right? Like me, personally, right? I even though never salute the American flag, I don't complain. You know, I'd be like, okay, because I know it's not going to do me anything. Some black people black Americans live to complain, and a lot of black immigrants are like, damn, okay, you guys got all these HBCUs, you got these colleges, and everything like that. You're always complaining. So when they come over here, they're like, damn, man, y'all got libraries in every neighborhood. Y'all got all this infrastructure and y'all don't use it, you know?
No, the reason why they don't complain, a lot of the ones that say y'all complain too much, the reason why they say that because they don't want to. They just want to get their money, get out anyway. It ain't about staying here for a long time as a group. No, it's just I want to get my money and get out. You see what I'm saying? So while everybody's making these noise, let me go grab my money and get out. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? When you're talking about
let me ask you a
African
question. Wouldn't
Americans,
black America be
this
happier
is
if they
we
did?
already have a plan B. We really don't have, even though we can make a plan B, you're trying to make a plan B, right? But we really don't have a plan B. This is our
That's what
plan
I'm
A.
saying. Hold on. That's why I say, me personally, I say like this. I don't want to be a complainer. So that's why I say my dream is in Afghanistan, you know? And
But
so just like the Jews created the Zionist movement, they would be, if the Jews never created the state of Israel, they would be whining and complaining in Europe forever. And that's what caused the Holocaust. So the
they
Jews always
still
making noise.
complaining. They created that and they've been complaining. That's why
Yeah, but
everybody
hold on, but they got the state, they got a place of refuge though. We
right.
don't have a place of refuge.
But did they stop complaining?
Hold on, yeah, but hold up. But the thing is, they complain, right? But it's not like the same thing. They have a manifestation, which Israel, which they take their complaints. They like I was trying to tell Princess P, right? Black America does not have a government. That's why talking about us joining with CARICOM, us of is nonsense. We're the only see these other people. Rachel Aldenis, he's a Liberian, right? This other lady, she's a Kenyan. These people of Africa are smart enough to be represented on the global stage by governments. Small they are, they be colon powers. Black America is the only group of people, large group of black people that don't are not represented by their own government. You know, so that's
What,
why it's easy for them to take advantage of us. You know, if we
what,
had
what,
our own, let's say we were in our own country, right? A government could have blocked the sale of that and say, no, we're going to keep it like this. We can't do that in America. A government would have came up with the money and funded it or took it over or seized it, whatever like that. The government might have to say, we got to approve of a major acquisition of a major media outlet. We don't have any power in America, right? That's what we sacrifice to be in America, powerlessness, you know? So, so don't blame the immigrants.
let me just say this. I'll just say this real quick. Now, going back, let's look at the Jews for a minute. Remember, in Germany, they weren't complaining, right? They said, "Okay, let's go in here, make our money, this and that." You know, where they was making so much money and being so successful, right? The Germans started complaining, and they used them as a scapegoat. You know, after the Holocaust, guess who's been complaining ever since? And if you really think about it, not only that they've been complaining, but some of the smart hats, some of them have used some of us as a mouthpiece to complain. So this
Oh yeah,
whole
I
thing,
know. We black people complain, but you were looking at what they're talking about. DEI. We don't benefit from none of this shit. We could look. They did a thing where black people only benefit like 4% of DEI, but we're the biggest. Now we gotta get rid of DEI. We were ready to boycott Target over DEI. Something we don't even benefit from. You know, so we're all over the place.
yeah, but that's tactics. That's tactics that they use, right?
Hold on. What do you hold on, Big Black? Let me ask you a question.
What? Uh-huh.
The immigrants, the black immigrants, are saying we got no beef with Target, right? So Target was the main sponsor of this Ebony festival, right?
Hmm.
Black people like, how dare they and whatnot. That's we're boycotting Target. And Rachel Dennis said, look, man, I got no beef with Target, and the African immigrants like, I don't have a beef with Target. Y'all are want to complain about DEI and also that. And then what gets me is you play about something that you were led to believe with Al Sharpton, wherever because they canceled DEI or whatever, stuff like that. And there was, and even though Target was purchasing millions of dollars worth of black products on the shelves and everything, that went out the door because the Democrats in the political machine told you Target must go, and we're still going along with it. So like I said, we don't have an organized, real political agenda.
But
Just
let's be real,
look.
Scholar. But let's be real, Colin. Do you think we've been in this uproar if this whole FBA nonsense didn't exist?
No, of course not. The FBA is the biggest joke. Is the biggest joke the planet ever came up with.
Mhm.
The biggest
I
joke.
agree. I agree. But at the same time, I think it needs to be an overhaul with the whole Pan African, and it needs to a lot of stuff
Well,
needs
I
to
don't know.
be.
Like I said, what I like is the Pan Am overhaul. But the thing is, though, what you have is I don't like ethnic cleansing, whether it's African ethnic cleansing or African American ethnic cleansing. We got to find a
None,
way
none of that. None of
how
that.
do we preserve our identity while practicing Pan Africanism.
But like I said, there is some truth. Like a lot of think about it. Think about the swirling agenda, right? A lot of
Yeah.
that stuff has been pushed by a lot of the
Well, because you know
diaspora.
how this world gender, they buy up magazines like Essence and Ebony and whatnot. They gain our we spent a generation and we trusted these magazines. We trusted them. A lot of times, black people don't even know when there's been a change of power or a change of editor and all stuff like. We don't pay attention to that.
Mhm.
All we know is a brand, Ebony magazine. So we trust Essence magazine. We trust these things. Because like this. So when you get a hold of these magazines, and they know we trust these magazines, and next thing you know, they turn on us and start steering us down the wrong direction.
Yeah,
But anyway,
but
I guess
Kyla, right? 1 second, right? So most of these magazines and entertainment companies are owned by a parent company. They're usually just a
hold on. No,
subsidiary
actually,
of the.
Ebony magazine was owned by John Johnson. He was black, hundred
No,
percent.
I said most of them. I'm not just saying.
Hold on, the ones we trusted in Black America were black owned. We didn't trust like the Final
Yeah,
Call.
but eventually they become on. Like even
Oh yeah,
Richard
hold on.
Dennis, right?
And that's when people stop buying them. That's when it tanks. When it tanks,
Let me
when
just let
black
me
people
just make
know.
the point, Carla.
Just like when BET was bought by, even though no one ever liked BET in the first place, but when it was bought by Viacom, that's when black people stopped taking it serious. All the serious shows disappeared. And also, so we stopped taking.
Let me just make the point, right? So the reason why Richard Dennis is worth like $300 million now is because he sold a lot of his shares in his companies to Bain Capital, that's owned by Mitt Romney and some other white, venture capitalists. So now it's under that or Unilever, which is a big conglomerate for cosmetic and other goods. So his Sundial brand is he's only like almost a minority owner now in the Shea Moisture company that he runs. So people think that he owns it solely. I think one of the few things that he actually owns solely because the price was so low, and then he owns that mansion from Madam C.J. Walker. But I
Right.
think black folks they're powerful enough to find another thing that they can infuse the spirit of what the Essence Fest was and make it their own and only wholly and solely and operate it the way they see
Well, that's
fit.
all.
The
That's
likes
all.
of Tariq,
Them days are over. It's over.
nah, the likes of Tariq and his people they can organize it.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't freaking matter. Tariq even said it. He said, "Look, over the years, Tariq broke it down. He said over the years, he said the last 20 years. And I remember that he was talking about Essence magazine for a long time. He said they've been like a thorn in the side of Black America, particularly Black men, anti-black male, anti-patriarchy. But anyway, could somebody drop down? I got some more people that want to come up. Somebody will drop down. I'll bring you back. We got many hours
Yeah,
left.
I'll drop color. I'll drop.
I'm gonna drop down, man. I'm not gonna take too long.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not gonna take too long. I got to do something later on. Yeah, I'm not gonna take too long, man. But anyway, Carla, man, what's this fuss about this Essence magazine, man? You go down in Africa, you ask anybody if they like the, what I'm saying, like they're familiar with Essence magazine in Africa. Probably 98% of them have never heard about that magazine.
Well,
I mean,
no.
we've been talking about this for about 2 weeks now.
The problem is.
Almost 2 weeks, Carla. Come
Hold on.
on, there's bigger things in Africa than
Hold on.
Essence magazine, man.
No, the problem is, bro. Let me break it down to you, right? This is what
I know the history about it.
Hold on. Let me break it down. The controversy, right? The controversy was that Essence Festival, right, was run by so-called Black Americans for years, right, and stuff like that. So this year, it was the CEO is a Kenyan lady, the owner is a Liberian man, and the national coordinator is a Liberian woman, Baku Tubman. You know, is
Yeah, and then who's her
Liberian,
team?
right? So hold up, so at the festival, right, there was a lot of African and so black people like, man, this ain't our culture. Black Americans like, this ain't our
I
culture. Blah blah blah. And so you understand how it works? They
yeah,
say this is
color,
our
color,
culture.
color,
And then
color,
they had
color. Look, color. I
a
do not
Jollof
focus
rice
on.
versus jambalaya contest, and
I do
people
not
think I was
focus
out of
on
poor taste.
Africans in America. I focus on African Africa.
I don't think so. I don't think so, bro.
No, that's what I
There's a
focus
lot of
on. I'm not lying
Africans.
to
A
you.
lot of
But
Africans
it's like
are at
it's
hold,
like
bro.
three
Yo,
weeks,
that's a, yo,
2 weeks now about this magazine thing.
Ahmed, that's bullshit. There's a lot of Africans
What
that
do you mean it's
I don't
bullshit?
really care, right? But there's a lot of Africans that want recognition and they want to be in Black American spaces, you know. And this is just an example of it.
Okay, Carla. Listen, check this out, right? There's about 2% of us in this country, right? Do you know how many percent of Africans that's black in Africa?
Yeah, I
That's
know that,
100
but
times
the
more.
whole thing. But hold on, Africa's a third world, right? When you
No,
talk about
forget
America, you talk about the world stage, the first world, you know. And so
exactly,
when you
exactly.
have
You should
something
just
like
okay. Hold on,
Essence
hold on, hold on, hold
Magazine,
on, hold
that
on, hold on.
permeates throughout the whole entire planet, man. You know, you're on the
No,
world
no,
stage.
no,
It ain't
no,
like
no,
like
no.
in
Don't push.
Africa, bro.
See, you see, don't push yourself too hard now. See,
Yo,
that's
I
your
am saying
problem.
I'm not pushing myself too
That's your
high.
problem, man.
I'm
You
just
see,
telling
that's your
reality.
problem.
Nobody knows. Nobody
Y'all
knows
think
about
y'all
this.
Can
control
I
the world.
can I
Nobody
say
knows about
Y'all
something?
think the world belongs to y'all.
you know what I'm saying?
I
That's
Look,
mean,
your
I,
I never
problem,
said.
man.
Look,
You
I
see
never
that?
said that.
You see that?
I never said
It's
I
that.
a
But
mean,
magazine.
hey, man, I'll bring you back on. I got another person in the chat. You know, I need
Nah,
somebody
I'm
to
gonna leave.
be
I'm gonna
black.
leave. Man. I gotta take care of
no,
something.
hold on. I meant, he doing late night
I,
traffic.
I
But
gotta
I
take care
meant,
of something. I'm only gonna be here for like 10
uh,
minutes.
no, but I wanted to ask.
No,
I
it's
wanted
just
to.
man,
I
Prison
wanted to
P.
agree with a minute
It's just, it's
because
just, it's just, it's just,
uh,
it's just. How does it benefit Africans? Africans don't even give
well, it's not only that.
95% of Africans have
I
never heard
meant.
about that magazine. These
No,
people have
but
been talking about it for 2 weeks now.
the
2 weeks
Essence Fest
straight.
thing highlights how
Yeah, but
FBA
Prison
and all that
P.
shit is
It's been
created
two weeks
by
and people have been
us
talking
foreign
about it.
blacks
The dude bought
doing
the
and
magazine
moving and
for two
shaking, man.
million. That's like
You see what I'm saying?
that's like cake money to LeBron James.
Yeah,
LeBron James spent
but
that on vacation.
hold on, I
LeBron
meant,
James spent that on
you,
vacation in
hold
two
on,
weeks.
exactly. Why didn't he buy it?
That's
Why
why
didn't he buy it, man?
exactly. But these people so focused on these
Why
things, man.
did they
Prison
didn't
P.
even pay attention to Essence in like 20
That's what
years? It's
Prison
not
P.
until the Caribbeans and the Africans do something.
Prison P.
Now they
You
feel
from the
like
Caribbean?
come on, man. Yeah.
You from the Caribbean, right? I'm from Africa, right? Let's focus on energy on better topics, man. Because at the end of the day,
No, but
topics
this
like
is a good
this
topic
does not
because
benefit us. Nah, it's been on for
Kyla,
2 weeks.
no,
It's
no,
been on
but
for 2 weeks, man.
Kyla failed to understand that the future
It's
is partnership, not saviorism.
you
And
go
African Americans as a community, they didn't
you
even
go to
notice their own
Africa, right?
institutions until
98%
Africans
of Africans
bought it.
have never heard about that magazine.
True,
I'm not
that's true.
I'm not disrespecting the history of it. The history of it is it's massive. I understand that. It's massive. I
No, but
understand that. But the
it's
effect of
like
it
an abandoned
to
institution though.
Africa right
There was
now,
low key abandonment.
it doesn't at all.
But Amir, can I ask you a question? Do
All right.
you think?
I'm moving right along here. I got somebody has to drop off, so I got another person waiting for
I
me.
drop off, man.
You want
Man,
me to drop
LeBron
off?
James could spend that for 2 million.
All right,
They spit their own
LeBron James,
shoes, man.
all right, man. I'll bring you back, bro. We're gonna be here.
Mayweather spend that on watches, man.
That
You see
was
what I'm
for
saying?
that was Ola, man. Ola's already been up, man. That's what
Yeah, but you call it you talking about first world this and first world that. Why is it
no,
when
but
it's
no,
the third world
I'm saying no.
blacks
I'm saying, look,
purchasing it? Y'all give a damn.
Principally, when you talk
What's
about
weak black? What's weak black? What's weak black at?
he's there, but principally, you gotta understand something. There's a difference between third world and first world. You know that, right? You know, it's third world, first world.
No,
Black
so
America.
but why is the first world blacks only desiring to organize when it's the third world black doing the organizing?
Yeah, I know because you have to. You're coming from third world situations. You know.
What doesn't even make sense, man.
Yeah,
You're
it
not making
does.
sense.
It does. Well, hold up. In our culture, principally, America, the first world, is about this thing called the Protestant work ethic and rugged individualism. That's America. You know,
But again, why?
hold on. What you're trying to do is you're trying to bring what works in the islands, your susus, your whatever you guys do to pull your money together. That does not work in an industrialized world. You know,
Bro, but why would you be jealous of
I'm not
the
jealous.
elements
Look,
that
hold
does
on.
work
Look,
from
I
the
am
third
not
world?
jealous. Personally, I am not jealous about what you guys do. You guys do what you guys do. Just that we have a different way of life. You know, we're not going to go to
No,
the
but you guys used to do the same exact thing as us,
Hold
so
on,
I don't even know
hold on. When
how
we
does that
were
work.
poor, hold up. When we were poor, hold up.
Oh man,
Hold up. Before we joined the mainstream of American society 100 years ago, yeah, we used to do that. Well, we don't do that anymore. The way of the Geechee's gone. You know.
so you celebrating that? Why would you celebrate? That's why I
I
have
say
my
no.
issue with you.
I'm
You
just telling you,
celebrating.
progress. Progress waits for nobody. But
It's not
people got
progress. It's only
jobs,
individual
funds, and
progress.
all
The
stuff like
collective is drowning, man.
healthcare, jobs, pension funds. They got access to subway systems, cars, airplanes, all stuff like that. The modern world meant something, you know. Living in the
But
modern world,
you're trading your community and the collective for individual success, which is
there is no
that's
collective.
what y'all
You don't
doing now.
understand something.
Y'all
There is
used
Kala,
to have it.
in America. There is no collective, bro. What
Kala,
part that you understand? We never
Kala,
was.
Kala. You see what I see here is you talk about first world, but the other color that live your first world, they can
Hold on,
correct you.
Let me ask you, Milani. Black cooperative economics is different than the collective. There's a difference. Black people could cooperate with each other as individuals. That works. We've always been about that, you know. But what he's talking about is everybody puts their money into one pool and nobody benefits. No, everybody wants to do their own business. Bamani's business is Bamani's business. I'm not gonna say, yo, Bamani, send me all your money. We're gonna do this collect. No, it don't work like that. You know?
Who does that? Who does that in the third
No,
world? Nobody even does it in
that's
the
what
third
I'm
world.
saying.
What?
Black people
Yeah,
do work together.
that's for people that don't know how to save money. That's for people that don't know how to save
Yeah.
money.
So the bottom line is this:
Bro,
if
even in America, they have what's that thing called in the banks where you have CDs where you lock your money in for several
yeah,
years.
that's
So
those.
how's that any different than a social?
Hold on. Black people do form investment clubs, but that's still though they usually family members, church members, it's fraternities and stuff like that. They form little clubs.
Again, no different than the Caribbean and the
Hold on,
Africans.
hold on. If you buy into that, right, you benefit. That don't mean if I have 10 black people who got an investment club, right? By your definition, I should be able to go to them and benefit from the dividends that come out. And I didn't put nothing in. You know, it don't work like that in the real world, bro. You know, in the real world, you put in the people who cooperate with each other benefit, and the people who don't, you know, if you ain't got no money to put in, whatever like that, you can't cooperate with what you don't have. You know.
Yeah, you don't get more money in with the Suzus, the whatever they call. You just
Yeah, I did that. I did a Susu. We did that one night. We did that. We raised $1 million in like 6 months. You know. But then you know how black people have all fell apart. You know, and it all fell apart.
Kala,
I mean,
We'll,
Kala, the
basically you
Suzu,
giving
the Suzu,
the money you getting, you just giving it back. You just get it back
Kala,
every
Yeah,
year.
well, yeah, we was trying that, you know, like that. I was in a couple of them. We made money. I made money,
Kala,
you know.
The Suzu I
We
see
we
here.
black got weak methods, man. What we black
So
talking about,
hold
man?
on. There's a
You
lot of
gotta change
black
your
people.
name, big
Hold on.
black,
There's
to
a
weak
lot
black,
of
bro.
black people. Oh, there's a lot of black Susus, African Americans as groups and whatnot. But you think there's got to be some national collective? That's not going to happen. Individuals get together of like mind. You know, you might have people who have a bowling club. You might have people have a ski club. You
Colin, was
might
you the
have a
second person to
fraternity
get
lot.
money from the Suzu? Like it was like your turn on the third try or something, and then
Yeah,
you got out.
I did that. You know, also, it was like a flowers water system. Once you get into the water, the whole thing is you bring two people in, and then those two people bring in two people, right? And if everybody brings in two people, by the time you got three layers down, you get pushed into the middle, right? I did, and I made $1,500, man, like in 2 weeks. You know,
Kala,
you know,
How long
get
you
free.
stayed in the Suzu?
I look after that. They switched it to another one, right? And I didn't get into the second one. And
Oh,
then I had then there was another one was using crypto, right? But I had a falling out with my producer for my radio show, right? and she kept my money, man. I put in like $100, and I was supposed to get my $500. She
Yeah,
goes,
straight
man,
up.
since you want to quit the radio station, or you want to go over with a gangster bill, I'm
So,
keeping your money and whatnot. She kept my money.
so
Kala,
the first
That's
Susan,
how it is. She go, you ain't getting your money, you know.
so the
Kala,
But
first Susan, you got your 1,500.
Kala.
You dropped out that
oh
way.
yeah, that $1,500 came in good. That was in
Yeah,
2020.
but you didn't complete the Susan. You went to
Yo,
another
look, I got my
Susan.
$1,500, man. And
Ka-
I was tired of calling. I
I've
was,
been mad
yo,
at you. I'm like, you got
yo,
some money, you
look,
done
I
with
was
the
tired of
Susan?
calling Negroes trying to get them to join and make sure you pay your $200 and all stuff like
ka- ka-
that. That was
Kala,
just
So
too much.
Kyla ran off with the Susu money.
Yo, man,
Yeah,
I
with the
said, yo,
Susan
man,
money.
I said, I'm out, man. I
You look
said,
the
yo,
same money get paid, like, you
I
know
made
what?
my
You
round.
can do
I
it
did
now.
my round. I completed my tier. I made it was $1,450, and I was like, man, I said, do
Kala,
I gotta keep doing? You know how much work that was, calling everybody and whatnot, bugging people, and only because it was me, Kala, and I hate it because most of the people that did it were my listeners, and
Kala.
people I knew, you know. And so but
Yeah,
I felt bad, man, because none of them ever made it to my level,
I know. That
yeah.
was some Akon type of shit you did.
So,
I ain't gonna say that, but
oh,
yeah.
speaking of Akon, you hear he abandoned his Akon City.
Yeah, that's it.
Did I? Was I right or was I right? Was
Yeah.
I right or was I right?
When he thumbing his finger at Black Americans, you all complaining too much?
Aka never have a city. Aka was just looking for money to. That's called
Bottom line, I
business.
said, look, how you gonna take a gangster rapper who was talking about thugging and you're gonna listen to this nigga as a serious Pan Africanist? I mean, black people, I swear to God, man, it's like, all
Kala,
right,
Kala. Aka gathered that land. Those are his property now. Let me just tell you, what I see here, Kala, is this. I don't know if people just want to make money on YouTube and make. You see, Black America target Black America in the easy way of making money on YouTube. Exaggerate it, blow it up. Sometimes I see a 70 years old man who talk like a 5 years old boy. You know how? There's a guy that came and said, African American, Black American different from Africa because African people don't grow beards. They don't have no Afro hair. We have it. That's what we're different. You see, how can you talk like that? Do you ever see the beards of African men? Somebody said, a Black American said, we know Africans because Africa don't grow beards. They have no Afro. You're like, huh? What's he talking about? Sometimes the worst part of the Black Americans are the one in this internet. They don't know nothing. They take something and blow it up just to create content and make money. Just more amount of money, but causing confusion everywhere.
yeah, I know. The most dangerous
Susie,
thing to
Susie talk
you
about,
give Negroes the internet, man. It's been
yeah,
the worst thing.
and Susie talk about, Susie took control money and give it to Tariq. That's their Susie. This is called business. If you don't know how to do, why LeBron James coming to buy it? You have multi-billionaires, but they don't buy no so. Look, the small hat people call small hat. They own the TV station, the radio station, the banks, and everything. You cannot be making noise of the past and say, "Oh, we have that." No, what you own now. You see, when Kyle West misbehaved, they took his money and threw him back to him. They say it was 1.7 billion. Out of the blue, it was 50 million. So all this black Negroes money, I think it's all audio money. It's not real money.
Yeah.
So they can make you $1 billion today. They can give you 50 million the next day. So
Right.
you
Well,
you have no power.
anyway, we gotta move right along. I gotta get Elvis back up. John, did you speak?
I'll
Nah,
drop
not
off.
yet. I
I'll
just
drop
been
off
listening.
Colin.
If you want to drop down for a second, John, I want to get Elvis back up.
Well, I haven't spoken yet, but
Okay, go ahead, speak.
yeah. I feel like people are just like we're talking about, people complaining and like essentially some people are just complaining about this essence thing. It's like human beings just love to complain, bro.
No,
It's like
Black America loves to complain.
no, it's not black or white. Let me
Black
give you an
don't know. Let's be
example.
honest with ourselves. Black America complain.
Nah, let me give
That's
you a
how
white example.
that's
Let
what
me give
we
you a
do.
white example. Let me give you a white example. When Trump won the election the first time, right? he had a speech called American Carnage. They call it American Carnage, where he's saying everybody taking advantage of America. That's the end of this. We're going to change that, right? Essentially complaining about how the rest of the world is treating him right now.
Oh,
The
America. Oh, we learned it from
reality,
white people. We learned it from white people.
one second, here's this though. The reality of what was happening was America is the global currency, lowest interest rates, lower interest rates than most other places in the world, right? Biggest military, still a manufacturing power, right? Um, Largest financial sector, right? Biggest GDP, right? And the list goes on and on and on. Now, are there problems? Yes, there are problems that need to be fixed. Of course, everybody's going to have problems. There's nothing never going to be perfect, right? And so this is the thing. We're just complaining, bro, because earlier you said in the white community where the universities build up the community. That's not even true either. Because if you go to Oakland and go to that same Berkeley area, there's poverty close
Oh,
to it. It's not that
well, I'm
far.
not talking about Berkeley, that area. I'm talking about the state of California.
Yeah, talk
The
about the
state of
state if you
California,
want.
most of their politicians, the main stuff that goes on in California and whatnot, the infrastructure, everything like that, they're graduates of University of Berkeley. I ain't talking about, yeah, there's always gonna be ghettos and everything like that. What that should have happened was there should have been a University of Oakland that should have served the black Oakland community.
Okay, but let's look at this. If you want to say you look at the state, then look at Atlanta. A bunch of HBCUs down there, right?
Well, like
And
I
look
said,
at the
hold up.
state
Yeah,
itself.
you just proved my case. You got a bunch of HBCUs and Atlanta's a freaking dump.
Nah, bro. Carla, this is what I'm saying.
I don't believe that. I don't believe. I'm
This
sick
is
of
what I'm
people
saying.
telling about
Carla,
Atlanta.
we're
Nah, Colin,
divorcing.
hold on. Colin, you been to Atlanta before?
That's what I'm saying.
No, but I heard enough about it.
Bro, I've
Oh,
been to
you gotta
Atlanta.
go, man.
What
It's
are you
nice. It's
talking
nice
about?
down there.
Yeah,
But
right.
hold on, JA, you low key a FBA closet supporter, bro. You're a
What
sympathizer.
I'm saying is, hold on.
You're
Let me
FBA
say this.
sympathizer, bro.
Let me say this, right? That if you look at, so Carla just said, okay, look at what the state is doing and what the colleges do for the state. I said, look at Georgia as a state with a bunch of HBCUs, and it's a relatively successful state.
Yeah, but hold
It's
up.
not the
Black people in Georgia. Okay, well, the actual question: why is Stacey Abrams running talking about we need to give black women supplemental income because tell me what the HBCUs did to provide the education and stuff like that for black women? Why black women, even
okay.
college education, need
Carla,
supplemental
again,
income?
It's a lower overall
again,
pay rate down there. They pay
look at
rate and
this.
minimum wage is lower.
Again, again, all over the world, women are being given supplemental income for various reasons. Look at South Korea. Look at some of the Scandinavian countries. They're trying to encourage birth rates and things like that through giving people money for having kids and stuff like that. Now, I don't know what Stacey Abrams exactly is talking about, but
Well, she talked to. She
again,
proposed if she won, she was running, which was right, that she would give black women a supplemental income because single black women with children were having it rough. Or not, in addition to welfare, she was going to give state funding, taxpayer funding, to as supplemental income, something like like $5,000 a month.
again, Carla, I get that point. Now,
No,
would that
it was like
work?
$800 a month.
I get that point. Would that work in the state to differentiate by race specifically to someone's going to put it in the courts? So odds are the courts are going to strike it down like they did with the black
Wait, hold on, but
farmers.
why were they even having that conversation in the first place?
But my point is, Carla, look at the reality of what's actually happening in the world. The countries that provide a safety net for the population are the richest countries in the world. Look at it. Look at the reality.
Well, I don't look. I have no problem with that, right? But
So this is my point.
the point I'm trying to make is that there was this idea that you got these HBCUs and whatnot, and I'm saying to myself, HBCUs for the most part don't do anything for the black community. So African immigrants and governments need to take these institutions over and see if they can educate their people in these institutions and bring them back home,
Carla,
put them to use.
that's
That's
not
what I
true
say.
in itself. Because
Hold
if
on,
you look at
hold
the
on,
reality again,
JA, hold on, JA.
HBCUs,
Jay, they're
HBCUs.
already complaining about black Caribbeans and Africans in the HBCUs.
One
And
second, brother.
previous to the Caribbeans and the Africans going to the HBCUs, they was bashing the HBCUs, talking about how they don't give good educations and da 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 da. So you're making a case that's kind of flawed because you're trying to argue a different perspective, but in reality, they're not utilizing the institutions that they already have and growing them and organizing amongst themselves. So technically, Kyler is right. You're kind of wrong.
Yeah,
You're just trying to
No,
defend
University of
them.
bro.
Tennessee is
Hold
a
No,
on.
really
Hold
good
on.
But
Hold on.
he has a
Hold
point,
on.
Principe.
Hold on. Let me give you a stat.
they've
Let me
been
give you a stat.
complaining
Let him
about
speak. Let him
HBCUs.
speak. Let him speak.
Let
Let
me
him
give you
speak.
a stat. Let me give you a stat because people are just rambling on with no facts, right? HBCUs produce something like 50% of black doctors in the United States. You get what I'm saying?
yeah.
Are they
That's a
servicing the
stat.
black community, or what are they? Where are they at?
The
Bro, it
problem is the
doesn't, bro,
endowment.
we,
The endowment is not
bro,
as large as predominantly white colleges and
bro,
universities, right?
bro,
And also, the government don't fund HBCUs the same way they fund predominantly white colleges and
bro.
universities.
universities.
I'm saying,
That's the
We
issue.
got
is
to
the
decide.
HBCUs organizing to come take over sectors and create their own clinics in the black community, or
No,
no?
Bro,
you don't get it. There is no damn black community, Principe.
Oh,
You don't
Carla,
get
don't
it.
say that.
Come
we
on, that's
No,
not
we
true,
you
got
actually
to
Carla. It's not true. That's
decide.
not true.
you actually think there's some black nation here in America. It's not. You know,
There's
we don't
black
have our
leadership
own
here in
structure here.
Carla. Yes, they are, man. Go to Atlanta. I want
No,
you to go to Atlanta, bro. You gotta go to Atlanta.
Bro,
Black people share the same common areas as white people. There's no black area, here.
Go to Atlanta, brother. Go to
bro,
Atlanta, man. It's
Yeah,
beautiful. Go down
hold
there.
on. Oh, hold on. Where all the
Go visit.
affluent black people live now? They live in Buckhead. Where's Buckhead mostly? White.
that's not true, Carla.
That's
You
not
gotta
true.
go to
They're all over,
Atlanta.
man. I've been
So
down
Most
there,
of
man. I
them
go
live
down there,
Atlanta,
bro.
in
Georgia, bro.
Banghead,
Bankhead
Carla. They live
is a
in.
slum. Bankhead's a slum.
Nah, it's not just Bankhead. It's not
They
just
live in different
Bankhead. You
areas.
gotta
It's
go
beautiful
down
down
there
there,
and see
man.
what's
You gotta
There's
happening.
go down
Gwinnett
there, man.
County. There's
That's
Macon.
why
There's Macon, Georgia.
yeah,
Bunch of
man.
different
Yeah, but
places.
you
I
got
salute
like
African
places
Americans
like
down in the
south
South,
of
man.
Georgia where it's like nice,
Especially Atlanta.
strong black community, nice Main Street, everything.
Oh yeah, we
You know
know
what I
that.
mean? Like,
We know that. But I'm saying is this though: all those black communities are tethered to the white community. You take away the white community,
but
those black
brother,
communities will die.
Carla,
But
Carla,
they
that's
have
not
to
true,
be,
Carla. It's
Carla.
not
Whites
true.
are the
Carla,
majority. Whites
Carla,
get the
So that's what
majority
I
of the
said.
funds to run
I'm
cities.
trying to tell Principal that he wants to see some black people. Go talk to the white people because like this.
boss,
Look,
Oh, man.
Carla.
Carla,
That's in the case.
blacks
But
is only
you look at
13 to
those
Let me give
14%
you an
of the
cities,
example.
country, bro.
Carla,
Let me give you an
Carla.
example about something happened to me today. Right, all right. I have this client of mine, older black guy. Right, he's like 75, 76 years old. Right, comes to my office. Right, I've been trying to get this guy for like weeks to give him his new plan, whatever, like that. He comes in and whatnot. I say, okay, yeah, I gave him the address, my office, whatnot. So I saw him come outside. I said, so you got somebody come in? I said, yeah, Mr. Jackson. I said, Joe, he's about to pull off. I said, hey, come inside. Right? He comes inside, right? He can barely walk, wherever. He sits down, right? And I said, okay, well, I need to check out your information. I need your Medicare card, your Medicaid card, all that stuff like that. This guy's like, "Are you sure you legit?" I said, "You see what? I'm at my office. I see. Hey, I got your thing on my computer right here. But how you know all my information, right? Blah, blah. Just give me a third degree, questioning my professionalism and all stuff like that." And finally, I was about 2 seconds to tell him, "Okay, sir, go home. Leave me alone. Leave my office. Go ahead, go home. Get out." Then he finally gave his stuff and let me take it. Then, after everything, right, I did his health risk assessment, all stuff like that. I'm helping you out. I told you, look, I'm helping you out. Of course I'm getting paid, but I'm helping you out. So anyway, afterwards, right, I get in. He's leaving, right? He said, "Do I got anything?" I said, "Yeah, well, it's all gonna be electronically sent to you. Whatever. Yeah, if you don't have an email, we're gonna ahead and send it to you by mail." So he go, "I want something." So I gave him my business card, right? It has my picture on it, right? This nigga was holding my fucking pit card to my face. Talking
Carla,
about
that's a man doing his due diligence
no,
as a
no, no,
black
no.
man. You
It's
should
like no.
appreciate
It's
that.
the fact of the matter is, if I was white, he wouldn't have done that. I know it. I know it. I have white
That may
agents.
be true, Carla, but there's an
No, but
element
I'm
of
saying so when you
scammers
talk
out there
about the
too.
so-called black community, when it don't exist, but like I said, you
But
guys.
you don't know if that guy got scammed in the past. That's why he might be,
Right.
Look,
a little
look, I just told
paranoid.
him reassured him. I know you. I said, I know you'll probably beat your whole life, and nobody like. He said, yeah, nobody ever did nothing for me. I don't care. I can't believe this is. I said, dude, my friend, it's real. And I broke it down to him. I've been doing this for 20 years. Blah blah blah. Even introduced my sister. I said she's the president of our agency. He go, this is gonna all be a setup. I was like,
Carter, did you build trust with him before? Did you
I
build
built
rapport
trust
with
with him.
him?
Yeah, I've been talking to the guy for like 2 weeks on the phone, and I talked to his
Carla,
brother-in-law. I built trust,
Carla.
but he just like at the last minute when he comes up here because I talked to him on the phone. When he gets to see me, he sees I'm black, right? I guess on the phone I sound white. I guess he gets there, he sees I'm black, and he wants a question. Look, it's not just me. I have one of my other agents, Al, sweetest guy in the world, he's from New Jersey, and I noticed that too. He gets the same thing sometimes when people had this one guy that came in to our office, and this Jamaican couple came in. They were just giving him a hard time, asking him about who are you, blah blah blah, how are you? Because they now my other agent, right? Yeah, well, the white guy, right? He's on vacation right now. He can go into the blackest neighborhood. He's coming out with a thing, and they're like, "Oh, they're like, okay, Mr. Paul, blah 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 blah." He knows he's my top salesman because you know what all his clients are black, right? I shouldn't be having us black agents should not even have any competition with white people. But you got other white guy that's
Well,
more.
Carter, that's the psychology of this country, right? White people have
Well, hold
saying
on,
are
hold on,
saying
hold on,
as more
hold on.
trustworthy.
The thing is, though, like I told you, there was a Haitian lady, right, in Miami who just made partnership. I praised her; she just made partnership, but she was saying, "Yeah, we got the whole Haitian community here. Our agents, we all work with our community that speak Haitian Creole." She said, I don't know what the hell that is, but she said, "Hey, we're partners, blah blah blah, and
You got
everything."
you got Principal on the panel. Ask him what it is. Learn
Yeah.
something new.
I don't know. I don't care what it is.
Haitian Creole is a mix
All I
between
know is
French and African
she
languages.
said she said she has the community, the whole community comes to hey, that's how she grew so fast because she got the
But
whole.
she
I'm
probably also
sure she
built trust
networked, Carla. She
because
went out
there's
there. She knew the
also
churches.
Yeah, I
She
know,
knew
but
the
yeah,
I'm saying,
exactly,
gatherings, the
exactly.
organizations.
hold up. But I'm
It's
saying these people stick together.
referrals. Not only but Kyle, there's scammers also in the Haitian community, bro. So
Yo,
Right.
she
she
like
made
Elvis said,
she
she
made
built a lot of
partnership.
trust
She
and
made partner.
a positive impact.
She made partnership. She's like a millionaire now. She made partnership. So I said that's a remarkable for a Haitian. She's like, yeah, I'm the first, second generation
You
Haitian.
said she's from
What you what you
Miami,
what you,
Fort
what you what you
Lauderdale
what you
Let me
area,
ask you a
Carla.
question,
She's
Carla.
from Miami,
Carla,
what you
Miami.
what you what you mean for a Haitian? What you mean for
Carla,
that for a Haitian?
What you talking about?
Carla's
The fuck?
condescending. Right?
What did I
Carla,
say?
You said for a
You said for
Haitian.
a
What do you
Haitian.
mean?
The hell that mean?
What did I say? I didn't say nothing.
You
What did
said
I
This
for a
say?
guy.
Haitian, Carla. That's like saying for a black person, that's pretty good. You know what I mean?
Carla. Let me
Oh
ask you a
no, I'm
question,
saying it's
Carla.
because they're a minority group, whatever like that. And I look, I guess because the large numbers of Haitians down there, she has a good customer base.
Carla, let
But
me ask you a
Carla, do you
question.
do you think you network good in Virginia, or you said that they
We
don't
have
like people
we
from the
have
north?
look,
Carla,
look. Bottom line, we have the largest agency here,
But
right?
may I ask you a question, Carla, too?
Carla, let
Was
me
he a
ask you a
referral to
Well,
question.
we're
you?
an associate agency.
Let me ask
Was
you
he
a
referred
We're,
to you?
question.
we're not partners yet.
Carla,
What?
Carla, can I ask you a question? Let me ask you a question, Carla. Right? So all the issues you said you had, right, with that one guy or whatever, or other people, whatever it is, you're still the largest agency, right? Let me ask
Yeah.
you a question. Let me ask you a question. Are the majority of your clients black or
Oh
white
no,
or
I
the
would say
blend?
about half and half. White, black, Filipino, Latinos, and whatnot. We don't have a monopoly. No, you kidding me? The only only people that got a monopoly on the black community have like 90% black or white people. This is a deep side. This is a
That's
side.
not true, Carla. That's not true.
Nah, but if you got 50%, Carla, what's percentage of black people in Virginia or wherever
Well, this is
you're
large,
marketing?
but I'm saying like this: if I basically what I do, if
You're
I
above
had,
average on black
if
folks.
I had, look, if all the black people, right, and just said, you know something, we're gonna use this black agency. We're number one, black. Well, we got this other couple in Richmond, black couple in Richmond. They're really good, They're bigger than ours, but
So,
they're really
Carla, if that happens, do you think you then have a responsibility to give back to the community? What would you do
Of
to
course
give
I am.
back to the
Of course I
community
would. We
if they
already give
support
back
your
to people.
business?
We do events and whatnot. I do food pantries. We do all that shit like that. We do all that shit in the community.
All right, that's good.
We do
But
all
Oh
that.
yeah,
Carla,
because a
Carla,
lot of
why?
people that make money from the
Mhm.
community never go back to give back.
We have to. That's part of our business. We go back to the community, run health fairs. We do a lot of stuff. We do food giveaways, food drives. We do all that stuff like that. Clothing drives. We do all this stuff like that.
All right, that's good.
So the bottom line,
But
so we get back to the community. But the whole thing is, like I said, black people over the last couple of years, I could say, what I always say to myself, Had we still been in segregation, I'd be fucking rich because
Carla,
Colin,
this is the
Colin,
thing
Colin,
though,
hold on,
Carla.
John. Hold on.
Listen,
Hey,
one second,
hold on,
Principe.
Jay.
Principe, let me say something real
Col-
quick.
Go ahead,
Because let
go
me
ahead.
get back to what we were saying. Carla was saying that black community is not really isolated in a sense. It's interspersed with white communities, right? Now, that is true, right? But that's has always been the factor in America. And as a matter of fact, if you even look globally, the China growth that China had didn't come from China in itself. It also came from China trading with the rest of the world, right? And so you can't build these things in isolation, total isolation. Tulsa, Oklahoma was successful partly because it was around white
White
businesses
people,
too,
yeah, they sold to white people.
and
Tulsa
around the
is not
oil
exclusively for
wealth of
black
that
people.
area. You see what I'm saying? It's not like they just did it on their own, just all black people, just with black people. No, it was a function of the area and what was happening with the oil wealth and things like that in the area, and them getting some of that money too.
Yeah. But Kyla,
Now,
Baruti
when
made a
it comes to
statement talking about the
media,
endowments of HBCUs. Are you familiar with it?
yeah, but hold up, white institutions their endowments would be in the billions.
No,
Black
that's what he's saying. He's putting
black
the
endowments,
Baruti.
200 million.
Let me
I guess
ask him the
that's good
question,
for a
Kyla.
black college. That's good for a black
Baruti, Baruti, what's your point? Are you saying that they're lower relative to white institutions, or are you saying
college.
they're pretty high?
He think we're gonna be impressed by
No, let him
a
give
$200 million endowment. You
a
know,
follow up comment because I'm
that's
guessing he's trying to prove to you that maybe they're not comparable with the white institutions. But go
no. I
ahead,
think
John. My
it
bad.
is. He wants to say that's comparable. $200 million.
hey, let me
I do that.
ask one other question, Carla, before and then I'm gonna drop down, right? Um, you're planning on stop doing these streams? You're saying?
Yeah, my stream thing is up at the end of the month, right?
Kyla,
And
just close your eyes and pay the $200,
no,
man.
no, 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 no. It's like this. I have a lot of work to do this summer.
Okay,
A
okay.
lot of work to do this summer. I have certifications coming up in August, right? I got 7 certifications to do, right? Plus a new company. I'm an MGA. I got to do my certification for my agents do it, right? And also I got my continuing education, So I got a lot of work. I'm gonna knock all that out in the month of
I hear you.
August. In the first week of September, I'll be done.
Question
All
for
right,
you,
I
Carla.
got you.
Who do you have to pay the 200 to? Because I'm thinking of maybe starting up a channel, and it'll be good to get some
Oh,
guys on there to have these
well,
discussions.
hold up. If you got a YouTube channel, you go to StreamYard.
Uh-huh.
Go to StreamYard, and I'm gonna tell you right now. Part of the thing is, if you're gonna do this, you got to be committed to it. It's
Yeah,
not
yeah.
easy every night because you could be like, I
Yeah,
sacrifice.
I do it, but I'll need a co-host because I can't be on it like
And so the bottom
every
line is,
night.
I did this for the most part. And by the way, anybody else, I mean, Dollar Bill talked the other day. We talked for a long time the other day.
Oh, that's
That's
good,
good.
man.
That's good. We miss Dollar Bill, man.
Well, he
Him and
listen.
Elvis need a show
He
together.
listen to the
So
show. He
Him,
listen
question,
Elvis and
Carla.
J.A.
Question, Carla. You can't stream directly through YouTube, I guess.
Yeah, you can stream less to YouTube, but you can't have an audience unless I set up like a Google number. People call in. I'll give a number where people call
Oh.
and they'll be on speaker or whatever. Like you could do it like that. But
And so you
for the
have to
most,
pay StreamYard 200 a month, essentially.
no, no. If you just like that for righteous, right? She
Mhm.
basically does her thing through YouTube because she can't afford the.
Kyla,
No, I'm dead serious. That's what it is. She be like,
So
you
wait,
just
what do
want
you
to
have to
talk
pay
shit, man.
StreamYard to get up and running? What do you have to pay them?
huh? It's like
What do
You
you have to
got
pay
a
them?
7-day free trial. You can start up that way see if you get
Yeah,
some
well,
traction.
they give you like a 2 week free trial, and then all of a sudden they say you're gonna do it, and it's like what's it, $200 $29 a month. But you got to pay it up for a year, so it's like $300. So, but
Oh, so you
like I
pay
said,
$300 and it's for a
I don't want to
year?
be. I don't want to commit to a whole. That means a whole year. I got to do it. Now, if I find out they do month to month, I might just do it because I can
Oh,
stop whatever like that. I really want to start doing my conference calls again. It's getting heavy. As a month's coming when I'm getting ready to go to Liberia again with this tour, and we're going over there and whatnot. I need to start getting my stuff ready for my conference tour. Who's going to come with me? Who's going to go over there? Who's going to be an investor? I'm going to try to have investors. I got a lot of stuff I'm going to do in Liberia. So, So I can't be on StreamYard.
Tyler has 1776 been trying to come up, and you've been not letting him up.
He hasn't come up, and I really don't like. I guess he
So,
changed my opinion about that.
Kyler, you just got to
Carla,
delegate the channel, man. You got to
let me ask Carla one more
just do a
question if
couple
that's all
days,
right.
let Elvis have a show, couple days, let
I
J.A.
ain't
have
gonna
a
do it.
show,
I can't
Dollar
do that.
Bill have a
No,
show.
I was talking about one channel. We'll try to get it up and
Let me
running.
ask you a question.
Okay.
I'll probably need a
Because that's the
co-host
thing I'm
though
wondering.
to
Because
host when I'm not
if
on.
Carla's gonna drop down, what would be good is if we kind of knew where to go before he drops down. Because if he drops down, and we don't know where to go.
What
Then
Carter said is that
everybody's gonna
what
get
at the end of the
lost.
month, Carter, before the end of the
Oh
month,
yeah,
I'll get
well
the
look, I'll
channel.
be still doing uploading. I'll be still doing lives, but it just won't be StreamYard. You'll still be able to see me live. I'll be just probably do lives from my office, and I'm just doing like, but I won't be like Afro Think Tank. That guy. I think he's losing his mind. I think he's nuts. Because he comments on everything. When somebody's on and they just fire up their camera and just start talking off the top of their head, I can't do that. But I do street. I think you know who I'm going to be more like. I do Nefertiti, whatever his name is, Dessalines, whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
If Akari
He
Desali,
does good stuff
shout out to
because
him.
you could tell he's measured. He talks about a topic and he leaves other topics alone. Afro Think Tank just comments on everything.
No, I
It's
think you don't like that. He's liberal in his political ideology.
no,
You don't
no,
like
it's
that.
So
not that.
Carla,
He tries to mix liberalism and he's failing because
Carla,
You
Hold
let
on,
don't
me
like
hold on,
ask
that,
you a
Kyler,
Carter.
but
question.
You
hold
it
disagree
might be
with
working for
liberal
him though,
Carla,
Kyler.
up,
His channel, his channel's
hold up,
growing and working for him.
hold up.
Carla,
He
let me ask you a
basically,
question, Carla.
he's going crazy
You
over his FBA. Look, the bottom line, what he needs to do is say like this: we don't like FBA, whatever like that, right? But he got to understand they have a friggin' legitimate beef, a lot of stuff. He
True.
tried to delegitimize that and basically put the onus on Black America to love Africans. Look, a lot of these people be saying some stuff that I'm saying to myself, like, God, how am I going to defend this shit? You want me to play some shit? You know?
Carla, Carla,
That's
you
true,
planning on going to the
but
end of the month? You said right.
Yeah, to the end of
yeah.
the I
Okay, so
got
if
to
any
go
one of us
to
wants to
look.
start a
But matter of fact,
channel,
I don't know if I'm going to Delaware or not. With our group, we're going to Delaware on the 29th. I don't know if I'm going to be able to go, so I might be working. I might work all the way to the end of the month. If I don't go to Delaware, I'll be doing this to July 31st.
okay, so anybody that wants a channel has got to get it up and running
Yeah,
at the
I'll do
time.
it. I mean, Jonathan's been trying to get me to do it, but I think I'll do it. Not, I didn't want to step on College toes. I mean, I'm comfortable here, but if College really gonna
Look,
drop off, then I
I
pretty much
urge
have to do it.
anybody, man. If you got a friggin' no, I look. The bottom line is this: I'm still gonna do shows, but I probably shall probably grow faster if I'm just doing shows and people in the chat room like live stream, which we call it, and just people can comment. You can still comment in the chat room, and stuff like that. The moderators will stay the same, all that stuff like that. The moderators, all that stay the same, and then basically you can comment whatnot. I'll do a show. I'll just do like it won't be 5 hours. It'll be just like, okay, let's talk
Right,
about this topic, right? And boom, it will be
right.
like an hour, and I'm done.
We'll still watch your stuff, and we'll still watch your
Yeah,
Yeah.
stuff.
but
So I
we
don't
like to
know.
But the
converse,
live,
Carla.
the
We like to
lives will be
converse and
done on
conversate.
IG. You know what
So
I mean?
if you can't
Oh,
provide that, I'll
you'll be doing.
provide it
You'll be doing a lot
in
of
your
typing.
absence.
You'll be converting with me through typing. You won't hear me.
Converging, Carla. The word's
Whatever.
converging.
But Kyler, but why not just delegate the channels shows like you just
Forget
do
about
one
the
show a week and that?
delegate, bro. You don't want to come delegate. I'll start a channel. We'll all just go on there and just talk
Okay,
shit. That's all.
Yeah.
okay,
Don't worry
okay.
about it.
But
Yeah, the thing
can we
is,
get back on topic then?
Afro think
Man.
tank,
Go your
Afro
thing.
think tank, he
Go
got
your
his
thing. And then
own
also,
method.
if you want to, you can have me on as a special guest. I'll come on.
So
Nah,
so
Carla, it
Kyler,
would be because I don't want to have to mute you or drop you down. It's
you
just
don't
gonna
have to
be
drop them
embarrassing
down,
because I
Elvis.
know
You can,
Drop
you're
them
trying
down,
to take
Elvis.
over the show.
it'll
You
Hey,
be
want
your
to let
that's all
other
right.
chance.
people
Come on
speak.
in, come
It'll
on
be your
in,
chance
Carla.
to
I want
get
you to
back
come,
at me.
100%.
Nah, I
Just
don't
drop
want to
them
do
down,
that because I'm
Elvis.
not like that, Carla.
You got to mute his mic, Elvis. Mute his mic.
It'll be your chance to get back.
Imagine
I'm
Carla's
not.
gonna be like,
I'm not a quitter.
I
I ain't
made this
quitting.
motherfucker,
I
and now he
look,
think he can block me and
look,
drop
I
me
said
down.
this a year ago. I only wanted to do this for 1 year. I'll see how it goes. I can't be Dynasty Samir, man, because I can't be that. I'm not giving up.
How do you think Diners got so big? You think he quit when things wasn't going his way?
But the thing is, though, hold up. The difference with
But Dynasty is
Dynasty.
not that big, honestly. He's okay, but he's not great. He's not
Hold
a
on. My
massive
whole
channel.
thing is okay.
Stop
Dynasty
hating
has
on the bro, man.
Dionysus
No,
does
I'm
his
not
thing,
hating.
man,
It's
but
just
he's selling
by
tours
numbers,
and stuff like
he's a
that. I'm not
decent
selling
sized
tours.
town.
Yeah,
That's
I
why
mean
I'm
that's the
asking China.
thing with you. You got a full time job. You got a hook. That's the thing
Yeah,
with
so I
doing it.
got a
You
life.
know,
Yeah, I got a life. I don't have this ain't my bread and butter, you know. So,
And
like I
Dinas
said,
has changed a lot because now he's having bigger debates and more discussions, bigger discussions.
yeah, that is shot is pretty good.
man,
He's doing
he's
well.
all
He's
right.
doing
But
well.
the
Yeah.
bottom line is just I don't know. It's just I think what
Afro
you call
Think
I
Tank's
do
not
more,
doing
but I
bad
think
either because
I do
Afro Think
better if
Tank's
I was
videos be
just
getting
basically
3,000
just
views,
doing the
4,000
shows
views.
like
That's not
All
bad.
right.
just doing
Okay.
this.
Okay. So Baruti is saying that the HBCU endowments are low. Relative to white, predominantly white institutes. That are medium sized or state supported. Like North Carolina. AT and A&T versus not. No. So like most of these white schools get a
I'm gonna
whole
drop
lot more
down.
money. Get a whole lot more money than
Hold on.
HBCUs.
HBCUs was tethered to African countries, right? And invested their things in mining companies, mining and storing gold bullion and all kind of. They would have endowments in the billions and billions of
Not
dollars.
even about that, Colin. Just having governments, right, or even just private citizens sending their people to schools at HBCUs in the United States. That could be another way to
Elvis,
increase the
Elvis,
endowment for
Elvis.
the university.
Endowments come. I do endowments, right? Endowments come is when you have a certain amount of money, right? You roll it over to an endowment, right? And endowment
You
basically
to
you can
invest it.
borrow against it. You could it just keeps growing. It's a
Mhm.
portfolio of product of all kinds of stuff like mutual funds, hedge funds, bank ETFs, all stuff like that. That's what an endowment is. A whole bunch of different financial instruments, trust, and all this stuff
Yeah,
like
but
that.
with that endowment, you can. That's where you can do a lot of investment back into the universities.
Yeah,
Building new labs,
hold on.
building
When
new.
you have a big endowment, right? What you do is, like, say you have a endowment worth $1 billion, right? A university can get a line of credit. Just say for if he has a $2 billion endowment, a university could say, you know something, we're gonna give you $1 million for this project, for this research project, whatever like that. That's how it comes.
Yeah, and also
So the
alumni can
interest and they
donate.
and they pay it off, but the interest on the endowment, if you have like a $2 billion endowment, you're making like $50 million a day in interest.
Not a day, Colin.
Month, whatever. And so
Maybe a
you're
year.
taking that money, that millions of dollars that you make every day, and you're giving it into grants and groups and study and that's how institution grows. And
That's
matter
what
of
I'm
fact,
saying. So how many black doctors are going back to their?
even like institutions like the Hoover Institute, the Brookings Institute, they all got endowments. That's how they pay heavy salaries and stuff like that to their staff members. They publish books. They do all kinds of stuff. They do lectures, everything, and policy. When they have lawyers draw up policy, and then what
Yeah,
they do is they take that policy, right, and they
yeah,
try to
but
push it to
these are consulting
lobbyists.
firms, Carla. They
Yeah.
get paid for their work. But the point that Baruti is making, and I don't know if you agree with it, that if these HBCUs make a more concerted effort to get in touch with African nations and try to educate Africans in the
Well,
United
hold on.
States at the universities,
But
would
Elvis,
that be a
HBCUs,
good
Elvis,
idea?
HBCUs have been involved with Africa
That was
countries.
before, but we're talking now, making an accelerated effort to
I know,
do
like
so.
University of
Elvis.
Tennessee is all over Africa. They are there, but the whole thing is this, though. I just think that Africa is like a side thought. It's not the main thing. I
And
just
that's
think
Baruti's point that they should make it a main thing because there's a lot more people on the continent
there's
that want
people.
to come to
There's people.
university in the United
Hold
States.
on. If you're getting money from the federal government, right? Federal government, right? You got to go there, buck dance, shine, tell how American you are. You got that American flag out. We're American institution, stuff like that. Soon as you start rumbling with foreign states and whatnot, America's like, well, geez, we don't know. You guys are doing this Pan African thing. So the university got to look at that. They got to look at also groups like the Ford Foundation and stuff like that who give endowments to money for HBCUs. They're gonna steer the. It's all about who has the money. If white corporate America is funding HBCUs, they're gonna steer towards their interests. That's how they control Black America. They control Black America
So
by controlling that.
ask Baruti the question then. Baruti, how do you think that will work? Would it be a conflict of interest in terms of national
Of course it
interest with
will.
African
Of course it
nations?
will. If Baruti
What
don't.
would be a solution,
Rudy
Baruti?
doesn't get it. He just thinks that we could just oh yeah, we're just gonna be this black power pan African. That's not the reality, bro. That's not the
Well,
reality.
hold
It's
on.
still
Ivy
America.
League schools, Kyler,
Yeah,
recruit
Ivy League school get a
Chinese
lot of international
Indians,
students, Carla.
and all these
Yeah,
type of
I
different
know
schools
that.
from
But I'm
around the
saying is
world.
this, well, but where does the money come from?
What do you mean?
Most black, hold on,
From
most
their
black,
governments, man.
hold on. Most black people in most black colleges in America are relying on corporate America for funding. African,
Again, did Ivy League schools haven't lost government funding due to international
Carla, these
students coming
kids
to the
pay
schools,
tuition. Carla, these students pay
and they
tuition.
get
yeah, no,
additional
hold on. Hey,
funding
tuition is
from
not
their
the
governments in the
tuition
No,
is
country.
but when you
nothing.
say they're defending, they're not only depending on the government. The government
Tuition nothing. Hold on.
subsidizes them, but
You
most
have
of
to
their money
have
come from
alumni.
tuition.
Elvis, you have
No,
to
but I'm
have
saying their
alumni.
money from their
You have to
government.
have alumni, and you got to have sponsorship. You know, corporate America sponsors universities because they want certain things. Political parties, like the Democrats and the Republicans, also fund universities because they want certain things, ideologies pushed. You know, so people who believe in the climate thing. You know, they're in universities. All these thing forces are in universities
Yeah.
because
Can you imagine, Carla, if you got each of these university partnering with different African countries and using that as a pipeline
But
for new
Elvis,
I know,
students?
but the
Elvis,
thing is,
can
though,
I
well,
ask Elvis a
somebody has to
question?
fund that. You know, if African
Elvis,
countries had money,
Hold on. Let Carla
money,
speak
billions
real
of
quick.
dollars to fund these HBCUs, yeah, but they got to come up with the money. As long as white America and the corporate America is funding black HBCUs, you know, they're gonna
Well, they're
steer it.
not taking anything away. That's the point. They're not spending money in Africa. Africans are coming here to spend money in
Hold
the
up. You know, let
HBCUs.
me tell you something, Elvis. Black HBCUs, as far as African Americans, whatnot, it's all about creating a class of black people for corporate America, whether it's the workforce or the professional workforce, Black America,
To be the
that
boule, right?
serves
Like the
white.
boule.
Oh, that serves white corporate interests. You know,
That's what I'm saying. Like that's what the boule is for, right?
just
That
saying. So
they
no, it's just it's Black America. You know,
no, I'm saying the boule is specifically
people
said to be
graduate
working
from
for
college,
white
right?
interests.
So hold up. You know, bottom line is this: they ain't white interest. It's reality. You know, I hate when people talk about the boule. Hold, I got my cousin Debbie. She graduated with Letitia James at University of Long Island, right? My cousin Debbie's a millionaire. Now, if she basically didn't do that, whatnot, she would not be a millionaire. She's a multimillionaire in real estate and several businesses in New York City. You know, so the bottom line is this: I hate when people talk about the boule. When they look, the bottom, those are just jealous black people who fucking hate black people who are successful.
But Steve,
Successful
what
black
is he?
people.
Steve Coakley, or what does that do? Was it Steve
What?
Coakley? You know Steve Coakley, right?
Steve Kofi is from Chicago.
Yeah. The dude who used to do this thing about COINTELPRO, talking about the
Oh,
black
hey,
vote,
that dude
right?
was a clown. That dude was a fucking clown. I know his
I
brother.
mean, I learned a lot of things from him. I mean, it
This
was
dude was a joke, man. You know, like I said, the bottom line, you got these clowns running around for generations and whatnot. Like I said, if you were not on the Ebony magazine top 100, even not, you were somebody.
Kyler, why is he a joke? Why is he a
Because
joke?
the bottom line, he basically, look, when people come around with these conspiracy theories, right, that they can't prove, they
now
cannot.
COINTELPRO was a real thing.
No, it's not. No, it's not. You know, people like
Sigma Pi Phi
hold on,
is a
hold on,
real
hold on, hold on,
sorority
hold on, hold on.
fraternity, Carla.
You know what foiled Black America? It was black people themselves. And what we use COINTELPRO, truth was, no, like Eldridge Cleaver once said, he goes, the truth was, Eldridge Cleaver said this, not me. He said, truth was, it wasn't COINTELPRO. He goes, we just simply, black people were just not serious. It was a joke. You know, we get together, it was about partying, meeting chicks, whatever like that. And then we started going out there messing with freaking white girls and all stuff like. He thought Eldridge Cleaver laid it down. He said we the Black Power movement wasn't a real movement back then. White people didn't have nothing to worry about with us. You know, that's what he said. You know, we were no real threat to these people. It was just the idea that had to be killed, destroyed. That black people could stand up and do like that. It was the image of the Black Panthers that was a threat to them. You know, not Black Panthers. White America didn't care about no damn Black Panthers. It was just like the image of it. Black men walking around with leather jackets, holding guns and
The
whatnot.
leather jacket. What the leather jacket got to do with anything, Carla?
Oh no, it was an
The
image.
guns was the
Look, at the
thing.
time
Not the
they
leather
wore a
jacket.
leather jacket. That was like a symbol of in black
Being
in
a
American culture.
badass.
That was symbol of rebellion. Like the white guys, bikers wore leather jackets. You know, Black Panther wore leather jacket was a symbol of rebellion. You know, of an outcast and rebellion. So these guys wore the berets and the leather blazers and whatnot. And so they will look at, and all of a sudden, the image of them to most black people was uplifting.
They,
He
yeah, they
let
were cool, man. They were cool dudes with their afro, their leather jackets, and
so
their
so so
their African medallions and shit.
like
They
Bobby
were cool.
Seale, Edgar Cleaver said, man, but in the Bible, he goes, we were young. And these guys were only like in their 20s. These were young guys, you know? They didn't know what they were doing, you know? They're like mature men, like experienced. Because after a while, even the guy Geronimo Pratt said, he said, I see now that what we were trying to do was not going to work. It was unrealistic. A lot of them had that
Tyler,
Jesus moment. They said, look, that wasn't going to work. You know, we tried that. We thought we could overthrow the government and create this socialist paradise. He said that wasn't going to work. You know,
true, true, true. There was a lot of it was over the top militancy, and it's
Joe
not,
Obama said,
it's not
I
practical.
can't associate with a quit. Dude, I am not quitting. I am just basically regrouping. I mean, I like if you guys just like entertainment, you know, I can't just sit here and do entertainment every night.
Tyler, just say you got to take a break because you got a lot of important shit to do. We
I do got a lot
understand
of
that.
important shit. You know,
Yeah,
people.
but don't just quit. If
You
you're gonna be back after your shit is done, then yeah,
I
let's
tell you, I
hear that.
tell you what, you know, I got like over 300 videos, 300 videos, you know, 340 videos. You can sit there and watch all my. I said
No,
all there
but
is to be
people
said.
want to engage with you on
You know
current
what I'm saying?
events, man.
So you know, people. I said all that needs to be said.
People
You
want to
know,
rumble, Carla.
I
People
said
want to rumble,
all that
dog.
needs to be said. So all people have to do is just go back, listen to what I have to say and whatnot until I get back online and whatnot. You know, you can just listen to what I have to say and whatnot and say, man, like anytime you got this Rico Miller, this guy hated me for it. Now he said, well, I see what you're coming. You know, I'm not anti-black American. You know, I am not trying to tell black people in America they got to be something they're not. You know, I'm trying to tell you an idea is that you cannot divorce yourself from your African heritage, right? And the natural reaction is this: we were sojourning to America, right? America, we did our culture and the history didn't begin in America. Why should it end in America? That's just common sense, you know.
Okay,
So what's
okay,
next?
I got a question. I got a question for Baruti though. Baruti, I hope you're listening. Do you think that corporations or corporate America respect HBCUs degrees? And if so, why don't more black professional go to HBCUs if they're respected in the corporate world?
But Elvis, a lot of black people already do. Most of the,
Yeah, most
like
of
I
the
think
corporate America go to HBCUs.
Nah, but
over
Baruti,
60 percent.
Baruti is telling
It's
you
actually
that the enrollment for HBCUs are really low relative to white colleges.
no, actually, enrollment right now.
From who? From who? What do you mean by that?
He just posted some statistics in the chat in his last comment
All
that
colleges
only
are lower right now.
16% of African are matriculating into 4-year degrees in HBCUs.
I don't
That's
know where you
really
get
low.
that from. The
16% of
University,
all
the
college,
University
going.
of Tennessee has let me see. Let me look it up. Let me look it up. I could be wrong. Let me look it up. You know.
But Elvis, even Trump, I know you don't like Trump. He had a whole speech about how HBCUs are the biggest producers of the educated class and or 4-year degrees in the black community. So I don't know what Baruti's talking about. You know what I mean? And my question to you and Kala, you guys are talking about African countries partnering with HBCUs in the age of FBA. Well, how you think the FBA people will see that? Because there's already a lot of Caribbean and African people in HBCUs,
Yeah, and
and
that's
they
the thing.
do
That's
like
one of the things
MBA
that's
there.
kind of keeping it afloat a little bit because a lot of Africans actually do go to HBCUs, which is crazy.
Exactly. So that's what I
This
was
is
saying to JA because
okay.
a
Here it
lot
is
of
right
African
here.
Americans was
Here it is
bashing
right
it.
here. Hold up. And this is like from 3 years ago. In the fall of 2022, HBU historically black collectively enrolled just under 290,000 students. Right. That represents a significant increase of 30% compared to 1996. So what is Brewery talking about? I don't know.
Well, that's
While enrollment,
1996, Kyla. But
hold on.
give what's the overall number of black people going to college, and what does that number
Yeah,
mean?
290,000 students is a lot of people, you know. He said,
If
while
it's out of
enrollment,
if it's out of 3 million, then
hold on, listen to this.
it's not a whole lot.
Hold on. While enrollment saw a dip in 2020, it has since rebounded with some institutions and sort of noticed surge. Here's more of a detailed look at HBCU enrollment. Overall, HBCU spike representing a small percentage of all U.S. post-secondary institutions play a crucial role in educating black graduates. 8% of the black undergraduates population and pop produces 13% of all bachelor's degrees are by black students. 13%. That's still a lot, While overall enrollment has generally increased since 1976, it peaked in 2010 at 326,000 students, dipped in 2020, then saw a rise again. And some HBCUs has significantly enrollment
Yeah,
increased.
that was probably because of Deion Sanders when he was at Jackson
No,
State. A
I
lot of
think
black
look,
people wanted to
hold
go
up,
to HBCUs.
hold up. When they banned affirmative action, right, at the white colleges, right, when the ages a couple years ago, HBCU enrollment soared.
You think that's because black people got more rejections?
No, it wasn't that. It was just a principle of the thing. That even though the Asians did not gain from that, right? The Asians thought if you got rid of these principles, this was what it was. In case you don't know, the university used several metrics to determine eligibility for what was it, enrollment or whatever like that. One of the things is your social credit, your social skills. What do you do in the public? Like, let me give you like an example. Like someone like Mike Olawale, if he was graduating from college, he would get us. He was trying to enter college. He like this. Why? Because all he talks about is what doing business, making money. They knew a Harvard graduate, right? Has a responsibility. They want to hear what you do for the community. What do you see? How you see the world? Like they want people who
Yeah,
like a
college.
Barack Obama.
College. If you apply for college, that's one of the things they ask you in
Hold
your
up, hold up,
interview.
hold up. Now the Asians had good grades, right? But a lot of them didn't have any social skills. All they
Now
did.
they had a lot of extracurriculum stuff,
Oh
Carla.
no, they weren't. They
They
were
play
not.
music. They play
No, they
instruments.
weren't. They were not a volunteer in the community. They weren't participating in debates. If you look at Asian students, they keep to themselves and whatnot, and just like try to get these grades to please their family. That's not enough.
Nah, Carla, I'm telling
So
you, a lot of them
hold up.
did music. They did ballet.
Hold up. That was one of the metrics, right? And then it goes by your grades. It goes by a couple other things and everything like that, right? And then one of the metrics says they wanted somebody from a diverse background. It's like 4%, 5% slot. Say, okay, this is 5%, and that 5% right there of the enrollment class, you have to have somebody from a minority group. What gets me is all the people who took up the black slots were black immigrants, right? They're the main ones that they recruited. So they said that's what Yvette Carnell was right about. She said, "Okay, you got that 5% for black people, but the people who are getting them are not the people who legacy that was in slavery and stuff like that. That's what argument was. They just put a black person in there. So therefore, the
Carla, why are you quoting her?
Hold on. You finish, man. The Asians sued, saying having that spot right there, exclusively black, was they're discriminated because they would be, even though it was a white guy
And you
that was,
guys agree with them.
huh?
And yeah, I agree with them. You and Dennis, you agree that it was useless for black people to have that
No,
spot for
no.
them.
I'm saying like this. If they gotta have the spot, whatever, like that, to have the spot, okay, that's fine, right? But when somebody goes makes the issue that what does that say to me? That says a lot about the institution. That means okay, and what gets me is what their argument was there was black people who qualified were already in there in large numbers, right? But they said why do black people have an extra? It's not like all the black students in there. That's the only black students in there. That 5%. There was still large numbers of blacks in the
Kyle,
body.
I remember Dennis had a show on this. You and Brandon was on there talking about how it's useless, it's unnecessary.
No, hold on.
Affirmative action is for
Listen
white
what I'm
women
saying.
and black people didn't benefit from it.
I'll say like this. My whole thing is the black people that were in the college didn't need that, right? They had that special slot open. It wasn't just black. It was somebody handicapped. It was somebody gay. It was all these things. That 5%. And just that people took it as, oh, black people were discriminated against Asian. That was not the case.
And you don't get into Harvard based on sympathy. Your grades have to be on par. Your
Yeah,
SAT or your
I know
ACT has to
all
be
those
on par.
people that went in had good grades, had good
Right.
SAT scores, right? So the whole thing is that Asians were used by these white guys to say, "Oh, that 5%," and you know who benefited from that 5%? legacy students.
Of course. But
You
you
know,
black
they
conservatives,
got
you
they
was on
got
their
rid of
side
that.
too.
They got rid of that,
Tell him,
and the
love.
legacy students benefited, right? And so when that happened, a lot of black people said, you know something. So I remember that a lot of black people said, you know something, we're not going to protest. We're not, because they thought they were doing some
Scholar,
victory lap.
you're making sense now, but you wasn't making sense then. When I made an argument against
Hold up.
Clarence Thomas,
Look, and
you guys were
Asians and
telling me
these
that
white
he didn't
people,
need it.
hold up, the Asians and white people did this victory lap. And you know what black people did? Black people say, you know something? Let's just go to HBCUs. And HBCUs soared, membership soared. University of Tennessee got top athletes start going saying, "When we go to HBCU." Forget Deion Sanders. They was going to
Nah,
HBCU.
that was a big thing during that time, Carla. Dion was telling black
I know,
students
but
that they
hold on,
need to go play
hold on.
for,
Even
you
though
know.
there was a lot of black people say, okay, the football thing, they're not spending money, but still, though, they said, you know, something, I'm not gonna go and give my money, hard-earned money, to these racist institutions that don't want us there. And so, also, there's a lot of the culture. I don't know if a lot of immigrants.
So, Carla, do you agree with the repeal of affirmative action?
No, I'm saying the fact of the matter is they were going to do it anyway. You know.
No, but you openly said that you
No,
agree
I'm
with it.
saying, no, hold on. And whether I disagree with it or not, that look. The bottom line is this: I remember coming up, right? White people will always talk. White flunkies will always go around talking about how they was lost job to unqualified. This myth about the unqualified minority and the overqualified white. I hate that stuff. Like somebody comes into my agency, right? My agency, we have 4 offices. You know, I have 3 in Virginia Beach and 1 in Richmond. You know, a new one in Richmond just opened, right? Now somebody will come to with affirmative action around. Some people come and say, "Well, they'd be nice if we had DEI. Look how they're growing so big. They got an agency." People look at when we do these events. I got a sizzle coming up next month, right? People just in awe about how does black agency get this big, you know? And so they would love to tie us to DEI, affirmative action. No, we're just
Carla,
fucking that. Look,
I have a sister in law right now who's at a HBCU, Morgan State, and in Maryland. You know, I have a niece who wants to go to a HBCU. So a lot of Africans want to go to these HBCUs. But when it comes to black athletes who make up a sizable amount of black college attendees,
they're
they tend to
starting to
go to
go to black
predominantly white
HBCUs
schools.
too. They're
That's the
starting to go.
problem.
They're starting to go to HBCUs too. Black
But
athletes.
it talks to the psyche. You got to be rid of. You got to take away something from African Americans for them to want to organize. Why couldn't they just go there initially? You see,
Well,
Tyler.
the bottom line, because other white colleges give out scholarships, especially athletes and whatnot, or academics. If somebody's going to give you a full ride and pay for your tuition, housing, a lot of HBCUs got poor housing conditions and stuff like that. Delaware State University HBCU, there was gang violence on that shit. You know, it was like goddamn. You know, there were people shooting gats. So the bottom line is a lot. That's why I said that at rate. What I just said right now, the HBCUs could be taken over by Africans too, right? If you keep, I see this one thing where this dance happened, right? And instead of the school people saying, "No, you're not going to do a line twerking here."
But Carla, here's a question, right? You think the brightest African Americans, right, who can get into Harvard, you think they'll pick a Spelman or a Morehouse over
No,
Harvard if they got
of course
accepted?
not. Of course not. I don't blame them. You know?
Two day.
No, no, of course not. You know.
Why do you say of course not? Are you
I mean,
shouldn't they prioritize
what I'm
black
saying is this.
institutions?
What I'm saying is this: it's not so much as black institutions. It's that it's the fact that black institutions, for the most part, HBCUs are good in a way, right? Because they help certain types of black people who probably couldn't get into these other white institutions get a good education.
Oh,
See, there
oh,
you go, and that's you
oh,
hit the nail right on the
oh.
head, Carla. That's the thing. That's why I asked if the degrees from these schools are valued because you're saying now is a second
Hold on.
class.
Well, what I'm
It's for
saying,
people who are rejected from
hold on. You
top
missed.
notch white colleges.
I don't think you missed what I said. Right? I said, though the interest level may be easier to get in HBCU, it does not devalue the degree. You know, for example, my god nephew graduated from Norfolk State Institution. This guy is a freaking he graduated with architectural engineering. Right? This guy built like 4 hospitals. You know, Norfolk State, 4 hospitals, and he basically got his own side business. Him and my brother got a side business where they refurbish houses and flip them, and my brother got a side business, That's my god nephew. I've known him since he was 10 years old. Now he's like 40. And
All
so
right, let me get this source real quick, Colin.
yeah,
So
hold on. But
Baruti,
by the way, he graduated from an HBCU, and he's making 6 figures. So it's
all right.
not like
And
it's
that's why I asked you that question because if our best and brightest minds who can get into Harvard easy choose to go to HBCUs and they go out there and get their degrees and become, the next tech billionaire, they can then
all I know
donate
is he
and
didn't stop.
influence more black kids to
All I
go to
know
these
is
HBCUs.
he knew that if he's going for engineering and he's qualified to be an engineer, he passes tests and everything. Still got to pass whether you go HBC or not. You got tests you got to pass. If you pass the test and you get to earn that degree and whatnot, you may not start on the top if you went to a top Ivy League school, but you can work your way up. You got to prove yourself. You just got to prove yourself out in the workforce a little harder. That's all. But a lot of people do well at HBCU. A lot of white people graduate from HBCUs. It's like when you see a white person with an HBCU certificate, there's nobody question it. They say, "Oh yeah, we know it's HBCU," but we know he must have cracked the books and been an exceptional student. We automatically assume that if it's black run, that somebody gave you an easy pass or whatever like that. It's not as prestigious. But when a white person holds that same degree from that HBCU, suddenly it's valuable.
So, so you basically say, yeah, I do the same thing that the Europeans do to you guys, and then you complain about it when the
Well,
Europeans do
no,
it
I'm
to
just
you guys.
saying. No, I'm saying in general, the world looks at like if you have a white person who graduates from the same HBCU, right? They're gonna get respect because they say, "Oh, he must have been one of those white guys that sat with the books and blah blah blah," and all like that. They don't look at them the same way. It's like I said, but you have to understand something. A college degree is a college degree. You know, you can say all that when it comes down to it. The educators in those places, whatnot, are no joke. So the same rules apply in HBCU. You know what HBCU remind me of? That movie Higher Learning. Remember that Dr. Phibbs?
Yeah, I know him.
Remember that
Yeah,
Dr. Phibbs guy? But
yeah.
you got a lot of black professors at HBCU act just like that. What do you're not gonna you get out what you put in. You got no one's gonna he goes, no one's gonna give a damn if you're black. And he looks at Omar Epps, you
You talking
know.
about Lawrence Fishburne?
Yeah,
Lawrence
Lord
Fishburne.
Fishburne. He goes,
Yeah.
nobody cares in the real world, nobody cares if you're black, or a woman.
Colin, drop the link for our good brother, man. He's trying to come up.
Well, do I really
I
want to
think
hear?
I think he probably went to a HBCU.
Who
Yeah,
cares?
Hopefully.
let them come up. Let them come up. But Colin, that goes back to my main point. If you're not going to value your own institutions, you can't expect other people to value
I mean,
institutions. And
black people value
and
them,
if you
but
wait,
the whole thing is this though, bro. Principally, going to college costs money, right? A lot of
it does.
HBCUs simply don't have the money and to give the sort of services that a lot of white institutions have.
So,
Really,
but it goes back to the original thing. Where are the millionaires and the billionaires that you love to brag about
because
while they're not
hold up. That's what
helping
hold up, hold up.
formate the black community?
This is what happens when you choose not to build a nation, right? A nation will create the millionaires and billionaires, right? Who need education, who need to invest in future education to continue. But we don't have that in Black America because we don't have a
What,
nation.
what, what do you mean? You don't need a nation,
Hold on.
bro.
We
Like
don't have.
you have.
Hold up. There black people in America. There's no black people, black American business, even the top black businesses. They don't directly employ black people. It's not based like this. They're part of the American system. You know, so they're trying to.
Okay.
But we're not. Well, we're not. Look, you principal. You keep saying that as if black people in America are a country. We're not a country. We're not a nation.
But you don't need to be a country to organize yourself as a
Well,
community.
you
There's a
say
basketball player.
recipe, man. You keep saying organization, right? Organizing comes through at the level of a nation state. You got to have a government.
Colin,
Like Curacom, a collection of governments. We're not a government. You don't understand that.
And actually, Chris,
Colin,
you
go
actually
ahead, go on, big.
you're not putting attention to a factor, right? As far as like college costs, right? A lot of people, even in the community college, you see a lot of white people in the community college. When you do it, when you're dealing with a lot of technical degrees, right? You know, you're gonna have to. Your real studying starts when you get out of college
Yeah,
to
that's what
get
I'm
a job.
saying. When you
You
get
know,
out of college, well, that's when it really starts. When you got to show what you got to do.
yeah, you
Again,
just
You're gonna have to take an
a lot of
apprenticeship.
jobs you just
You
can't
know,
go
it's right.
because just can't slap a degree and say hire me. I got
because
it.
you need experience. You're right. I'm so big
P,
back.
let me
Yeah.
just say this. Let me just say this. They're gonna push that degree aside, and they're gonna know what's they're gonna want to know what's in your head. That degree is okay. Clap. You got a degree. Matter of fact, you don't even have to bring a degree to the interview. Don't even bring a degree to the interview.
Not true. Not true, Big Black.
No,
Pedagogy.
no, you
Pedagogy
don't
matters.
have to bring your degree to the interview. Believe me. When
Where you learn
they're gonna,
matters. How you learn matters.
ask
Elvis,
Don't let
Elvis,
nobody tell you that.
it matters. It matters, but he's right. You need
three
experience.
questions and know if you got a degree or not. About three questions in your field and know if you got a degree or not. Okay? Like I said, if you fail those three questions, you might as well just go home. Real talk.
Nah, your education and where you got it from matters. Experience also matters. You
It
know,
does. Not a lot of technical jobs. I'm gonna tell you, computer science it don't matter. A lot of especially in computer science, period, it don't matter. Really, it doesn't.
why would a computer scientist want to go to MIT or go to
They're not
Stanford
gonna listen.
rather
You
than
can
go
tell
to a HBCU, Big Black?
because the
Because
amount
they have some of the best
listen,
professors in that field that teaches at those universities, and they
because the
want to learn from
education.
them.
I'm asking
Big
you.
Black,
I'm
the
asking
people that say it doesn't matter in computer science are the very people that are getting replaced by AI. You
no,
don't matter.
but you gotta understand computer
But those
science.
top engineers, they matter. They're not getting fired. Big Black.
Listen, listen. You talking about the people that make the stuff for AI in computer science. You can get a
Yeah,
job
and they got degrees, Big Black.
answering. You get a job answering the questions that the guys type in computer science. Now listen. As far as when you after you get your degree, they're gonna want to know what's in your head. You can have a degree from Harvard, but if you haven't did the education outside of the degree, because that's when the real education starts. You're gonna have to you have to buy some books. You're gonna have to buy a lot of ebooks and do the learning. The degree is just the basic stuff.
With
To the
nah, don't say that, Big Black.
It is. I'm being
Without a
real.
strong foundation, because most people need to learn how to learn. Big Black. There's a process on how to learn. If you don't have a strong foundation from a good college or a good university, you're not going to know how to
Well, you gonna
continuous
need
learning.
listen. I'm saying
You're not going to know how to do that properly.
I'm not
You know,
saying
Big Black, I used to think like you. I used to be like, we don't need these degrees and all of that shit. Yeah, I was a dumbass nigga when I said that. Get
listen.
the degrees if you can.
Yeah,
No,
those
Just
no.
get
those
the
are
degrees.
foundations to build on.
I think
Big
y'all
Black,
misunderstood what
what
I
you
said.
encouraging is, hey, young black men, don't get no goddamn education.
You all
Just
are
read a book, nigga.
misconstruing what I'm saying.
And then wonder why we always behind everybody. That's
I don't
dumb
think
as
he's
fuck.
saying.
Jonathan,
I don't think that's. I don't think that's what Big Black is saying.
Right.
he's saying experience. Experience is very needed. Like that's what he's trying to say.
Technical stuff.
No shit, but how do you get the
Whether you
experience without the degree?
the technical world, whether that
Big
degree
Black, I get it, right? But if a guy can graduate from MIT in computer science, right? That tells you he's really smart, he's really dedicated, is somebody who is serious about his education. This is not a guy from the street, right?
have you ever
So
done
you're
a
going to juxtapose that resume with somebody who went to a lesser college. Now that person already have the upper hand. Now a person can wow you with their experience and their in-depth knowledge, and then you might have to have a tough decision. But usually those people with those top-notch degrees, they get the job.
it's not
Usually they
about
do.
wow when you're gonna automatically whether you got a degree or a certificate, they're gonna hit you with a barrage of questions.
Yeah, you think these people don't know how to interview? You don't think they have friends or professors that they can talk to on how to interviews for job in their
These
fields?
are
Come
gonna be
on, man.
technical
I mean,
questions
at the end of the
that
day, they went to college. They learned how to network
They
while
learn
they
how
were
to do
taking
other
their
things.
classes.
these
They
are going to
learned
be
this in
technical
college.
questions, right? If you haven't grabbed some books, some ebooks, and kept learning after you
Big Black, that's not how it works. Come on, man.
you're not gonna get that
These
job.
people, most of them, right, especially the brilliant ones, they get recruited while they're in college. Let me let you know that now. Sometimes they don't even
That's
have to
true.
interview for a job. They go there and recruit them.
That's rarely.
That's rare. Big Black, are you crazy? Did you go to university, Big Black?
I go, hold
You
on.
know how many people used to go on university
I want
campus
to
trying
say
to
something.
recruit?
No,
Let's see,
let
so
me tell you something. I
1776.
did it. I did it. Yeah, I
Hold on, hold on,
graduated,
hold on.
and,
Let me
and,
say
and I
something,
did it.
Black.
And I did an intern.
1776. I'm limited on how many people I can
I
have.
can drop so you can come up, man. Maybe he wants to talk. I'll listen for a second. I'll probably come back in later.
Eh, I mean, you don't have to, but
Nah, I can drop Kyle. Let him come up. I know he wants to. I know he wants to get on you with HBCUs. So I'll drop up. Bring him up.
So basically, what I'm saying is, you probably see some of the numbers from like going to big colleges drop because it's not just a black or white thing. It's pretty much a
Hey,
thing where you can go to a community college,
hey, wait a
right?
second.
You can go, hold on, before you go community college, get your financial aid, go all the way through a community college, and won't have to owe a dime, and still get the same job this guy went to a big university did. Got
What you got to understand? All schools and institutions, whether they be PWIs or HBCUs, are accredited through the state. When you're accredited through the state, you have to meet the standard, the rubric, the criterion of a university.
right,
To be an engineer, you have to have 123 credits. In the state of Maryland, right? So the University of Maryland is more prestigious, perceived to be prestigious, right? Or you have an institution like, say, a Bowie State, right? Or a Coppin State. But to be an engineer or to be a nurse, whatever profession you go into, you
you have
have
to be accredited.
that's why your degree, when you get it, says is given to you by the state of Maryland or the state of Virginia. When you go to Ivy League school, that's prestigious. That's like 1%. 1% of all graduates probably come out of MIT, Yale, Harvard, Brown, Dartmouth, etc. But any institution you go to in the state of Maryland or whatever state, you are bestowed that degree through the state, not the institution. They don't look at HBCU PWIs. You get your degree from the state. That means to be a nurse, you have to meet all the criteria to be a nurse, and that's the bottom line.
Right. That's what I'm trying to say. Like you say, you got to be accredited college. That's all.
Yeah.
That's all.
That was my main point is why are these different colleges, people that's graduating from college and you're in the African American community not organizing the community. That's my main point. It's
Nah,
not
but
whether they come from the HBCUs, a community college, or predominantly white universities. I'm talking about what is the role of the if they're not going to service and organize the community. You can't expect white people, Chinese people, Mexican to organize a community. Then when the other blacks, aka the Haitian, Jamaican, Trini, whoever, come, now they are the Nigerian, the Ethiopian. Now these guys are two-third world to organize the community. So what do you guys? I don't
but
get the logic behind.
Kyla made a great point tonight. One of the best points he made. We live in a matrix. You have your elite blacks, your educated blacks. You got your YNs. We're all in the same matrix together, but these everybody's living at the same time in a different world. You know what I mean? So you have black people who are doing well, who are educated, who are uplifting the community. At the same time, you got YNs in the same time and space. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. Like the black community is strong, it's doing well, but at the same time, we got niggas. It is what it is.
Nobody's saying that they whether they're going to exist or not. I'm talking about they also are a victim of the lack of organization in the black community because the people that's doing well don't give a fuck about the people that's not doing well, and that's just the reality of the community. So
Uh,
if you guys are not going to organize simple levels of like okay training programs or something like that, you don't have to
like,
literally go in the hood and
what,
live.
what,
But
once you live in
But
America, everything.
Prince of the
Go.
people that do well, they know the importance of organization. The ones that think they could do it solo bolo are the dumbass ones that don't never get nothing
Yeah,
accomplished.
the ones who don't give a fuck. But in America, if you want to be a plumber, you can go online and there's hella programs and grants for you to be a plumber. If
it
you
is
want to
not
go
like
to
yeah.
school, it's hella grants for you to go to school. Like man, it's on you. Sometimes you got to look at yourself, man. You know,
Yeah, that's how America is. If you don't know how to, the first thing you're gonna learn in college, if you don't know how to network, hey, it's gonna be a bumpy ride. You gotta know how to network, and like you said, it's on you to open to network. You start networking, you start finding out things. I didn't know this was here. These type of grants were here. If you don't open your mouth and network, you will never know.
That's true. That's true. That's true. But
like I feel if you can't make it here, man, you're just an asshole and a loser, man. That's how I feel, man.
That's true to some degree, but I feel like there's individuals who I like I said, sometimes we look at some of the elements of our own lives, and we don't realize how fortunate that you have a mother, a father, whatever. Some people don't have all that. They didn't even have a mother. Some of these people raised by their grandparents. Some people have their own situations going on, and we kind of overlook them, and we don't realize. Okay, it's like even like the vice president of the United States. I think his family was broken by drugs. He's white, but it's through the community and the organizations in the community that he's a vice president today. So you guys want to, you got Kyler talking about exceptionalism and individualism and trying to glorify that, but that's not what the rest of the world or the rest of the communities are doing. The whites or the different groups of white people that's here, that whatever success that they have are is based off different organizations, whether it's through the church, whether it's through the little fraternities, whether it's through the unions, whether it's through their parents. These things help guide them to be successful, and those who don't have that, you know. So I feel like if you're going to celebrate basically exceptionalism and individualism. And then the moment a Caribbean person or an African person come through and they preach organization and unity and family, etc., you get mad. You can't get mad because you could do the same exact shit. And it's not. It's
Hold
not.
on. Look, Principal, you still want to say something. When immigrants come here, right? They're coming from, I hate to say it's like more desperate or extreme survivalist circumstances, right? So when they come here, it's just natural they pull together and whatnot, this, that, and the other thing. Black America is a victim of his own success, you know? Rugged individual, like me and Dollarville was talking about the other day, right? You know how easy it was for a black person coming in Harlem to, play the numbers, play a number, hit that number, you got a pocket full of money for months, right? Sean shoes, all these things. It was all individualized, Get a job as a porter, get a job down the shipyard, whatever it was. Individualism, rugged individual, people taking care of families, living together in close knit communities, but all families are individual. Families took care of each other, But what you want is a community wide thing where we're all. It doesn't work like that in
That's
our
bull. That's what you guys had pre 1970s. Post
That's
1970s,
an unfair. That's
you
an
guys
unfair.
became more.
That's an unfair judgment. You guys an unfair judgment. Even where Prince P's coming from, right? There was people that probably could have did the same thing Prince P did, but Prince P's family did to get into the United States, but because they didn't have that work ethic, they couldn't do it. So I hear this a lot. We get judged by the lowest class, right? And then it's blanketed all over Black America. No, it's people that have that same drive, just as the immigrants that come on down.
Yeah, I know. My family's one of them. Black men who came up from the deep South, right? Built New York City. Black men
But
that came,
you got
black men that came up,
y'all miss.
black men that came, like this is how it worked. The migration worked, right? People that went to Chicago came from Mississippi. People that went to Detroit came from Alabama, right? People that came from Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, North Carolina went to New York. That's how it was. Those
But
black men
like I said,
places built
like I said,
built.
America. When you have immigrant motivation, right? You're in your country, whether it's Haiti, whatever. You're game planning. You're game planning to come to America. So once you come to America, you hit the ground running. It's like coming to Vegas. America is like Vegas for an immigrant. You already know if I just get there, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that. So you're game planning when you're in your home country. So when you come to America, you just put that into you just manifest what you was planning about for 15, 20 years. Where like us, we're here, we're doing good, you got 75, 80% that's doing well, and we're just like individuals, So we don't have no game plan. We're not playing no susu. We're not doing all that. That those are third world games,
That
You
they
know?
third world game. But
Yeah,
y'all misinterpreting what I'm
Oh, well,
saying in the
yeah,
first
yeah,
place.
no,
I'm not talking about work ethic. I'm talking about
Cruel
organization.
as that cruel as that sounds. He's right about that. You know, we're like I said. Unfortunately, Black America is victim of being the only group of Black people in the first world. You know, so our situation is different than people who come from third world situations. They could easily
Kyler,
use that.
Kyler, I have heard you speak, and you have said it yourself that you see that the Caribbeans, the
Yo,
Africans,
and I admire
basically
them.
come through. No, no,
Hold
no.
on,
You said
yo,
by
Principe,
us coming here, we shatter some kind of concept that you guys believe in.
hold on. I know that, right? But the thing is, America asked us to be Americans. Part of being
Yeah,
American is rugged individualism. You know,
That's not true.
yeah.
That's not
part of
true.
the
Like
How
process
did
Prince
of
Principe.
how did hold on 70 Tyler,
Unfortunately,
how did
that can be
70 how
easily
did
disproven based on the fact that white people that we complain about are exceptionally organized like a motherfucker.
yeah. But hold
thank you.
on,
That's what I'm saying. How did Donald Trump win, Kyler? How did Donald Trump win?
Jonathan, you got to understand something. When we talk about rugged individualism, but I guarantee you, each one of those white people got separate bank accounts. They got separate.
No. You think people in
No, but you
from the
gotta.
Caribbean have one bank account,
Hold
man?
on, they're all each one of them are paying all their bills together. What Prism
Hey,
be saying, when you
Well,
talk about communalism, you're saying that everybody puts all the bills in one pile, everybody put
I
all
yeah.
didn't
the
say
money in
all
one
that.
pile.
I
We
didn't
all
say
got
all
Hey,
that.
business.
Principe.
Doesn't work,
Principe.
man.
Yeah.
You look at America like Las Vegas. We look at it as Nevada, right? It's the same thing, but it's a different perspective, right? Y'all are playing a team game. We're playing one on one. You know what I'm saying? So it's
Is
just.
the hold on 776? Is the Indian playing 1-on-1? Is the Chinese playing 1-on-1? Is the white man playing 1-on-1? So you're
But
confusing
Yeah,
and giving an illusion to your own mind.
you
Donald
ever
Trump,
you ever see a white funeral? It's like three cars in the line, right? With funeral stick.
okay?
They individual like a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? They don't. They
No, this
I don't think
but
they
Big
know.
Black.
For the first time ever, we're gonna have to acknowledge something. He's right. Get over it. He's right.
Oh
He's
no,
right about
Big
no,
Black.
It's okay
Big
to
Black.
admit that someone is right now.
Big
Jonathan.
Black.
He's
Hold on.
not
Here's
right.
the thing.
He's not right.
Here's where it's wrong.
If the idea is to build a country, are you gonna build it as an individual? Or are you gonna build it as an organization?
Hold on. You build it. You use a rule of law. That's what we're used to. You know what he's
In
talking
order to
about.
have rule of
Hold on,
law, you have to
Jonathan.
have organization for that
Jonathan,
too.
I know that. But
But
what makes
we
America
had a
work
lot of
is
organization until integration. You know, we had a lot of organization, but
got rid of those.
integration.
Hold on. Colin, you gotta stop it. Colin and 776 always put blame integration. Integration doesn't stop you from being a community. It does not, bro.
Yo, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Before we had integration, we had institutions, right?
Yeah,
Everybody relied on institutions, but somehow someone told us that you know something. Now we don't need our own swap meets and stuff like that
but
because
just
Who told you that? Who told you that,
but
Colin?
it was
what
Ain't
prevent.
nobody told nobody that principle.
but I'm saying after
Hold on.
integration,
Moving on up. The
we
Jeffersons. We're moving on up. Moving on
it,
up. East side. You know.
I
after
find it
integration.
strange that in the most successful black communities, they didn't follow the path that even though we were told to integrate, they still stayed within their communities, and they're the most successful groups on the planet
Here's the
in
thing.
this country.
Hold on. Even though we say that, right? Most of the black people you talk to is so-called thing. Let's talk about integration, right? For a
But
second. Let's
but
be spell this.
Jonathan, we gave up a lot. You know, we gave up the Negro leagues, we gave up the black
Why?
Well,
hotels,
that's
But
okay.
we
why?
gave
But
up the
why'd you
black
do it?
stores.
But
Hold
why
on. I
did
don't
you
say
do
no.
it?
This is
I
a
mean,
whole.
we thought the grass was greener on the other side. You know,
Okay, well,
Hold on.
You can't blame
dumbasses get
immigration
dumbass results.
and
integration though. You can't
that's the
blame
same thing.
integration.
That's the same thing I said about Essence. You can't complain if you sold Essence. You know, like the Chinese said, all pain is self caused. And in the Black
Yo,
America, we caused a lot of our pain by selling our stuff, our black stores, our black hotels, our black everything. We gave up almost everything. Then we sit and complain.
It was green on the other side. Here's the thing, though. The thing that we thought we were going to stop getting attacked. That's what the thing was. We thought
Oh, Colin,
we thought everything was
At what? At
integrated.
what? Now, wait a minute, Big
If you
Black. At what point did we think we was gonna stop getting attacked? Was it when Malcolm got killed? Was it when the Black Panthers were getting killed? Was it when the people
Colin,
that came after that was getting killed? At what point did we stop
Hey,
thinking that we was gonna stop getting
but
attacked?
Jonathan, hold on. This is my last thing, Jonathan. You ever watch "I'm Gonna Get You, Sucker"? After integration, they all got government jobs, right? They all, the black elites made it. Went to school. Got the White House with the white picket fence, and we gave up a lot of our institutions after that. It is what it is.
like I said, the grass was greener on the other side. We just forgot to play defense. That's what happened.
Carla, you agree with this, Carla?
Oh, my
Yeah,
whole thing.
I
Yeah,
agree.
hold up. Elvis wants to come back up.
All
Somebody
right,
wants.
I'll step down. I'll step down.
You guys just go back and forth. You know the routine. You go. I appreciate
I
everybody.
thought you could have like 8 people in here. What happened?
I don't have no idea. Maybe they're blocking me now. You know, because I'm about to my show's about to come. Stream is about to end. You know, yeah, end of the month. So I mean, they only let me put 5 people up at a time right now. You know. And so
Carla, you're not gonna call out Big Black man. You're not
hold
gonna
on,
call him out, man.
My whole thing is,
What?
check this out. Let me hold.
What you
Hold. Let me
talking
finish.
about?
Hold.
Where was the black defense for the drawers being dropped in
Yeah,
the
776.
black
You got to drop
epidemic?
off. Drop off. You got to drop off all the way so I can let Elvis up. You know, I can't put you down. You got to drop off. I can't put you down. So you want Elvis to come.
Carla, you gonna let
Hold on,
you call people sellouts for less, man. Big Black is
hold. Let me
Big
finish
Black
what I
shoes is tapping, man.
hold. Let me
Big
say
Black
what I'm
shoes is
saying.
tapping out here, man.
Hold on. First of all, let me finish what I'm saying. Right. What we're basically saying is, although we had businesses and everything, people shopped in black areas and whatnot, there was still individuals, right? Individuals. Let me tell you something. Let me put it to you like this. When you talk to black people, right? The last thing you want to go up to a black person and tell them that you know something and chastise them for spending their money how they want to spend their money. They're going to tell you to go to hell. You know, when you talk about communalism, the way you talk about principle is everybody got to live in a 5 block radius and shop in a black so-called grocery store. Remember that guy Winston, whatever his name is, that was that what's that big guy that was on Stella got a groove back. Remember that guy? You know that guy. You know he played. He's a movie star. What's his name? Even when they threw off the bus on Get on the Bus. Remember that guy? I forgot his name, Winston, whatever his name is, right? Well, he's trying to open up a grocery store, like you said, in his old neighborhood in Louisiana. It failed. Like me and Hustle Smart were talking about the other day. He was like, look, if you understand anything about logistics, right? Fruit, the reason why fruit is able to be in your grocery store because they're getting fruit coming every month from all over the world. That's logistics. Black businesses don't have that logistical capability, of stocking fruits and stuff like that, So running a grocery store is not like it was back in the days with mom and pop, whatever like that. It's real enterprise. Let me give you another example of what I'm talking about, right? The Asians that came ever since the LA riots with the Koreans and whatnot, the Koreans and all these people have modernized their way of how to milk in the black community. They know how to deal with the black, and they know how to do conflict. They teach them all that in the how to train their merchants all over the world, how to act with black people and whatnot. They say this, they say that, and sometimes they give them role plays, scenarios, everything, so they could come here and be better at taking our money from our communities, because that's the way it is. Nobody's ever came and said, something, we're going to train black people. The biggest thing I'm telling you right now is training black people how to deal with other black people. For example, I told this story a couple weeks ago. I went to this one gas station I used to own a car wash at, right? Back when I was in my 20s, right? And some Indians own it now, right? Anyway, they got a couple of slot machines in there, right? You can go play, whatever like that. And it's always older black people that's going and playing slots, whatever like that, right? Anyway, this one guy was in there, right? He opened the door for me, right? He's all loud and obnoxious, and he talking to the lady, right? Back there, yeah, such and such, just talking in her face, blah, blah, blah. And I was saying to myself, man, this guy is mad disrespectful, right? But her and her son sort of laughed it off, oh, such and such, blah, 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 blah. But he spent a lot of money, and blah, blah, next oh, I'll see y'all later and whatnot, I bet you he might have mind and saying, get this dumb nigga out of my store, whatever like that. But the bottom line, they were like, oh yeah, it's no big deal. I couldn't have had that much patience with this guy, I'll be like, you talk too much, man. You gotta shut the fuck up. Them type of
It's called patronizing, Carla. You got to patronize
I
people.
know, but hold on. I don't have that sort of patience. I told you about the guy that came in office today, man. I'm about to throw him out, I don't have the patience to deal with black people like that, But they're taught how to do that. Now, principally, you gotta understand something. Black people are rugged individuals, right? We only spent money with the black community when we had to, right? So soon as we got a chance to go to ShopRite, Pathmark in New York, I remember when I was a kid, my grandfather, we used to go out to Pathmark one night. We used to go out to Green Acres of Pathmark shopping mall right out there. When I used to love that, load up and whatnot, automatic door, AC and whatnot. Go to Pathmark and go shopping with two carts full of food, whatever like that. Black people were basically saying, something, they've lost interest in what you call building a community and everything. Now we had one black business in the neighborhood, Joe's, right? It was a corner store, right? But okay, you went there and got some things from Joe's candy or maybe a soda here and there like that. But for the most part, everybody was going out to Green Acres. Everybody was going out to Sunrise and all that Green Acres Mall and all stuff like this, in Long Island, part of, the border of Long Island to go shopping and whatnot. The new shopping centers they were building out there in the suburbs or whatever like that in Long Island and Queens and whatnot. That's Black America, right? We said, look, we didn't want to, we're not interested in it. We had
Carla, can you speak on, even in integration, black people still have to go out their communities for certain stuff because everything wasn't in the black community. You still have to go to those towns that's all white to get certain stuff.
Oh yeah, the post office was there, the DMV was there, everywhere where the white people were, with all the stuff the vital essential stuff, the hospital, the clinic, everything like that, the notary, all this
Color,
that was in the white community. So we never
color,
had
color.
what we do.
But Carla, no, nobody. You the people that's hating on integration. I'm saying that within integration,
So,
you still can organize your community.
we're
You
saying,
don't. You don't.
we're saying it wasn't so much as integration. It was just the fact that what little community that we had was devalued. It wasn't destroyed. It was devalued.
Who devalued it, Carla?
It's like this society.
You guys did. No, no,
Oh
you guys did.
no.
Big Black did.
Hold on, Principally.
Did no, ain't no big
Society.
did.
Society said that we cannot have two Americas. Society said we can't have two Americas, one black, one white. So the whole thing is, instead of bringing white people to black communities, right, they said the solution was we give up our communities and go to them. And a lot of us didn't do that.
Scholar, that's not true. Black
You know
people
what I
literally
find
marched
strange
for
is,
integration. Black people fought for integration. It wasn't the white
yeah,
people
but
who
yeah,
did
but
that.
Elvis, we fought for integration, but even in today, majority of black people don't live in white communities.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
so that's it. So
Thank you.
So
hold on.
when y'all keep saying we don't have a black community, where the hell do
No,
you live?
that's what Carla is saying. He's saying that it's like that because white people forced black people to integrate.
No. What I'm saying, look, Elvis, you understand something? There was never integration. It was only thing that was integrated was our money into their pockets. That was the integration.
Nah, you go to school with their kids. You go to
That
Okay,
was
eat in the
okay,
same
hold on. All
diners
right,
and things that
hold
were
on. Check this out.
Y'all
segregated
really
before. It's
act
not
like
integrated.
everything was separate but equal. Everything it was separate, but it was
Hold on.
that
It
was
wasn't equal for sure. Exactly, Big
Elvis,
Black.
Elvis,
Elvis.
their schools had carpet floors. Their schools had
Oh.
dry red programs.
Uh-oh.
Their schools had
Uh-oh.
all these things, new basketball
Uh-oh.
courts, all stuff like that.
Uh-oh.
But when you went to these new
Who's
schools,
doing that? Oh, in the back.
That's me. That's me.
hold on. When you go to these new white schools, where of course, my parents were like, okay, you're gonna go to that white school there because, but my uncle, he took all his kids out of 160 in Queens and brought them to Forest Hill. Forest Hill is a majority. It was like this is what he
Carla,
did.
I went to a magnet IB school,
Hold on,
right? That's a top notch
hold
high
on. I
school.
went
It
to
was it
public
was
school.
top of the line.
Check this out.
It was raggedy.
Forest Hill.
Okay, Jonathan.
Forest Hills High School was like, look, they decided they did it. Forest Hill was 1/4 Hispanic, 1/4 black, 1/4 white, and 1/4 Asian. That's how it was. That's what they meant by integration with that. So everybody got along, whatever like that. There was no one group of people was a majority. That's what they was trying to go to. That's what they was trying to. So we sort of went with that because my uncle's like this. All his sons and my cousins and whatnot, they're all successful because he wanted them to have a good education. He wanted to have a good education and whatnot, so he got them out of the inner city schools and whatnot in our neighborhoods. And
Carla,
so,
is there a national organization that black people can all register to and organize on a national level?
the NAACP, but the bottom line is this: what they stand for. They've been standing for immigration and all. The NAACP stands for leftist causes, the gay movement, the NAACP.
Oh gosh.
There's no,
Okay.
no. I'm just
The
saying.
Forget about. I
NAACP
hear you.
is not actually a
Forget
black
about it. Can
organization.
you
You
Yeah, could
asked.
you
You
start a
asked.
new organization and governize African American across this country?
Yo, look, hold on. Let me tell you something, Elvis. Right? We used to have Ebony magazine. That was like almost like our government. You know.
What,
Kala,
Kala? That's
Kala,
insult to your people.
he asked you a very basic question. That was a
No,
yes or no question.
the answer is no.
Okay.
Okay, that's well.
That
One
answer is
thing I
no.
So,
hope black people learn to stop doing, man. We used to have. I mean, God damn it. Obviously, it don't exist no more.
Yeah, well,
Now
but
make
John, but
something
John,
new.
but Carla, Carla, can
I'm
I
saying,
say something,
I'm
Carla?
saying, well, hold on. All I'm saying is this: we last generation, like Ebony magazine, was destroyed by Robert Johnson's daughter that was adopted. Right? She
No,
adopted these
why you
programs.
got to keep saying that, Kala? She's his daughter.
All right, well, whatever. He'll say anyway. She basically ran the magazine to the ground when brought these crazy people in there and ruined it. Well, let me tell you something about black people, right? See, what we don't have is the question you should be asking is: do we have an authoritarian organization or institutions? And the answer is no. Back in the days, Ebony magazine used to be the authority in Black America. You know, if it was on Ebony magazine's cover, whatever like that, it was law. In Black America.
Well, that's due to
Somebody like
the
hold up, somebody like Bill Cosby was law. People listened to him.
Oh, Kala. I
Tom Jr.
appreciated Black Enterprise magazine more than Ebony
Elvis,
magazine.
right? Because you don't understand anything. You're jumping a lady. Bill Cosby is one of the founding fathers of Black America. Tom Joyner, John Johnson, these black men were
You said
strong.
they're the one that founded Black America, Kala?
What?
What do you say about Bill Cosby and those guys? Did they
I'm
what?
saying those guys right here. Why do you think they had to get rid of Bill Cosby?
Oh,
Because what he
Kala,
stood
because the
for.
dude was a serious
No, that
sexual
had nothing.
assaulter, man.
Hold on, hold
That
on.
had nothing to do
That
with
ain't
it.
it.
That had
Okay.
nothing
So
to do with
Carla,
it. No, that had nothing to do with it, bro.
All right. Well, why they had to get rid of Diddy, Kala?
Oh, I have no one about Diddy. I have nothing
hold
about
on, Carla,
They
Carla,
didn't get
Carla,
rid of him.
Carla,
he was just
Carla, Carla,
in the
Carla, Carla. Hold on.
system.
Can I ask a question to Carla?
Bill Cosby gave $100 million of his money to
Bill,
black
hold on, Bill,
education. $100 million.
Carla. Bill Cosby was here. He just only recently got locked up. So what he was doing for the last 40 years?
Well, Bill
That the
Cosby,
He was he
government
was he
Bill
blocked
was
his.
he was
Cosby.
giving black
Hold
people a stern warning about sagging their pants and listening to
hold
Who's
rap
that?
music.
Bill
I know. I like
Cosby.
Bill Cosby, but
Bill
let
Cosby
Carla.
basically funded HBCUs to a tune of $100 million of his own money.
That's nice, Carla. We appreciate
Yeah, but
that.
you
Does
That's
that give you
you
the
you claim
leeway to
you
do
claim
criminality?
I bought the Prince and P.
hold
When Spike
Prince,
Lee tried,
Prince,
when Spike Lee tried to finish his movie Malcolm X, guess who came with the extra
All of those
$20 million?
things are
Bill
great, but it
Cosby.
doesn't give you the right to do,
Hold on, hell,
essay to women.
that's only because look, I'm not trying to defend what he did, whatever like that, but it happened in the '70s. Why are
Oh,
you bringing it up?
oh,
I'll defend him.
Carla.
I
Of
don't
course,
believe nothing
Jonathan
white
would
women
defend.
say.
I don't believe that. I don't believe it, man.
Of
Look,
course.
Also,
You
also
know,
hear
anytime
me
a
out.
rich black person
Hear
actually
me out.
tried to stand up for the black community, they always had some bullshit thrown at them.
Okay.
Every
That's
last
true.
one of
That's
them.
true. That's
And
true.
then when you get the black people that a lot of people like to praise on this platform, sometimes those rich ones, the ones that had the food industry, the black billionaires, they were either married to non-black women or they would straight up didn't give a damn about black empowerment at all. And white people let them alone.
Yeah, Bill Cosby was a threat. He said, "Look," they asked him, "Why you don't have his daughters on his Cosby show?" Or different world. He says he does not support interracial dating. I don't want
Carla,
to see.
the least he could do would make all those black people on the show the same shade of black, man.
I say, and so what? Who cares? The bottom line is this: he basically
No,
said
that's more
no
different
black.
shades of black.
He said no black and white
yeah, that's
men.
it.
You
I mean,
see Eddie and Rudy?
what's the name?
Who the hell cares, man? Who
But Carla,
cares?
but Carla. So how? So you're claiming that Bill Cosby stood against the manipulation of the black community for over 30,
Oh,
40
Carla,
years,
you
correct?
add an extra person on there. You got Ben
Oh,
Yosef
Ben.
on.
Oh,
Oh, I figure out how to add people on. How about
Oh
that?
wow, look at that. Carla finally figured it out. Maybe you're not already black anyways. Bring back 1776, man.
yeah, bring
I'm
back
starting to like that dude. He's
1776,
starting to
man.
grow on me. Pause.
I figure out how to
Pause,
do it now.
pause.
What do
Hey,
you know?
hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I figure out how to
We
Hey,
do
hear
it.
you.
listen, who's the one that said that Bill Cosby shouldn't be doing that to them women? That Elvis, right?
Yeah, that was me.
All right, brother. I'm not getting on you, but it shows that you don't know our culture, man. You
Okay.
don't know how this white man is. These white boys, the Pelosi's up there. What's the white boy been raping women, little girls?
Roman Polanski.
Norman Polanski. That and it's just not him. Hugh Hefner was the biggest. Uh, I don't call him a pimp, but the biggest simp, and nobody did
He was
nothing
a pimp.
about the freaks up there in
Yeah,
Hollywood.
play.
Mhm.
He was
And
had
I
that
mean, now
shit
you're
that
doing whataboutism. Bill
hold
Cosby
on,
is
hold on.
supposed to
No, let me
stand
finish.
above those kinds of
Let,
people. He's not supposed to be on the same level.
let me finish. Them bitches, for one, were lying. They
Oh
wanted to
man.
get down. Them were some lying ass white bitches. And you know
For
how it
sure.
was. Everybody back in the 70s did Quaaludes. Everybody
That's true.
did
That's
it.
true.
Okay? So
Especially
they
They
in that
did
was
scene,
whatever they needed to do.
especially in that film
The
industry.
further they whack ass acting career.
yeah, and you got somebody like Elvis that echoes the same white bullshit. That's why we can't get along with y'all niggas. Y'all don't understand the drop in this
You know how
country.
easy it
No,
was to
Hold
Ben
on,
Yusuf,
hold on, hold
I
on.
get your
white woman,
frustration, brother. But
black,
my point
black
here is
woman,
that
piece of
Bill
shit.
Cosby purported himself to be this upright guy, upstanding guy. Let's not forget, all of
Yeah,
this
hold on.
time.
In his
Hold
public,
He's
on,
not
when he
even
Kyler,
became
let
nigga.
me
He a
finish
president,
this.
freak, nigga.
All of this time, he was married to Camille, right? He was
And
married.
she
He's
didn't
a
have
Facts.
a
married
problem
man.
with it. And she
And
So
didn't
Tell
have a
us.
he's
problem with
having
it.
all of these affairs. First
So
of all,
what?
it's
That's not
idolatry,
illegal.
right? That's the first thing. This is a man who's supposed to be the father figure for Black America, right?
No, no, he wasn't.
Facts.
No, he wasn't. First of
Oh,
all, what
okay.
he was doing wasn't illegal. His wife didn't have a problem with it. Okay?
Oh, okay. So I guess the Quaaludes and women saying that they were drugged. You know, when a woman is unconscious, you can't give you
yo, to
consent to
take
have
his
sex with her.
Quaaludes,
Man, man,
Elvis,
this
all he
dude
Elvis,
does,
is so
you
that,
can't force your beliefs
that's
on
why you
Bill
can't talk to these
Cosby.
African niggas.
What, being
Because
a
they don't
moral
know
person
shit.
is a belief, Jonathan?
First of all,
What's
these
your
Being
niggas
moral
definition of
don't
now is a
moral?
belief? Come on,
Wait, no,
man.
no, no. What's your definition of moral?
Not having sex with women who are unconscious.
What?
Not committing adultery while you're
So,
married to
so
your
illegal,
wife.
wait, no,
nigga.
no, no. I
That was
find it
illegal,
strange. I
nigga.
find it strange
What
that
would
these women were so unconscious. They know what happened to them, though.
yeah, which was two
A lot of
unconscious
women.
women.
One of the women said she woke up, she saw that she was dead. You know, women know when they've been penetrated. I hate to use the word, but when they've been penetrated and they wake and they come back to to consciousness,
Man,
they
this
know.
dude is so
Let me
goddamn
ask
lame, man.
Elvis
It's
this.
ridiculous.
Let me ask Elvis this. What?
I mean, I'm saying, Ben, I don't know if you had a situation like that before. Maybe somebody lied on you before.
Well, if you had a
Maybe you had a
situation,
situation. I don't know, but I'm saying it's not right for a person like Bill Cosby's stature to be doing such
Dude,
a thing,
prove it
let me
man.
then.
ask you
What's
this,
the
Elvis.
Elvis,
evidence then?
Elvis,
Prove it.
you
Hold
really
on.
got it. You got to
Listen,
be out your
listen.
mind to
The white
believe that
woman in the
all
70s,
of these women,
you
all
talking
of them,
about around the time,
I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. 75% of them are lying. 25% wasn't. Can we agree on
Prove it
that?
then. Prove it. If
He
it's
that
if
doesn't
literally
it's
went
even
to
one
make
jail
thing,
for it
sense.
and got repealed and got overturned on a technicality, man.
no, it wasn't
That
no
was no
technicality because they
technicality.
went
He
against the
wasn't found
law.
not guilty.
They went
It was
against the law, and he shouldn't have been in jail in the first goddamn place.
I mean, you're advocating and protecting a sex offender, brother. That's not
the,
cool, man.
Man, you a white boy, man.
would it
That's
be
why I don't fuck with
easy?
these
Let
African
me
No,
niggas.
ask
I
Elvis
get
this.
it. I
They
get it. You
actually,
mad at me. I don't know.
if
Maybe this is
Elvis was
personal
on
for
the
you, brother,
jury,
but don't get
if
mad at me. I'm just
Elvis
giving my
was on
opinion,
the
man.
jury
Elvis, let
with
me ask you
us,
He's
this.
just
we
giving his
would be
opinion, man.
guilty.
Let-
He's the
come
If
same
on,
as
this
a
man.
happened
white
to a
man
white
on
woman
the
in the
jury.
70s, wouldn't it
He's
be?
the same as a white man on the jury. It ain't no difference between him and a white man.
Come on.
Let me
He
ask
just giving
Elvis
his
this.
opinion,
I
man. Come
mean,
on, come
brother,
on.
I'm not in favor of
Nah, that
any
ain't no
sexual
opinion.
assault, whether it's a black male or white man, brother. If
Elvis,
you committed to having, don't forget too, he also settled. He settled financially with some of
Yeah,
these women, man.
but the
People
women.
settle and they don't even be guilty,
Oh,
Elvis.
okay, all right, Jonathan. Okay,
dude. Hey,
No,
Elvis,
I
let me
mean
ask you
that's
this.
common sense. People
I'm
settle
okay.
and
assuming
don't be
Check this
guilty
out.
at all.
Hold up. Arnold Schwarzenegger settled.
Sometimes the
Yeah, so
His
slander
did
is
name is
bad. You
Superman
know,
Schwarzenegger,
blow up.
Kyle. Don't call him
some
nigger.
slander is bad for business.
Come on,
Yeah,
man.
so did Arnold
Let's not be
Schwarzenegger had the
delusional,
same thing
man.
happen,
We
right?
like Bill Cosby,
That's
No,
not
no,
being
man.
delusional. It's
Arnold was
business,
grabbing
bro.
some ass. Arnold Schwarzenegger was groping women and everything. He had
Tyler
the same.
Arnold is not a pillar of black society, is he? He's
No,
not
but
a
I'm
father.
saying,
He's
but
not
it
a
happens
father
all
figure
the
kind of
time.
person, is he?
Hey Elvis, you
Sexual
worry about
misconduct
the
happens
women
all the
getting
time.
raped in Africa. What you worry about that?
I mean, bro, I'm worried about that, but you gotta admit, right? Women
No,
getting
worry
raped
about the
in
war
Africa is
crimes going
wrong.
over that they over
Women
Now,
they
we
getting
trying to
expose
sexually
figure
assaulted
everything out,
here
villages.
is
brother.
also wrong. We can
All we
They
agree
got
on
to
both
raping
do
of
whole
those
is,
things.
villages
uh, uh,
I
in the
hear you, bro.
Congo.
Your
hold
anger here is palpable. I get it, right? But I'm
those
saying
accusations
if it's
happen
wrong
around
in
the
Africa,
time.
it's wrong here too, right?
Those accusations happen around the time Emmett Till. You know, Emmett Till got killed
What
from a
did you say?
lie.
Emmett Till? When did Emmett Till get killed, Big Black?
From a lie. We
Yeah,
telling
big
the
black, you way off.
white women
With
had
them,
Wrong,
with
White
them
wrong is
women.
dates,
wrong,
bro.
bro.
Shit, Emmett Till. Got
not in
what?
the
Yo, yo,
70s. But
hey,
I'm
can I ask a
saying,
question?
you
Is
think
that
a
Steve?
white
What's
woman,
up,
let me ask
Steve?
you this.
What's
If
going on, Elder?
a
Going
white
through the
woman
chat.
was in the 70s, all a white woman had to say is pretty much she touched me and shit. They would
Yeah,
have
but
been
it's
Well,
not the
hey,
same
yo,
they,
thing, Big
they would
Black.
have
They
gone
there's
lied
a
on
ballistic
Emmett
on
video.
Till. We know that
This
now.
video TikTok going viral with some crazy white woman accused a black guy. He tried to rape me. And the guy was like, they said he's down here all the time trying to check into the hotel. And she went up there and said, well, the cop said, you call me. It was a black cop. She goes, I want somebody white. The white cop said, okay, well, why? Well, he tried. Well, we got cameras. He said, well, I don't want to say that, but well, you just made a call to 911 say you was raped, but we got evidence that this guy was downstairs the whole time. While he did it, whatever like that. I don't know how he did it, but he did it. And the bottom line is, if it was any other situation, that guy would be in serious trouble. We're talking about raping a white.
Carl, it's
So
not the same situation. These are women
Yeah,
that
Colin,
Bill,
same
Colin,
thing
Bill
in
Cosby knew
Oklahoma.
can I
The
ask you a
personally,
question,
Oklahoma
Colin?
intimately.
past
These are
started
not
over
just
that with
women that
some
just
white
lied
woman
on him.
lying.
Why?
You know what the funny
Because they
thing
want to
is?
keep
They try to make it seem like Bill Cosby was just so powerful, so influential. That was a black motherfucker. He
Colin,
Ah,
can
was
I ask you
never.
a
wealth
question?
There
in
was
itself is
no
power,
black person
Jonathan.
that damn powerful in this damn country.
not in the 70s, DJ.
To a point
That's
where, in which you could go and molest white women. Fuck
Not in
out
the
of here.
no, like he was wrong. Wrong is wrong. But Bill Cosby was a powerful person in the community, and that the industry and the
Yeah,
way he
yeah, in the
projected
community,
himself
not in America
was
though.
in
That's the
America too,
difference,
bro. What are you
bro.
talking about?
Bro, you're not raping white women and being
No,
black
he was wrong.
and getting
He
away
was
with
wrong
it.
for doing. Yeah. Uh,
Yo, Colin.
true,
not
true.
all
not in the
right,
70s.
all
Well,
right.
I mean, the brain has to work at some point.
Steve, Steve wants to ask me a question. Go ahead.
Colin, were all the women that accused Bill Cosby white women?
Yeah.
Here's the question I gotta ask. Same thing with what's that dude name? That football player. Why was he messing around with white women for?
Well, my whole thing is, although I don't approve of that, whatever like that, that was the '70s. Oh, you got all these parties. Like I said, when you start going down that road of having people at parties and stuff like that, drugs and everything, the people who freak look every time. If you're gonna live that lifestyle, for the most part, the people who are in that lifestyle are mostly white women. You don't have black women; they'll do it for a little while just to find the right guy and then get out. Women that are dedicated to that life, they're mostly white, that
Right,
drugs,
but
stuff like that,
but he- he- here's the thing, right? Um, when we all know the history of this country when it comes with black men and white women. So why would you even put yourself in that position?
I have no
But
idea. That
brother, it
was, you
still
know
ain't
what it is?
illegal
I
though,
think
brother.
because
The
I think
reason why
because
they do it is because when you become successful, extremely successful, you stop thinking that you're black for some
yeah,
damn reason.
you think
Right.
that stuff
I'm
don't
not black.
apply to
I'm
you.
OJ. Basically, what you're trying to say.
There you go.
You know what I'm saying? You think you're above all that, and then you
And
get
the
your name
women
put
are
away
throwing
with it all.
pussy at you.
You know how you can avoid it? By being an upright man, not sleeping with women
Hey, brother, that ain't
who are gonna
illegal.
get you
You
caught
ain't the
up.
moral police coming from
Like what
Africa.
happened with Shannon Sharp,
That's true,
going to
Elvis. That's
court
true,
now and getting
Elvis.
sued for
Oh,
100 million. I
you,
mean,
you,
it's
you,
Zero
all about
morality,
protecting
brother.
Elvis,
yourself as a
Elvis.
man, brother.
Sharon
That's
Sharp's a
true.
fucking clown. That's a strip
That's what I'm
clown.
saying. So
That's true.
be smart, bro. If you have money, you have something to lose. Be smart and know
Yeah,
who you sleep with. I mean, that's just
that's
common
true.
sense, right?
Even get too wild. But
Then again,
Tyler,
what do you think about the fact that Daddy Yankee? I didn't know he was that rich. He's worth $1 billion,
Yeah,
and
the
his
dude is
wife.
a mega reggaeton star,
Check
bro.
this out, check this out. His wife, girlfriend, whatever that, like she's white. She wants all of it. She wants $1 billion. What the fuck for? I have no idea. She
yeah,
just
that's
tried to take
crazy.
that
Colin,
motherfucker to
one more
the bank.
thing, Colin. I thought you said that like he didn't believe in interracial
I don't know.
relationships.
I don't. I'm saying, what are you
No, I
talking
thought
No,
you
about?
Bill
said
What
Cosby.
are
You
you
talking about
talking
Bill
about?
Cosby?
Daddy Yankee ain't
Bill
white. He
Cosby.
ain't black. He's like
Yeah, but it ain't
No, Bill
Latino.
illegal.
Cosby. You talking about Bill Cosby?
Yeah,
Yeah, it
yeah.
ain't illegal
And he
though.
was sleeping with a lot of these white women, man.
My whole
But it
thing,
It's
ain't
hold on.
like
illegal though.
My whole thing is this. I don't agree with that. Only for a simple fact is, I believe it's dangerous dating white girls, like white women. Like, if you're the person of responsibility, right? Bill Cosby, that's where he messed up. because he had a
Oh,
Ba- ba-
Kyle,
I mean,
I wanted to
basically,
share something with you real quick, Kyle. Talking on this topic, right? You know, I mean, you probably don't know him, but he's right. He was back in your neighborhood there. Robert Griffin III, right? He used to be the quarterback for the Washington Redskins, right?
Washington Redskins, yeah.
Yeah, this dude he reposted a picture of Angel Reese, who was on the cover of 2K, right? A basketball game. Somebody posted her as a monkey dribbling the basketball, and this dude reposted that shit. Remember now, he's married to a white woman, being an
We everybody
ultimate
know
coon.
RG3 is a coon. He's a straight
Yeah,
coon.
that shit pissed me off. It's all over Black Twitter. That shit is going viral. Black man married to a white woman posting a black woman as a monkey on his Twitter, where he got like millions of followers, man.
Yes, yeah. Like I said, yeah, people like that. But what can you do? We're gonna shoot them. You know, we could, but
Yeah, we
You said
could.
it before,
well,
Carter. I don't
somebody
endorse
could.
it, but you said it, so don't ask me the question. You said it before.
Well, no, but yeah, like I said, but if somebody wants, I wouldn't hold it against you if you did. But
All
you
right,
know,
I ain't said nothing.
But
Don't put
but
that
hold
on
on,
me,
but,
Carter.
but hold on, Colin. Going back to the point I was trying to make, though, man, it seemed like Bill Cosby was a fraud. Then, so he didn't believe in interracial
hold on,
relationships
no,
behind closed doors.
There you
Steve,
go,
Steve,
Steve. You get
There
it.
you
He
go.
was a
There you go,
hypocrite
Steve.
Steve,
Thank
through
you.
and
Steve,
Thank
through.
you,
don't
He's a
even
Steve.
say
hypocrite,
that's a
man.
nice try, Steve. That's a nice try.
What do you
But
mean? He's
What?
right on, Carter.
no, that's a nice try. That's called throwing out the baby with the bathwater.
Nah, it's called being a
Oh,
hypocrite
Steve.
and be
All right,
getting called out on it.
okay, let
See,
me ask
see,
you a
see.
question. Let me ask you a question. Who is on your $100 bill?
Carter, Carter, what are you
No,
talking
Kyler,
about?
no.
Kyler, you ain't even got to go there. You ain't got to go
Is
there.
it Benjamin
There's
Franklin?
a difference.
Who's on your $10 bill?
Maybe Bill Cosby was
Is it
intelligent enough to say,
Hamilton?
"Don't marry nobody else outside of your race." At least Bill Cosby knew how to keep the black dollars in the black community by not marrying some damn white woman. But the other black people that we usually praise on here,
He ain't married no
they
sister.
done messed around and
She
married
mixed.
some
She high yellow though.
She not high yellow.
She is. Camille is really light skinned.
No, she's not.
no,
Let
she
me look
ain't.
her up. Let me see.
Hey man, like goddamn, is that a light skin rule or something? You can't
I
marry
mean, marry a black
Wait,
woman, man. A
Elvis
nigga
is
black with a
African.
big ass nose. Marry a black woman, man.
Elvis is
Damn.
African. Elvis is African. We don't do that over here in black
You know
community.
what do you mean? You don't do that. You don't marry
They
black
don't
women,
do
Carter?
that.
Is
They
that
don't
what you
do that.
say? You don't marry
We don't
black
do
women
that in
over
black
here?
community, bro. We don't have that.
I'm sure Jonathan got a black wife and he's happy with her. He ain't got
Yeah,
no
yeah. Well, black
mulatto
people.
looking
But Elvis,
fashionable white woman.
Elvis, they call mixed people black here in order for them to mix out. You know what I mean? That's how they get down in the
No,
age groups. You know?
you guys say stuff like that, and black people. That's
Yeah.
like a threatening our community, man. I think because
What? Carter, you think
No,
majority of black
hey,
people are white
Kyla,
passing?
it
That's
ain't
not
even
true.
that. Just go to different parts of Africa. You'll see light ass people, and
No,
I
no, no.
guess
It's a
they'll be
different.
like, these
No,
people
no, no,
ain't
no,
African.
no,
They're
no.
not
No,
as
no, no.
black as
I
other
don't give a
people.
move.
No,
I
no, no,
call
no.
you colorist.
That don't
Light
even
skin
make
black is
sense.
black,
I am
man.
not a colorist, Mari.
Light
Come
You
skinned
on.
know
black
you're
is black.
colorist,
What does that
Carter.
mean?
You
No, no.
always talk
Light
about,
skin
oh,
black is
my
black.
sister was
We
light
talking
skinned.
about
Oh, I
How
knew,
do
mixing.
you
bro.
know
You know, she
that?
was real light
How do you know
skinned.
light
Whole
skinned
day.
black is black? Because they lighter
Mixing is not the
than
same
everyone
as light
else.
skin black, bro.
First thing y'all women
Oh,
gonna
Mixing
do
not the.
is get
hold
a
on, hold
white
on, hold
boy
on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
soil.
You know what they say,
What
right? The
what
blacker the berry, right?
A lot of Caribbean women
the
go get
sweeter
them
the
a white
juice.
boy, same as the continental African woman, and they
Wait,
put some shit on our women. Y'all stop it,
wait.
man.
You said? Wait. What you saying, big black? One more time.
No, a lot of y'all Caribbean women, as soon as they hit the soil, they go get a white boy. Same with the
The big
continental
black,
African woman.
what do you know
Hold on,
about
hold
Caribbean women,
on.
man? Damn.
Can I
Yeah,
say
same
something?
with the
Can I say
continental
something?
African woman.
We talk about Bill
Can I say?
Cosby being a hypocrite, talking about he's all for
Parents like
black marriages and black relationships, and then he was
Hold on,
sleeping with all those
Elvis.
white women, man.
and a lot of,
Hold
and
on,
at
Elvis.
the same
Yeah,
time, a lot
sleeping
of
with him. He
Caribbean
wasn't in
dads are
relationships with him. He was just digging him
African
down.
same
Do
thing.
your
Can I
thing,
say?
Bill.
Don't be
Can
like
I say?
that guy who said I have relationship with women and sex with men on Law and Order. That shit was
No,
Hold
hilarious.
no,
How you
on.
no.
know something like
Can,
that?
Bullshit.
You don't want so
can I?
left.
Hey, listen, you trying
Nah,
to,
like Bill Cosby saying,
you know,
have a relationship with
when
black
y'all
women
come
but
on
sleep with
here,
white
Yeah,
y'all
women.
so
see,
like I said,
That's
he
an
was basically a
oxymoron.
fraud.
y'all
He
come on
was
here, y'all,
preaching one
y'all seen
thing.
white people before, and y'all go try to date a white person. Let's be real.
Can I say something to weak black real quick? Can I say something to weak black?
Yeah, go ahead and say something.
What do you
How
say,
you
Prince of
know
B?
we black? Come on, man.
Yeah,
We
weak black
black.
over
You
there
know they do.
talking
They
nonsense.
all
Over.
in the college
That ain't true.
field.
Most
They
of us
all in the college
live amongst
Prince of
ourselves
B,
and we
what do
date
you say?
amongst
We
ourselves,
black?
bro.
What do you mean by that? I didn't get
He
it.
said we black.
Big,
Yeah,
big,
that's
big
right.
black ain't. There ain't no big black. That's weak black.
Oh, we black. Okay,
They be,
all right.
they be dreaming about that white girl they just seen on TV or that white guy they seen.
Bro, most of us marry our own, or we marry other blacks. What are you talking about?
I mean,
Until
I don't
y'all
want to
get to
brag,
Well,
I ain't all that.
electricity,
I ain't all
man.
that,
You
but
blood. Hold
I've
on. Most
turned
of
down
the
three
guys that
white
you
girls,
see out
3
there,
of them.
yo, hold on. All the street,
I know
every
Jonathan
time,
slept with a
every time,
couple white
all
women.
those guys that be
Yeah,
holding,
yeah, for sure.
interviewing white girls on the street that you see on reels, most of the Caribbean and African guys.
Okay, okay, I give you that. But most Caribbeans and Africans marry their
Well, they
own people.
love themselves some white chick.
Yeah, but in their own country.
It's innate in us, right, to stay away
Oh
from
I,
that.
man,
You know,
well, like if you
you
look at
got
it,
I
if
you,
you look at it
Tyler,
this way,
Tyler,
right?
I know
Tyler,
you had
Tyler,
I know you had a few dark Migo. I know you little nigga. You had a few white women. Talk about yeah,
Tyler,
right, Elvis.
Christmas love
Tyler,
country, boy. This is
Tyler. Even when we mix out, we call the mixed kids mixed. When you mix out, you call the mixed kids black. It's not the same, bro.
That's not true. That's not true.
Yes, y'all do, bro. If
That's
I have a
changing.
mixed
but
kid
see,
That's
tomorrow, that
changing.
kid is not black to me.
even when we
That's
do
You
that,
changing.
you think that's changing, Steve?
Yes,
what
absolutely.
happens
that's changed.
is
That's
That's
not true.
changed a lot over the years.
I'm gonna
That's
tell you.
not
I'm gonna
true.
tell
what
you why,
happens is the
right?
reason why we do
Because
that because we don't want to buffer
one of the
class.
biggest demographics of people in the growing in America are mixed people. So mixed people are starting to identify
They're
as
starting to
mixed.
identify themselves.
Hey,
Right.
Pam Melodism is right then, right?
That dude's a clown. That dude's gay.
Nigga said most of us gonna have mixed kids. Our kids gonna
Say
have mixed kids.
I think that dude's gay. You know, right? I
Yeah.
think he is.
So
Why you
Steve
say
is
that
kind
all
of
that, Kyler?
verifying what he said. Then, if that's the
Dude's
case,
gay, man. He's talking about,
But yeah,
well,
most of the new most of the new mixed
don't you
kids
just have to no.
identify as
Dude,
mixed.
I don't at my age I don't fucking
I
go
mean
around
that's the point I was making, right?
girls.
Mixed is not a race, is it?
It's not. It's just a mixture of the two
No.
different groups, but they're their own group.
Right, because a mix
They
could
have
be
their
an
own
Italian
reality.
Hey, hold on, I'll tell you what it is. Hold on,
and a
let me tell you what
Chinese.
it is. The problem is back in the days, right? Mixed people had to live in a black community, reared in a black culture and black community. Now you got white
After
guys,
the one drop
you got
rule.
stone cold white redneck white guys, right? Who are now embracing their mixed children and whatnot, and they're raised into white communities and mixed communities. So it's not the same dynamic anymore. Before,
Right.
a slave master used to have sex with his slave, right? Produce a mixed kid, and the black community was always tasked with raising this mixed kid. You know, that's how it
I
was.
see, Carla. You see
Now,
Solomon, right?
hold on. It's shifted is now you got large numbers of mixed kids who grow up in suburbs and affluent neighborhoods, white neighborhoods, mixed communities,
Yeah,
whatnot. So it's not the same
because the
dynamic.
Solomon says ethnicity, right? Because in South Africa they have colors, right? People who are mixed are called colored.
Yeah, that's what. Hold on, that's
So he
all
said that's an
proximity.
ethnicity.
The
It's
colored
not.
people
That is not an
developed their own
ethnicity.
language.
Now it's
Right.
it could be
Hold up,
it's an
colored
ethnicity
people
in
in
South
South
Africa because
Africa.
there's a culture
Well,
behind it.
The
in
colored
the
people in
Caribbean
South
too, they have
Africa
their own
develop
names for
their
them.
own culture and their own identity. You know, mixed people either in America either go with black or being white. Now they're trying to.
Hell no, Carla. They ain't never going to being white. They'll never put down there that they're white.
No. Look, white people
Now some of that pass.
basically are more accepting of them now. You know,
Right,
and
right.
Yeah, but if you see a mulatto, you can't tell that person can't tell you they're white, man. You know what I mean?
I
No,
know,
they
but
will
I'm saying
always
that
be on
even
the
though that,
outside.
right? White people
Yeah,
are
they
now
always say they're black.
white people are
That's
now
not that I'm trying to tell you this
they
changing.
distinguish themselves. They're now basically
I
saying,
don't know. I haven't applied for a
no,
job in a
They don't
while.
say
I'm
they're
just going by
black
what I
if they were
see.
raised with black people. If
You
they
know,
were
But
raised
they
Yes,
by
say they're
white
white
people,
if
they
they
that's
were
will
what
say
raised by
they're
Elvis
white
black.
said.
people. Jonathan, you ever seen a mixed person
if they're
identify
raised
as
by
white?
white people, if you got mixed people raised by white people,
Yeah.
they blend into white
Do
society.
they have that on a job application or on the
It
federal
doesn't matter.
form about being
They just
mixed?
say mixed.
They give
Well,
you black or white. Most
You know?
mixed people pick black, man.
They actually do, Elvis.
That's what I was
I thought they
wondering
do
because I
have that
haven't
on the
done one of
form.
those in a while. Really, they
Look,
do?
check this out. I used to do look when I was working at the club, right?
Or you just talking shit, Jonathan?
I had this girl
No,
named.
they actually do.
Hey, look, when I worked at the
They
night.
even separate them
Hold up, let me
when it
say.
comes down to government
I
statistics.
had this girl that worked at a club with us named Felicia, right? But she was a light skinned girl. She was mixed race, but she was like a light skinned black girl, right? I saw on her profile on the website I used to run. On her profile on MySpace, she had a MySpace. I had to link people up with a MySpace. MySpace just said black/African, right? She put black/African. I thought she was gonna put down mixed race. She just put black/African, And I asked her about it. I said, she goes, well, I am black African, My father's black, my mother's white. I'm black African. That's what she said. But she
Yeah.
raised around black people. She's all hooded out and whatnot, So she considers herself black African.
Kyle, I'm saying I want to see it, and I don't think you've ever saw it where a mixed person, let's say 50% mixed, a mulatto, right? That's a
Well, I just
derogatory term.
told you. I just gave you one
No,
example.
listen, what I'm saying the opposite. I've never seen anybody who's been mixed say that they're white. They might say I'm mixed, as a way to probably claim their whiteness, but they never tell you I'm white.
Oh no, I know. I look. Most mixed people know that they're not technically white because they don't have the white skin. But I will say this. They if they go into white circles and white. And another thing now too is white guys basically they will date mixed race women just like they would date a white girl when that because they
Collar
justify it.
white men
I
also
don't know,
date black, blue,
Carla. I be
blue
seeing a lot of white
black
Them
women.
women
white
with the
Collar.
guys
darkest
like them
black
black
women.
Yeah, they
sisters.
also
The
date the
blacker the
darkest black
better.
women too.
They like them
So
black
it's not just
sisters.
yeah, it's not just mixed women they're looking for, man. Come on.
Yeah, they date the darkest with natural hair and everything else. So, and from what I seen,
No, they be
They
having
want
those investor
they want
wigs,
mafufu.
Okay.
having those
Ben
wigs.
Yusuf, man, you just a hating ass dude, man. Damn.
They be having them wigs on. They be having the investor wigs on, man. They like
Oh,
them.
Big
Like,
Black,
yo,
you talking like that too, Big Black? I thought you was a Pan
hold
African,
on.
man.
Yeah,
I'm
if
Can I
they
say
don't
asking
something?
identify as
you
black, they hate it. Damn.
That, yeah,
Big
but
Black
that's
talking
true.
about
But
that best of weed. You talking like a real Tariq.
y'all need to check
You've
y'all
been
book.
no, but
watching
that's
Tariq a
true. That's
lot
true
more
though.
recently, Big Black. I can tell, man.
Everything white is right, man. And they
Elvis,
try.
that's true though. Some of them was like that. That's the aesthetics of some of them.
Dr.
But
Umar did say he was punched in his face by an alien. So
hold on, you see, hold on, Elvis. You see what happened recently to Dr. Umar when you said something about the wives thing, right? How it's important for black people to have wives, even if it's more than one, versus having a bunch of floozies. You heard what recently happened with Dr. Umar? Or
I
some
don't
kind of
I
believe
saw
woman.
in
some
more than
picture of
one
him with a
woman.
white woman all cozy up. I don't know if it's AR or real, man. I
No,
don't
no,
know if
no,
that shit was
no,
for
no,
real.
no. He claimed some woman robbed him and he was making fun of some woman. You heard about it recently?
I don't follow him religiously like that, but I saw it on Twitter the other day. It was some white women face to face, cheek to cheek. I don't know. It has to be AI because I don't think Dr. Umar would do some shit
But
like that, man.
Y'all leave Umar alone. He ain't messing with y'all,
no,
man.
to the point. The point is, I think marriage is the point. A lot of elements of which make the community weaker is the
We
lack of
don't need
families and
polygamy. We don't need
marriage.
polygamy.
Back in the Caribbean,
I
we.
don't even talk about polygamy, principally. You
Cause y'all
practicing
hate
What you
polygamy
mean?
right
We
now?
do. We need that. We need that. We need polygamy.
No, we don't.
Why hate it
No,
like
we
that?
don't.
If
Yeah,
you're a
we need
cheating ass nigga,
polygamy.
just say I'm a
Who said
cheating ass
that?
nigga. Forget about polygamy, man. Do it the
No,
old
no, no.
fashioned
We
way.
need
Have
listen.
two
The
We
families.
need.
only people that don't want polygamy are the people that want to have babies and not be committed to the woman they have babies with.
No,
Exactly.
listen. I did research on this. Most people that came up in polygamous households tend not to do it
Yeah,
themselves.
yeah. Tend not to do it. They hate it because they saw the unfairness, especially their mothers were ill treated. They didn't get the
It
same
even
kind of
talks about that
attention.
in the Bible. It
Yeah,
causes problems.
that's cap. That's cap.
I
But
mean,
Jamaica,
Jonathan,
hold
you're
on, hold
different,
on.
right? Maybe you're doing your thing a little
No,
different. Maybe you
it
have the
ain't
means.
even that. The fact of the matter is, the people that grew up in those households, they were obviously taught a different religion, and they
Yeah, I
try
mean,
to
yeah, it's
adopt to their
fine.
different
Yeah,
religion. It's the religion that's telling you don't do that shit.
True, true,
what? What
true,
do you
true, true,
mean?
true.
I don't get that point.
Cool.
It's
Hold on. Let me
religion that's
explain.
telling
Yeah,
people in Africa and people that grew up in those households don't do that shit.
Christianity,
If you
certain
grow up
elements
as
of
a
Christian.
Christian, if you grow up as a Christian, your parents may have been like traditional people, but you were raised as a Christian or you became a Christian. Y'all was raised as Christians. Y'all
I
try to
mean,
adopt to
there
that
was
new Christian lifestyle.
there was polygamy
Therefore,
in the
you start
Old
rejecting
Testament,
polygamy.
but in the New
Exactly.
Testament,
Old Testament.
they
But
did away with
Jonathan,
it because
people who've
it
been
didn't
a
work.
part of polygamous relationship, even the women, they realize that it's not a good thing for them. Most of them will come out of it. They
So
tend
why
they
was
tend
it
to
in
get
the
abused,
Old Testament,
neglected.
Elvis?
Say
Why
it
was it in
again.
the Old Testament? Why was it in
It's
the Old Testament, Elvis?
No, the Old Testament is a book of books, right? It's giving historical context. It's not telling you should do it. The Bible actually
No, but
says
that's
a man should cleave onto his
Right.
wife and become one with
Look
her.
at all, but if you read the
Paul
Old
hold
Testament,
on,
actually
press up,
said that.
hold on,
uh,
press up,
hold on.
calm. Elvis, that's cap.
If
Okay.
you
Now, a
read,
lot
if
of
you
times, what y'all modern Christians like to do is y'all like to point out shit from way in the beginning of the Bible. You're not in the beginning of the Bible no more.
No, did you hear what I said? That's coming from the New Testament. When Paul said that a man should cleave unto his wife and become one with her,
Man, this
that's
is
from the
hold
New
on,
Testament, not from the Old
Paul was
Testament.
only reiterating something that was said in the beginning. But
Jonathan, I
also,
get
if
it.
you go to
You're a
no,
polygamist.
no,
That's fine, but don't try to twist the
hold
Bible
on,
to fit
brother.
your lifestyle,
If
brother.
you go to
It's
First
not true.
Corinthians, if you
debates.
go to First Corinthians chapter
Debates last
7,
2 hours and
Paul literally just says that what he's saying is only a suggestion, not that it's
thank
actually the
you.
law that
Jonathan,
Christians can't
Jonathan is
follow it. It's
correct on
only a
that.
suggestion.
He's correct on that.
Paul
there was
also
never any.
said that women shouldn't be in church. You shouldn't have your hair braided. You shouldn't wear gold. You shouldn't wear jewelry. Y'all don't
Right.
You
tell the
shouldn't
females to
marry. You
follow
shouldn't
that shit.
marry. Hmm.
All
They should
he
be
said all
quiet in the
kinds of
church.
stuff.
They should be
It was
quiet in church.
all
But we got some of
those
these.
were all
We
his
got.
suggestions.
Can we get back on
Y'all
topic?
try to hold it down as
You,
law.
hey, you want to
But
be
hold on.
polygamous? I'll
Hey,
be polygamous, brother. I mean,
But
that's your life. I'm not telling you what to do.
hold on.
Be
Last
polygamous.
thing before we change the subject. If you go back and look at all those polygamous relationships in the Old Testament, a lot of times it came with problems.
Of course. You
If you
saw what
go
happened
back and
with
look
well,
at the
with
whole
David
the
and
one woman,
Rachel.
one husband, one wife relationship, they all came with trouble.
Jonathan.
Try that one all over again.
What's the
Start with
trouble?
Adam and Eve from the
The
very
man
beginning.
cheating. That's the trouble. Having two girlfriends on the
yeah,
side with a wife.
Adam and Eve, nobody had a polygamous relationship, and they
you
don't
try
fuck
to
the world over.
things on us.
Bad
Facts.
example.
Elvis, you steady bashing men. I don't know, man. You got
You
them
said you said I'm steady bashing what?
men.
What do
Men
you
cheat.
mean? Big like you. What do you? What's wrong with you,
I
man?
mean, I don't know, man. You still batting with us? You still, you kind of switching over?
Big black, relax, man. I mean, you're talking crazy. I'm telling you,
What is he
I don't
talking
What
agree
about?
is
with
he
I don't
insinuating?
agree
What are
with
you insinuating,
polygamy,
Wait,
Big
wait,
Black?
wait,
and I don't agree with
what is
sexual assaults. Those are the two things we disagree on. I mean, if you think I'm
what
against
is
men, then fine.
what is weak black talking about? What are you talking
Right.
about,
I
Yeah,
big
mean,
what
what
are
are
black?
you
you
trying
trying
to
to
say? You're trying to
insinuate?
insinuate something, man?
No, I'm saying
You think you think being in a polygamous relationship is the best
men
thing for men?
sometimes
You think that's ideal for men?
women cheat. I
Ain't
mean,
that
No, we
what they
need
do in
stability.
No,
Africa?
no,
Elvis,
big black.
Ain't that what they
we
You
do
need
in
think being
stability,
Jamaica?
Elvis.
Man, y'all gotta
polygamous
let's be
relationship is
real.
the
Most of
best thing for
y'all
men?
We need structure, Elvis.
listen.
No, no, I'm
Most
asking
men
Big Black. I want him to answer me.
what's up, Elvis? What you
You
say?
think being in a polygamous relationship is the best thing for men, and that makes you manlier if you're in a polygamous relationship?
Nah,
We
Ask
nah.
need
the
less
African
cheating. We
brother.
need less cheating, Elvis. We need less cheating,
No,
Elvis.
hey, I
Just
get you, bro.
structure,
I'm asking
Elvis.
Big Black. Let him
I
answer.
don't even know why we on this topic, really.
but
Nah, because you
Prince of
saying
Peace.
like because that's the stupid thing that all men wants, right? That you should be allowed to sleep with as many women as you possibly can. Get
No,
married to
I
five
ain't saying
women. That
that.
way
Ain't that
you're
what
not
y'all do in
cheating.
They
Africa?
don't,
You
And
know,
they
most
don't have
people
no
can't
self
even
the
control.
afford
worst
to
They
have
thing
don't
more
have
the
no
worst
self
wives.
thing
control.
about that, Elvis, is that you don't have to get married to sleep with anybody.
Okay, then that's
That's a
fornication. Then
But
that's a
we
lack
need
of self
commitment. We
control.
need commitment and
That's a lack
stability.
of self control.
right? I mean,
Ain't that
if
what you
you
do
want
in
to
Africa,
fornicate, yeah,
Elvis?
fornicate.
But now hold
There are
on a
dudes
second
who
now.
have it. They got
The,
girlfriends and
the
they know about each other and they know
the
that they're
whole
sharing the
the
same
whole
dude. If that's
idea
what they
of
want to do.
lack of self control, if you're taking that from the Bible, there was lack of self control from the very beginning. God's
That's
very
true.
first initial creations was created without self control. Fuck out
That's
of here
true.
if you think we're going to be better off in 2025. You're smoking
But
a pipe.
People like I think
we should
there's this
strive for
brother right here,
perfection.
right? Yish
We should strive for
Ibn
perfection.
Yahya, right? Yish
Let me
Ibn
say
Yahya is
this.
telling you that. I'm guessing by that name, maybe he's Muslim, right? The Muslims who families are in polygamous relationship, they hate it. I guess I'm assuming this brother is he's a Muslim from probably Nigeria, one of those African countries. He's saying that his daughter better not get into a polygamous relationship. So people who are not really living that reality, they just think it's all fun and games because the mindset is, well, I have four wives, I can sleep with one almost every day of the week and be happy.
And
But
why
there's a
And
do
marry
lot of
some.
harm that comes with
Elvis,
it.
And,
Elvis,
Elvis? You the dick
Elvis.
police, Elvis?
Hold on,
Why do you
Elvis.
I'm
hate
giving
him?
you my opinion. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just telling you
you know,
this is my opinion.
but
No, but
in
Elvis,
the very
Elvis.
same way that you showed as an example, you can show an example of a successful polygamous relationship in which the
Fine.
children don't
There's
think
some
that way.
successful ones, but there's more harm because people.
Yeah,
man,
I'm
because
telling you,
majority of people that actually do the polygamous people shouldn't even have kids at all. You shouldn't
why do you
have
say
one
it?
wife with your broke ass.
There you
Why your
go.
broke
That's a
ass even got
big
a wife?
Jonathan. You're getting
exactly.
to the point right there. You
Most men
can
are
do
not
it,
in
right? Because you
position.
have the means. That's what I said. You have the means, right? Even in the Quran, well, all the time that I bash the Quran, it does say that if you can afford to have four wives, go for it, right? So I give them that. But when guys who don't have the means think that I can go get four wives because it makes me, I don't know, whatever the mindset is, and you
They
can't take
shouldn't
care
have
of
a
those
wife at
women,
all.
yeah, can't take care of those women effectively. If you
Hey,
have kids, you
Elvis, who
can't
the
take
fuck
care
in
of
the
them.
United States got four wives?
No, we're having a conversation here, right?
But that's a good question though, Prince of P.
Elvis.
Where you
The
gonna get
Mormons,
four? Where you
right? The
gonna get
Mormons
multiple
practice
wives from?
polygamy. We know that.
Hold on. Wait, what you said? What you
How
said?
you gonna have a polygamous relationship in America?
Mormons do.
People
Hold
have
on,
it.
I think
hold on.
that's illegal.
Women,
It's illegal. It's
hold on,
illegal.
Steve. Steve, people are working currently, right? Women and
Hmm.
men, right? So women can somewhat take care of themselves to a certain degree, right? Then you got on top of that, these people are cheating, lying, deceiving one another, which is creating a toxic energy in the community, right? So rather than do all that, just have one or two wives and you have a structure and have a family. We don't
Yeah,
need
They
why
have
not
they
just not
have what they
cheat?
call
Why not?
sister marriages, right? Where they marry multiple women at once, and sometimes it's not official. They don't register the certificate. They just do like a spiritual wedding, and really they're
Oh,
fornicating,
okay.
but they think that they're married, right? Because they're not
Right.
registering it with the state, but they're having these spiritual, marriages and marrying multiple women
Elvis,
at once.
nowhere in the Bible does it say you
Elvis,
got to register your marriage with the state.
there you go. There you
Okay,
go. There you go,
okay,
Johnny.
Jonathan.
There you go. There you go.
Yo, Prince Reed, but why not just tell people to stop cheating? Like what? I don't.
Like I said, let's be realistic, man. Like if you have one or two, just keep it small, and then have structural families, man. That keep it pushing.
So telling a man
You
not to
know.
cheat or a woman not to cheat is not realistic.
Wait a minute, wait a
But
minute. I got
that's
hold
already
on,
being
Prince.
said, though. That's
Hold
already
on,
being
Prince.
said.
Don't let him do that. What's the definition of cheating?
All right, my simple understanding, I think it's everybody's understanding, right? Usually, right, when we all got in relationships, ask a woman, you know, to be your girlfriend, or you guys have an understanding that you're in a committed monogamous relationship, meaning that you're both going to be with one partner sexually or emotionally, right? And then you leave that relationship and go and have another emotional or physical relationship with another partner. In my mind, that's cheating. I don't know what your definition of it is.
Now, do y'all really believe that in most of y'all relationships that y'all ever had, that y'all actually sat down and said, we're going to have a monogamous relationship? Y'all actually sat down and said that. Everyone on this platform right now, y'all sat down with a girl and y'all had a whole discussion. We're going to be monogamous in this relationship. Did y'all ever say that shit?
I mean, I've said it.
Well, it's understood. It's
Yeah,
understood
it's
as.
understood, but I've said it
Yeah.
a couple of times,
Whoa,
right?
wait. In the very same way, it's understood, like it's understood in the streets that, man, we don't snitch, bruh. You don't never have the conversation about it, but we just supposed to understand it. Nah, nigga.
Nah, I mean, Jonathan, that's
That
fine.
means
If
it's
you don't
cap.
believe in monogamy, then that's fine, right? If you're
Mo-
a
But
most
person
women
who don't
don't.
think
Most
that,
women don't like polygamous relationships.
yeah, if you don't think that
Most
if you
women
just
don't
tell
like
a
what?
woman, look, I
Most
mean,
women
some
don't.
people have open relationships, right? You can tell a woman, look, we're together, but it's open. I can see other people, you can see other people. If that's the kind of relationship you've been in your life, Jonathan, then kudos
Most
to you,
women don't
brother.
know. Most women don't know what they want.
Listen,
Now, I mean, that's
They'll
fine,
tell
but
you
I'm
they
just
want to
saying,
be married but not get married, and then they'll say they want a child and they don't want a child.
how many
They
women
they
did you,
they they up and down like a roller coaster.
we
Jonathan,
figured
I
Very
don't know.
true.
I don't
Very
know
true.
you, right?
Very
You
true.
might be the top player in California, right? But how
we
many women did you tell? Look, I'm going to be with you. We're going to be in this relationship, but I just want you to know I'm going to be sleeping with other women on the side. You can sleep with other men if you want to. How many women you told that to?
No,
Yeah,
no, no,
maybe
no.
about two of them.
Okay, about two
I
of them.
mean,
Okay.
in terms of in America, yeah, about two of them.
Okay.
Two
All
of them.
right.
Hey,
All right.
listen,
Yeah.
we figured out Jonathan is a pimp. Prince P is
A pimp is someone that has
yeah.
females and
But hold
prostitutes.
on.
Definitely.
Elvis
Can
is
I?
a down low pimp. Could we change the concept? Could we
Stop
change?
being a female, big black.
But
All
hold
right. I
on.
mean,
Let
Using
me.
yeah,
words
Let me.
that don't fit the description.
Can I,
stop it, man.
Jonathan? Let me ask you a question, right? How do those females? How did they receive? Like, how did- when you told them that? How did it make them feel? Did they go along with it or?
Either you accept it or you don't. What do you mean? How about how
I mean,
you feel?
no. I mean, maybe you told him half of it. You probably didn't tell him you can sleep with other niggas, and I'm cool with it. Did you ever tell your girlfriend that, Jonathan?
Hell no.
No,
Oh,
no, of
okay,
course
that's
not.
what I'm saying. So that's what I meant. You never told her,
Of
well,
course
it's an open
not.
relationship. I'm
But
gonna sleep
but
with
But
both
but
women. You can sleep with other
why
but
men.
would
the
you? Why
female
would you?
does
Why
have a
would you?
right to say, "Hey, I'm going to sleep with other guys." If that's be the case, then whose fault is
But
that they don't say it?
women would never say it because it's embarrassing for their,
They won't
their
say it, but they'll do it though, right?
But
nah.
they
But I'm
can go.
saying
They
you
can
wouldn't
go.
say that
They
to
can
them
go.
openly too. As a man, you want to sleep with other women, fine. That's what you want.
No,
Would
no,
you
no, no.
also want your
Elvis,
woman to sleep with
Elvis,
other men?
Elvis, Elvis. We're not talking about sleeping around. We're talking about commitment to two women.
Marriage.
That's not the same thing.
But
We're
we're
talking about
talking
commitment.
about
I mean, we just
panhandling.
said it, right? You can't marry multiple women in the United States, at least not legally, right? So if you're
Yes,
doing,
you
what are you
can.
doing? All
But
right.
you can commit before
I don't
God
know. Maybe
to
you can
women.
teach us, Jonathan, because I
No,
know
no. The
bigamy.
funny thing
I
is,
know
right? It,
bigamy
it,
is against the law in the United States, right?
in
Oh, we got the police
Nigeria,
on the line.
you
Police.
can't legally go to the federal marriage registry and marry multiple women.
You said in
In
Nigeria you
America,
can,
in Nigeria you can't.
you can't or can.
You can't. C
Okay,
A N T. You can't.
okay.
Hold on, Jonathan, address
But
it.
in
Joe
America,
Mama in the
what?
chat.
What's the up there in America?
It's the same thing in America.
Right. So
So
what
the
do you? Why
America
are you saying that
America
you can?
recognizes the first wife as the one that you're legally and that's registered. They
Right.
won't recognize the rest of the wives. Doesn't say that you can't have them. That's the only
So
difference.
so what's marriage to you, Jonathan? What constitutes marriage for you?
Commitment, man,
Hold
commitment.
on, bro. I'm asking him a
Commitment.
question.
Commitment. You make an agreement and you don't hide. It's an open. It's an openly
Do you
known
sign a
thing.
contract? Do you sign a contract and a certificate?
I mean, yeah, in America you do.
No, I'm saying for you. I'm want to get your understanding on this.
Only if it's necessary. When you do your traditional marriage in your culture, do you guys sign a piece of paper, or do y'all actually go sit down with the family? Y'all discuss what's going to happen, then you pay a bride price, and then after that, y'all have the wedding. Did y'all sign
That's
any
what I'm saying.
paperwork to do that?
That's you're proving my point, right? That's what marriage means to traditional people in Africa. I'm asking you what the marriage means to you.
Doesn't matter to me.
Oh,
We
okay.
follow. We follow. If I'm getting married to an African person, they have their tradition. Am I gonna go over there and be like, "Fuck your tradition"? This is how we
Well,
do it in America.
no,
No,
yeah. The point here is in the United States of America, right? Like you say, in every culture is different. In this country's culture or in this country's jurisdiction, right? You have to get it officiated by
that ain't
sometimes
true.
the hold on, maybe not
That
officiated,
ain't
right?
true.
Well,
That
you
see
have to
now,
get it
Elvis.
notarized. Hold on,
No,
hold on.
that ain't true either, Elvis. Now that depends on the state that you're in, because you live with someone for 7 years. They call something called common law marriage.
Common
They
law marriage.
automatically
We know that.
recognize you as a married people. So that means you never had to go to a court, and you were still recognized as a married couple.
How many states have common law marriage, Jonathan?
Majority.
All right, you might be right. I don't
I
know.
mean,
I
yeah.
don't think it's majority because I know
Wait,
some
slow. You
states
gotta look
don't
it
have
up.
it. Yeah, let
You
me
gotta
look
look
it up
it
real
up.
quick.
I'm gonna say the majority.
Yeah, and that's some bullshit. They trying to
Anyway,
make so
Bill
these bitches
Cosby
can
was
get
a
a hold of
fraud.
your money.
The only way you'll say
Okay,
Bill Cosby
okay,
is a
Jonathan.
fraud is
Only,
if
only, only 8 states, along with the District of Columbia, have common law marriage out of 50.
oh well, that's good enough then.
Yeah, so it's not a
So that's
majority.
8 or 9. That's 8 or 9 different locations that have it.
Yeah.
But based on that alone, we can no longer say the United States of America doesn't allow it because they allow it.
I mean, I don't
You
know.
see,
I'm not a lawyer, but I don't know. I don't know if common law
you
marriage
don't
gives
have
you
to be
the
a
same.
lawyer.
No, no, hold on. I don't know
Now,
if common law gives you some of the same
even with
protections and benefit
even with
as
that though, there are still certain areas and different provinces and villages and where people have their own their local culture and traditions in which they get married. They don't recognize it, or they don't go to the state or the government. The same way that they do it in Africa, there are places in America that do the same thing. Not everyone goes to the court to get registered. They don't do it in Utah, Arizona, Wyoming. It all depends on where you live at that point. Just like in the same place, at one point, gay marriage was only allowed in San Francisco. It was only recognized in San Francisco, even though the United States government said, no, we don't recognize
yeah. But that's what I'm saying. I
it.
want to know what
It
marriage
all
means to you
depends on where
because
you
maybe
are in
your
America.
understanding of
America's
marriage
not a
and
blanket.
mine is different, right? Because marriage is in my mind, and again, could be different for you. Is a contract. It's a contractual agreement between two people, two willing participants to get into a union, right? And that has to be notarized by the government. That's the official definition of marriage through the state. Now, for us Christians or religious people, we have to also do a religious, ceremony in front of God, and and notify our friends and the public and make sure that people know that we're married. But I'm saying officially for the state to recognize your marriage as a contract, you have to sign a marriage certificate. You have to do all of these different things that the state will recognize that you guys are in union, and as such, you have certain benefits as a married couple. So that's my understanding of it. In Africa, a man, even in my country, right, a person who does a traditional marriage is usually not recognized by the state unless you register. You got to go get a marriage certificate and register by the government. So people will tell you, "Yeah, we're married, but we're only married traditionally." So they're trying to tell you that it's not a quote unquote real marriage. It's more like a traditional marriage that is not recognized by the government. So I don't know.
Yeah, but in another location, they'll be recognized by the government if you are married traditionally. In the same way, you can get married legally and have a court wedding and all that beautiful shit, and they'll say, "Well, did you have your traditional wedding?" You'll say no. Then
Elvis,
they'll say that you're not married.
Elvis, are you married?
Of
It
course,
bounces all around depending on where you are in the United States of America, in Africa, and everywhere else. It constantly changes. It's not consistent across the board anywhere.
my mom, like
Could I
I mean,
ask?
it's a bit personal, right? But my mom and my dad, right? They did a traditional wedding like before they even had me, but they didn't get married officially until they had me in like 1999, I think, or 2000, early 2000. They got officially married in a church. So in their tradition, it was permissible to have me because they were married, but I was not technically born in wedlock officially because they didn't register. They didn't get married officially with the government. So again, that's what I'm saying. We got to have this conversation because it's not a blanket thing where everybody understands what marriage means. Marriage for me in this country, especially since we live here, it has to be rectified by the state. Again, you have common law marriage; it's only in 8 states, but again, you don't have the same latitude as people who are married through a marriage certificate. I'm sure about that. Go ahead, somebody want to speak.
Elvis, you need love, man. Um,
Hold on, Joe
I
Mark.
mean, Big Black, you just say these things. I like you, Big Black, so I'm not going to attack you, but I don't know where it's coming from, man. We're having a conversation. You keep trying to trip jabs. I don't get it.
yeah, you need.
You're right
Are
about
you
that,
are
Big
you
Black
married to
Elvis. You need
multiple women,
love,
Big
bruh.
Black? Are you married to multiple women?
I'm a one woman man.
Say that again.
I'm a one woman man.
So what are you talking about? You disagree with me then?
Now I don't disagree with you, but you all bring up this marriage stuff like you married and all this marriage stuff. Like, come on, man.
I think Elvis is married. That's what you say, right?
I said I'm married. What are you talking about, Big Black?
Oh, you are. That's what I
Elvis
asked.
is married, man.
I said it. You just asked me, and I said for sure. What do you
Oh,
mean?
I didn't hear you. My fault. My fault.
You know, I went to my wife's family. I went to her
You got
mother.
clean ears, we black man.
Yeah, asked her for a hand. Her
Prince of Peace.
uncle, because
Prince
her
of Peace.
father's passed. Her uncle and her brothers, they came. We did the traditional thing. You know how people get
You
married in
you
African
got to do
culture.
diary.
Yeah, do the diary and all of those things. But we wasn't
You did
married
that in
then. We still
America?
had to go. Yeah, we do that here. Yeah, we do that. I mean, I was dating a girl before who, I mean, the American way is different, I guess. Than I don't know if black people do that. Black Americans do the same thing, where the women family would kind of try to pay for the wedding and do all of that shit. Nah, man, for us, it's on us. It's on the men to pay for the wedding. Do you guys do that in Black America, where the woman family is supposed to pay for the wedding, or is it the man family that pays for it?
Elvis, you
It's like
Liberian. I think
some
you got
people. It's
that
like
from Black America.
the father pays for it.
Okay, in
It
Black
just
America, but in white America, the woman family pay for the wedding, right? You guys know that, right? Which is crazy.
No, actually, it's the woman's father, but sometimes
yeah,
it's
it's the
That's what I'm
woman's
saying.
father.
So that's what I'm saying. In Black America, it's not the same, right?
yeah, it is
Yeah,
the
it's like
It
same.
is
literally
the
the
same,
woman's
right? That's what
father.
I'm saying. So
But
in my
Yeah.
culture, it's completely opposite.
it's not always followed. You know what I mean?
Okay.
You know.
And
Sometimes you
yeah,
pay for your
it
own
could be
damn wedding.
anybody. It could be a group effort. It could be
Yeah, because
anybody that
usually
pays for the
it's the
wedding.
man's family, and you got to get the women. What she do is try to raise money for the wedding. She might get matrons and patrons and people who will help her with her wedding, but it's not, that burden is not on the woman's family. It's really on the man's family.
Elvis, how long you been married?
8 years, Jonathan. 8 years. How
Nice.
long you been married?
Congrats,
I know you have a
man.
couple of wives,
Six.
but if
Six.
God
you,
bless you. That's beautiful. That's
I'm
beautiful.
lacking 2 years.
okay,
6.
yeah, I got married young. I mean, not
God
young,
bless
but
you. That's beautiful.
yeah. But I mean, who else is married on the panel?
Getting married in the
Just
That's
U.S.
beautiful.
is
That's
very
very beautiful.
dangerous for a man. It's very
Now you,
dangerous.
now you, Principe.
I'm committed. I'm committed. I commit.
Oh, you
Yeah.
committed. Look at this. The man, this is what I talk about hypocrites, man. You
Nah,
over here
myself.
advocating for
nigga over here
polygamy and
talking
you
about
committed,
polygamy
man.
You know what I mean?
and the
You
point
trying
of
to
get
sound
married.
like
They
Yeah,
didn't
man.
small with it,
say.
though.
We out here.
What type of shit is this?
Right.
Marriage is very
I
dangerous
need
for a
you,
man in the
Principal.
United States. You know that,
Huh?
right?
Ben, you said,
Nah,
well, we
I
can't hear you,
believe
bro.
in
You kind of low.
commitment.
You said what?
Getting married for a man in the USA is very
You said what?
dangerous. The women
He
can
said it's
take
very
half your
dangerous getting married
resources.
for a man in the United States. Is it
Yeah,
because of
they can.
the disbursement of property when you get divorced?
You in Canada, bro. Why you?
No, no, don't attack him. We're having a conversation. Is it
That's
because
even
you worry
worse.
about your
Canada
losing
even
property
worse.
when you get
man.
divorced?
Anywhere in the Western world is dangerous to get
That's what I'm
married
saying.
That's
Is
an
it
to
because of the property or is it
element.
because of physical danger? What are you talking about?
because
Wait,
if a
so
woman leaves, they'll take your pension,
Okay, that's what
they'll
you
take
mean.
every damn thing
Yeah,
you
And
marriage
work
is a
for.
contract. That's what you have to understand. That's why I was trying to give you the definition of what
It's
marriage
nothing
means.
in it for the man. 9 times out of 10, the
So,
woman walks out
so
with a bag
where'd you
that you
get
work
married at,
for.
Ben?
You said what?
Where'd you get married at?
Ben is married right now. I don't know if he's married, but I know he has a woman. Maybe he's married or maybe he's not. I'm not
Oh,
sure. You married,
I
Ben?
thought.
Excuse me.
Are you married?
Yes, I made that mistake
Oh, nigga, you married right
Oh
now. What do
man,
you mean you made that mistake? Would you tell your wife that you
what
made
do
a
you
mistake and
mean you made
marrying
a
her?
mistake?
You didn't say
because
it was divorce.
You didn't
because
say you're
if
divorced.
anything happened, she would get the money that I work for and my shit that I work for just because she's a fucking woman.
If
Damn.
it was the other way around, if she earned more than you, Ben, you'll get the same thing. Men do the same thing in this country,
Nine
man.
times out of 10, the man makes more.
Yeah,
If
as it
I was
should, man.
if I
What
was
you want a
married to
woman to be
Oprah, that would be
destitute? You want to
different.
have you want to get a
But
couple
hold on,
kids out of
Elvis.
her,
Hold on,
get her
Elvis.
best years, and then just leave her without nothing, man? Come on.
It's been this way for a long ass time.
Man, why does this panel sound like Ricky
This
Lake?
ain't nothing new.
Go to another topic. Shit.
Big
No,
Black,
I mean in
what
the
are you against,
Western
Big Black? You
world,
said you committed to.
Big
What you
Black don't
acting
want to
like
talk about marriage
No,
because
you
he
no,
ain't
no.
some
trying to
kind
get
of
married to
pimp and you
in the
nobody.
don't care about
Western
commitment
world,
and
the
women
laws
rights.
have changed where they giving women every damn thing damn near. And they leaving the man high and dry.
Nah,
And it's
usually
it's
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 50-50,
it's
brother. It's
I
communal.
know what.
You get 50-50 split
no,
in properties,
the
I,
man. It's
woman
not
gets more,
100% of the women taking.
and the
I hate to
woman
say, if
didn't
you just
bring
look
shit
at
to
the state
relationship.
guidelines when it comes down to divorce, you kind of already know what you're getting yourself into.
They
Right.
always give the woman more, especially up here in Canada. They'll
Yeah,
take
yeah.
it to the
Usually if the woman
breakers.
have kids and she have a liability to take care of the kids, she probably need more resources to take care of the kids. Don't you
No,
agree?
even when the kids are grown, they
yeah,
look out for
I
women.
seen one of
Women,
these basketball player wives talking about she needs $30,000 a month to
yeah,
raise her
women are
kids.
always the victim.
Yeah, because it's
You
relative,
understand?
Kyla. I mean, those things
Oh,
are relative.
Dr. Dre's wife, she wanted like $300,000 a month, man. I'm like, damn, man, that's
She
greedy.
didn't help him make. She ain't write one goddamn song. She ain't
I mean,
engineer
bro,
shit.
you think, look, I hate to say it, right? It make me sound lazy, right? But like, I'm not gonna say.
No,
I mean, fuck
wait,
it.
wait,
I'm
hold
gonna
on,
say.
Elvis. Are
I'm gonna
y'all
say.
under the impression that the woman gets money that he had long before they got married?
Yeah, that's not how it works. You only get what you made while you was together.
You get. Damn, y'all
Nigga,
didn't know
you
this.
know how much
Y'all
housewife.
niggas ain't even read the
Yeah,
books,
you
and
know how
y'all over
much
here getting
housework
married.
your wife does for you, brother. She does
Man,
laundry, she cook.
Elvis,
Nigga, if
wait
you didn't
till
have any
you
of that
wait,
shit, you had
wait,
to go out and eat, buy food every
wait till
time from
you
Uber
Does
Eat.
laundry,
wait till
cook,
you get
Yeah, a lot of things
older
women do for you, man. Damn.
and
deals
think
with your
Dr. Dre? You think Dr.
bullshit,
Dre,
Hold
your
up,
wife was
wait
doing
till
raises
that?
you get
your
older,
kids.
Elvis.
now hold
Wait till
up.
you
The
get older,
first
hold on,
question
and
is,
the
hold on,
woman
hold on,
leave your
oh,
ass
Joe
high and
hold
Mama
on.
dry.
is
You ain't
saying,
got
Hold on,
shit.
Carla trying to come in. Go ahead, Carla.
Mama is saying that
Can you?
polygamy is more ethnic cleansing because now this was a topic. Now, how do black people in America feel about? I know Jonathan. I know how he feels, man. He's all Nigerian out, with polygamy and stuff like that. How will Black America look? Look, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. We all talk about Pan Africanism, but there's a lot of reality and difference. What if the prevailing culture in Black America, somebody says polygamous? Look at the reaction of Joe Mama. He thinks we're cooked. He said we're cooked because we're talking about polygamy. And
Well,
so
Colin.
Carla, the thing with Joe Mama is he's kind
Say
of
what your
dumb, right?
mama.
He, he's kind of dumb because in the black community, a lot of the women are literally sharing the same man but not getting married.
Yeah, that is happening.
They're having kids, Carla. So
yeah,
if
but
he thinks we're
he,
cooked by talking about marriage,
he thinks that's all
we've
part
been
of
cooked.
degeneracy. He
You,
thinks that's all part
I know,
of
I noticed that, right? I noticed that. I look at most of my male cousins. They ain't got no kids, but it's like I got one male cousin that got 10 kids by like 7 different women. I'm like,
Bruh, I got
why
a
is that?
partner. He got like 17 kids by 8 or 9 different women. And they
Bro,
all know about it. But they be the
yeah.
same female type, but I want a
Exactly.
man all to
I'm
myself.
the
Girl,
only
shut the
boy.
fuck up.
I'm the only boy for my mother and my father. Right, my father had a couple kids before and after my mother. Right, I'm the only boy. I got a couple two younger sisters. All my sisters got kids before they got married. I'm the only one that didn't have kids until I got married. So getting married, I'm not saying that it's terrible, but really you should try to not have kids until you're married.
Oh,
So
whoa, whoa,
when
whoa. Is that traditional, Elvis? Do do that?
it's not traditional, it's something that I wanted, right? Part of it was religious, and
Okay.
secondly, I didn't want to have any baby mamas. I didn't want that baggage, right? So, but I'm saying in my immediate family, they all had baby daddies before they got married. Which for me, that's why when people talk about African American, blah blah blah, I'm like, look, it happens in the African community too.
No, no, no.
A
That's
lot
what
of
I was.
girls that I
No,
dated, most of them had kids before they even got married. A lot of them
You
became
see,
baby
you
mamas.
see.
Oh, okay.
You know,
So, no, I'm saying is that
You look, no, no,
uh
no, Elvis. But that's the problem. The problem is we need to focus and celebrate commitment.
that's
You
what I'm
got
saying.
people
So
like Big
marriage, like
Black
the
over
brothers
there. They don't
talking,
care
marriage
about
is
no.
important, man.
They
I don't
don't
know
care
if he's
about no
against the
family.
idea of
You see what I'm
marriage, but it's
saying?
very important
People
for
like Joe
black
Mama, they don't
families,
care about
bro.
commitment. They don't care about
And you
family.
should be
So
serious about
that's
getting
why I
married.
was
Even
saying
if
what I'm
you're like
saying.
Jonathan and you want to marry multiple women, at least
It's
you're marrying
important.
them, whether
Don't
it's
get
official or
married in
not.
the
But at least you're
West.
making some form of
These
commitment.
YNs.
Marriage and commitment is two
Exactly.
different things.
Exactly. Thank
Big
you.
Black, are you
Commitment,
married?
family.
Huh?
Are you married?
Say that
Exactly.
one more time.
Big nigga, you hear me? Take the wax out your ear. Are you married?
if you
Come
commit to
again?
somebody,
Hold on.
Yeah,
Steve,
fake
let
news.
me hear Big Black.
go
Are
ahead, go
you
ahead.
married, Big Black?
Beg your pardon?
Big, you see this nigga, Big Black?
Listen,
You
if you
hear me,
commit to
nigga?
somebody, you might as well get married. Like what's
That's what I'm saying. That's the point. That's the thing we talk about, right? And Big Black says he's a Pan Africanist, right? That's a
It would
personal
destroy you,
responsibility
brother.
that you need to take first and foremost. If you can't
I'm
lead a
just
family
joking,
in the
man.
union of marriage,
Elvis,
how can you lead a nation,
Hey,
at
bro?
some point, you
Elvis,
got to
come on, man.
acknowledge that the
Just
modern
chill,
Black
man.
American Pan
Lighten up,
African
yo.
don't believe in marriage, bro. They don't believe in it.
So you don't believe
No,
in marriage, Big Black?
Umar
You
don't believe in
side with Ben Yusuf.
marriage.
You don't want to lose half of your shit.
I don't think
I'm
Diners
no,
believe
get
in
married and
marriage.
live in a third
Elvis,
world
Afro
country.
think tank don't believe in marriage.
you're gonna be the
I
most
believe
hated
Afro
There's
African
a
Think
whole
Tank is
bunch of
married.
unmarried people talk about
Hold on.
building families.
I think
It
no
makes no
Afro Think
sense.
Tank does have a wife.
I
He
thought
got a wife,
I think he
a
Yeah,
real
married.
he
wife.
married.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
He,
good,
He
man.
got
We love to see
kids.
that.
I believe
Yeah,
he
he
got
has
kids
daughters.
too.
He said. I think
Yeah,
he said
man,
he
that's
has
good. We love
daughters.
to see
I
that.
don't want belief.
Don't get legally married. That's what I'm saying in the West. You can
I
be
mean,
His
Get
with
his
a
legally
wife was in
married.
one of his
Get legally
videos.
married, brother. It protects you too. Don't you know that baby daddies get it worse when it comes to child support? They don't have the same rights
Mm.
as a
You
married
got
couple. When you marry, bro, you got a
big
lot of
black.
rights. Why you don't understand that?
no, but when the kid turned 18, it's over with. But let your ass get 60 and that bitch take all your money. You out here old and broke.
But Ben
Oh
Yusuf, you
Thank
need
you.
man.
help, brother. You got to blink 3 times so we can help you, man. You feel
Where y'all
trapped?
be getting this crazy
What I'm
information
Yeah,
from,
saying
man?
is, if you're gonna
man.
get
Ben Yusuf
married,
sound like he feel trapped in his marriage, man. Damn, you're
get
supposed to be
married in
happily
a
married,
third
brother.
You
world
know what I
country.
know what
Yo,
I realized.
you just very negative, man.
I
Get
realized
married
a
in a
lot of
third
black
world
men they
country.
be scared to get married. They be like, man, that woman took all of that money. Like, you ain't got nowhere near that money. Don't worry. They
go
ain't
to
gonna take half
Yeah,
of
go
your
ahead.
McDonald's paycheck.
Yeah, most of you niggas ain't got that kind of money that your wife is going.
Y'all ain't got the
She's
kind of
going
money
to
that
take.
y'all be
And
reading
I
about.
guarantee you, right, Jonathan, not to come at the brother, right, but I guarantee him, his wife is probably contributing to his mortgage. They're paying that house off
For
together.
sure.
They buy groceries, they pay the light bill and shit together.
wait
Most
a minute,
marriages
Elvis.
are interdependent, right? You depend on your wife for
But what
certain
I'm
things
saying
financially.
is,
Elvis,
She
once it's
depends on you. It's not
over,
like you're taking care of the whole
The
household by
reason
she
yourself
married,
shouldn't
on
have
your
I'm
own
married.
access
paycheck.
The
to.
only
She
person
shouldn't have
that's not
access
married
to
on
my
this panel
pension.
is
You
Pistol P.
understand?
Big Black nigga, you ain't say you were married. Don't try to say the only person. You ain't
I'm
tell me
not
you were
married
married. Are you
either.
married, Big Black?
Yeah,
I'm not
Pistol
Nope.
P
married.
is the single guy. He's the one that's
Nah, Big Black,
committed.
you said something.
Not
Big
I'm
Black,
married
committed.
on
You ain't say you were
paper.
married.
Come on,
Well,
Married people
you
say they're
married,
married, man.
Big Black, you be married on
you
one
married, big
panel and
black.
unmarried on another.
hey Jonathan, you an
Nah,
asshole.
I'm always on this, bro. You always
I'm an asshole and you a
bro.
liar. We in the same boat.
Big Black, I don't know what's up with you, man. You scared to get married, man? You think they're gonna take all your shit?
Listen, I told you I'm
Your
married, man.
You
What
401k,
lied.
you
You
all that
said you were
shit.
committed, but you ain't getting your no
No,
damn married,
no,
Big
Pistol P
Black.
said he's committed.
I asked you 13 times. You said, huh? I beg your pardon. You're playing a Dr. Umar voiceover,
My
man.
internet
Damn.
was going out. My internet was going out.
Yeah, okay, Big Black. You married? How long you been
Oh,
married for, Big Black?
Forever, man.
And then you see this nigga.
oh
Yeah, a
man.
damn lie. You gotta be
Joe
quick
Mama.
with that, man. It's a quick fire. You know the year, you know the day he was married, you know how many years it's been, you know all that shit, man.
Like I
Joe Mama,
said, get
what black
married.
immigrants, African
Get
immigrants are erasing, our history in America or our culture in America?
Drug Mama's one of them retarded. You know, there's smart FBA people,
You
and
know,
then there's retard FBA people. He a little bit on the R side. That's all that is.
I tell you, brothers,
Essence,
get married in a third
man,
world country.
don't know black American care about no Essence Festival. Afrobeats taking over rap. No, it's not. Stop it.
I mean, people say crazy things like that. It's not true. I
I
mean,
remember on
literally,
Dinah's
right?
platform, they used to have this is Afrobeats taking over.
Yeah, and I came on the platform
Like
and I got into an
the
argument
dumbest
with.
shit ever.
Hold on,
Yeah,
I
hold on.
You
Let
go
me
to
mean,
all the
like,
it's
let me
crazy
say
to
this.
go to all the little Vegas nightclubs and they
yeah.
playing Black
You got
American
countries that
music
have
all
their
throughout
own
that
versions of
motherfucker.
rap
Hold on.
music. Rap has
I know
transcended, bro.
about Liberia is look. Hold up. When there's black people from America show up, they just put on all American music. Or when
shoot.
a lot of people from the states show up, they know what people are Liberians from the states or Black Americans there. They play a lot of stuff like that. But when there's not a lot of people there from the America, they play Afro beats. But I like Afro beats. But the thing is,
Afrobeats is cool, right?
Kala,
But when I look,
hold up,
what,
Buju
you would think
Banton,
they play Afro beats a lot. They really don't. They
yeah,
Yeah,
really
a
don't.
lot of people don't even. I don't even listen to Afrobeat.
clubs they don't. They play it on
I
radio.
listen to a lot of different,
But hold
I
up,
listen
Even
to
on the
Congolese
radio,
rumba.
Kala, it ain't as thick as you might think it
Yeah,
is. Just
Congolese rumba is my
go look
favorite
up the
kind of
charts
music.
that
I
they
listen.
have.
let me say this. Buju Banton basically had a criticism of Afrobeats. I'll play the videos.
Buju
oh
Banton ain't
yeah,
got
we
authority
seen
on nothing. That nigga was in jail for like
we
10 years, man. He's not authority on
No,
anything,
he
man.
was
we
saying,
seen that he was on drink champs or whatever it
yeah,
is.
Yeah,
he
with
was saying
Nori and them.
the bottom line is he said, look,
Yeah,
we were talking about liberating Africa. Serious shit. He like, look at Afrobeats. All they doing is playing around. They ain't saying
some
nothing.
Yeah,
people
I tell people all the time,
Afrobeats
Afrobeat
is
is
just
a
about
degenerate
dancing,
kind of music, bro. They talk about sex, smoking igbo, doing all kinds of bullshit. I mean, the beat is catchy, and
right?
it's a vibe, but really, it's not really an uplifting kind of music, man. Congolese music is really where it's at, bro. You probably won't understand Lingala or the French, but the instrument, the percussion, all of those things are excellent. Congolese have some of the best music all over Africa, man. People just don't
Like,
listen to it because it's
what's that
French.
girl name? I brought her up before. She from Mali.
I don't know who you're talking about. Is it? I know Aya
yeah,
Nakamura. She's of Malian descent, but she's in France.
Feli and Pupa.
Yeah,
Fally
her.
Yeah,
Pupa, Fergola, all
salute
those
to Feli and
guys.
Pupa.
I like her music,
Who?
but
Aya? Who you talking about?
what's her name? Fatuma. How you say your name?
Is it
Hold on, I post
Fatumata something? Sangare? I know
Yeah,
Fatuma.
Feli
Fatuma.
Pupa.
Umu Sangara. I know Umu Sangara
I
from Mali. She's
what's her name?
popular.
Last name is Diawara. Diawara. How you
Oh,
say it?
that's from, I think that's from Gambia. I think you're talking about,
Oh, you talking about the light skinned lady with the
yeah, the
locks?
light skinned
No, no,
woman
no, no.
Yeah, yeah.
Wrong person.
with the
Wrong person. Hold
dreads.
on. I'm a put her name in the. Yeah,
I mean, Africa
I
got a
know.
lot
I
Yeah,
of
I
know.
know you
I
music.
talking
know
about.
her as well. I know her as well.
No, she
Steve,
from Mali, bro. She from
Steve, you
Mali.
Yeah,
okay now?
Fatumata. I don't know how to say her name.
Diawara.
Diawara is from
Is it
Mali.
Diawara? Okay.
Yeah, she's from Mali. I like her music.
Okay. Yeah. I mean,
But
Afrobeat
hold
is
on. I'll be
cool, bro,
looking.
but there's a lot of other Nigerian
No, no,
music
no.
that's.
She's not Afrobeats.
No, I'm
She's
not talking about you. I'm just saying I was
oh
making a
okay.
different comment on a different thing.
Oh okay.
Somebody here talking about Aria Star. I mean, she's what is she singing about? Being a gangster, being tough.
I
Afrobeats is
mean,
degenerate music, whether you know it or not.
Yeah, it is. I mean, people. We that understand it. We know what they're talking about in those songs. When somebody say they're smoking
She's
Igbo
cool. I like her.
and doing
I
shisha
like
and all those nonsense, they're talking about
that's
smoking
why
weed,
Flavor.
doing
that's why
all
the
kind of stupid.
whole that's why I never understood the whole hip hop versus Afrobeats thing because they were like, oh man, this is like I said, it's not as like some of these hip hop songs nowadays. These rap songs are crazy, like violent. But when you watch some Afrobeat videos, girls all in the video dancing, halfway
Yeah,
dressed and everything. Cause I'm
halfway
like, it's the
through, it's the
same.
same thing. It's just an
It's the
imitation of
same.
hip hop music, man. But the point that I'm making is that Afrobeats is a new genre that is confined, right? Hip hop
Right.
has transcended its confinement, and now in different countries, people have their own form of rap. You got
Right.
Vietnamese rapping and making rap music in their own language. You got Chinese doing the same thing. So it's not even on the same level of influence, man. I mean, we love Africa, but damn, it's not it's
And
not anywhere
like
close.
Rap
it's and
music
it's
is
like
number one in Eastern Europe.
It's so crazy, right? Because I be seeing
Hold on,
1776.
people.
hold
Come
on.
back
Elvis,
up,
Elvis,
brother. Tyler can
Elvis,
put you back on. He
Elvis.
said
Hold on,
Afrobeat is just speak
Elvis. You did.
reggae. This nigga,
Now,
this dude,
listen,
man.
like
That's like a serious
Oh,
question.
I just saw this picture of Umar with this chick. She's black, but she's light
You,
skinned.
she look black, right? That's what I was looking at. I was like, she looks black, but I don't know if they whitewash her face. You see
No,
how they're so close together, right, Carla? His face is right next to her face.
no, she's like a red bone. She's real red.
Yeah,
but
you gotta post a picture, man, if you could. I don't know if you can, but
it was so crazy.
she
Everybody
look
talking
white.
about
But
that.
her nose look black. That's what I was looking at. She got a broad nose.
It was so crazy. Everybody talking about the Afro beats are gonna take over hip hop, and I was like, Afro beats, I can hear a Caribbean influence right in it, but at the same time, I be looking at how some of the dudes dress. Dudes be
So,
got grills in their mouth and everything else.
The
I was like,
biggest
man,
Afrobeat artist, Burna Boy, was doing reggae music, man. When I started following him back in like the early 2010s, he was with
yeah.
Aristocrat Records. He was making all kinds of reggae music. Most of
Is,
these guys made reggae music before they transcended to Afrobeat.
Elvis, is it me or does it seem like black music in general, where it's starting to blend all together? You seem like it seemed like
It,
it's starting to be a cohesion of the music together. Even the
it
rappers.
big black. You older than me. It's
How you
always
know,
been that
Jonathan?
way.
Yeah,
That's what
but
I'm saying. Like
even
I
I
respect
mean, are
Steve,
we
right?
pretending like the Haitians didn't make music with Black Americans? Jamaicans didn't make
right.
music with Black. Where you been? Come on,
I
big black.
mean, what was
Right.
the like
The,
You
one of the
older than
the
me,
biggest?
nigga.
point the point that I'm trying to make, Big Black, right? Some of these music, right? You may not understand it, but just musically, right? They're so appealing. You have to expand outside of just Nigerian music. South African make some of the best music. Congolese make some of the best music on the continent. So you got to expand outside of Nigeria. I know that they're English speaking country, but some of these other countries like DRC and South Africa, they usually don't make music in English. They usually make it in like Zulu or Hausa or whatever. But the point is, they make better music than
Nigerians don't make
Nigerians.
music in English.
Yeah, yeah, they do pidgin. They put
Yeah,
some
Pigeon.
Yoruba and mix it with Igbo or whatever
Man.
whoever that person is. But that's the
Majority
point
of the
I'm
people
making.
that like their songs don't know what the fuck
They
they
know what
saying
they're
at
saying.
all.
Yeah, I don't know
They
what
just
the heck they
listening
be
to it because
saying.
it
I be
sounds
listening,
dope.
like man, I was like, man, just the
Tyler, post the
rhythms.
link, man. 1717 want to come up and tell us his musical, you know.
But one of the biggest Afrobeat songs that made it in America? You could tell it had an R&B influence. It was Tim's and Wizkid. What was that song called?
Essence.
Um, Essence, right?
Speaking of Essence,
Well,
Some FBA is gonna come
I
up with
think the biggest
conspiracy theory.
Afrobeat song was that song with Wizkid and Drake, right? One Dance. It really was
Mm,
Wizkid's song, but Drake kind of took it. I need a
And
one dance.
uh,
I like that
I
song by
get
Chris Brown. Don't he get an Afrobeat song?
You said
you
what?
talking about him and
Chris
DeVito?
Brown. Don't he get an Afrobeat song? A song with Afrobeats?
Yeah, Chris Brown been connecting with Davido's and his boys and Wizkid and them for a while. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Afrobeat is cool, but I mean, I want you guys to expand, man. Go look at Congolese Rumba. Check out Fali Ipupa and some of these other guys, man. They make really good music. Just,
Yeah,
the percussion is great.
they're
You won't
not gonna do it,
understand a
bro.
lick of it, but it just sounds really good.
no, dude,
Like I
like
said, like I like reggae music.
Yeah, I like reggae music. Reggae music. Nice.
I haven't listened to reggae in a while. I mean, I used to listen to reggae like 5, 6,
I
7
can't
years
tell
ago.
you
Are they
any
still
reggae
making
artists
struggle
though.
songs in reggae?
Now, reggae too is kind of degenerate, man. Or maybe just the artists that I listen to, man, like
dance hall,
Popcorn.
dance hall, dance
Uh,
hall, dance hall. That's
Not
dance
just
hall.
dance hall, man, but Popcorn, Cranium. Man, most of those dudes are just
No,
vile. They talk about
no,
effing
no,
all
that's
day.
not reggae. That's not reggae. That's dance
Yeah,
hall.
that's dance hall.
You think that's dance hall?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Dance hall is
reggae
different.
usually is about the struggle.
About the struggle with
right.
the
Reggae is usually
All them
Rastafarians.
like
sun gonna rise one
upliftment,
day,
family, love,
and,
unity, Africa,
and Africa
Jamaica. That's
gonna
what they talk
rise.
about. Yeah, yeah, that's what mostly reggae talk about.
Is Haitian and Jamaican music reggae? Would that be considered reggae?
No,
I've never
no,
heard
Nope,
Haitian
Haitian,
music before.
nope.
Haitians
I
have
gotta go look it
compa.
up. I've never heard
Haitians
Haitian
listen to
music.
we listen to compa, we listen to
Compa,
compa,
yeah, yeah.
we listen to
Hmm.
Abodai, Racine, which is like root music, like traditional music. That's what we mainly listen to. But there's music that's reggae influence. That's
Man, I've never
fused with the
I've never
local
heard
sound called
Haitian music before.
raga.
I wonder how it sounds.
You ain't
You
never
guys
listened
speak
to
English in your
Wyclef
music or
It's
sing
French?
similar
before?
to. It's not like a little bit like Aruba mixed with like different music and
I
Benin.
know you guys. I know
It's
you
like a
guys love
fusion
Zouk.
sound.
You guys love Zouk out there in
It's
Haiti, man.
similar.
The Zouk.
It's similar to Zouk, but it's like it's slightly different. We have like additional drums and stuff like that. So, but it's a similar sound to Zouk. If you heard Zouk, it's somewhat similar to that sound.
Okay, yeah,
You
Principe, you
know.
was talking about that one song that Kyla was playing that one night, and you said that it sounded like something from Haiti. That song by
Yeah, it sounds like a Haitian music. Yeah, it does. Like the beat, the way
you.
that's our
You talking
sound.
about
You
the
know what I
beat?
mean?
I thought you were trying to talk about the song itself, man. You
The
have it
song, the
all
way they
worked up. I'm
sing, the
like,
way they sing it, and the sound is like similar to our sound. Because Haiti have
oh,
different
It's
regional
it's
sounds.
sad.
We have sounds that sound like Rumba.
The most
Yeah,
popular Haitian artist is Kodak Black.
nah.
that's
I think
not true.
it's
We have
Wyclef
Wyclef.
John. Wyclef
We have
John.
Wyclef. Well, we had in
Wyclef
Haiti.
back in the
We
day
have,
is right now is Kodak Black.
Nah, Kodak
but
is on
it's
drugs, man.
Yeah, that
He got
man
heavy into
drugged out.
voodoo, started doing rituals in his music video. I'm like, this guy's gonna,
oh, oh,
No, it's
you know, he might
Hey,
be
he
able
paying
to.
homage to his people. That's good.
his future.
nah.
You
The
know,
thing
do
is,
you notice
these
that
guys are
principle
not.
that Kodak got heavy into voodoo and started showing that shit
Nah,
on the stage?
they big that stuff is already done in those like especially he from Florida. Them Zoles they do voodoo heavy like so
Yeah, he
especially them
got into it now.
Zoe
He
power
lost his
types.
mind, man. That's why I
No,
tell
no, no.
people,
He
don't
does
put your
drugs.
hands in those things. You
No, no,
think,
no, 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 no. That's not that. It's because he does drugs, and also he when you out there just talking anyhow, cussing people out, beating people up, whatever. You that means you're like it's something called author. That means that anybody could do anything to you if you're in the wrong. So anybody could do something to him
yeah,
if
but
you're in that type of
Kodak was in the
lifestyle.
street, man. He was what is his name? I forgot his name before he started rapping when he was in Broward County.
Yeah,
What
yeah.
you
But
gotta,
if you fighting people, touching people, robbing for people, whatever, anybody can do a voodoo to you because you open yourself to wrong
Yeah,
to
yeah, no, I get it. I get
basically the
that. I
spirits.
understand the spiritual concept. I'm
Man,
saying
So
keep that stuff away from
even
this
him.
guy,
Joey Badass, right? I don't know if he has Haitian descent. You know, Joey Badass from
I
New
thought
York.
he was Jamaican. I
The
thought he
whole
was
Caribbean
Jamaican.
do voodoo, bro. It's not just
Yeah,
your
Joey
Haitians.
Badass is doing voodoo ritual in one of his music videos, and I like
There's
Joey
nothing wrong with
Badass, man. I
that.
think he's a
There's
real
nothing wrong with
Yeah,
real
I
that.
do
rapper.
too.
That's
get
our
back
tradition.
on.
That's our culture, bro.
But I'm saying, is he of
That's our
Haitian
culture.
descent? I thought he was African American.
No,
No, I think
he's
he's
from a different
Jamaican.
island. He's from Saint Lucia or
Oh,
something like that in
oh,
Jamaica.
I thought.
He's
Oh, okay.
Caribbean. He's like what they call Caribbean. They would mix with different islands. But
Okay,
that's our
yeah.
culture. All them islands do voodoo. It's not just us. Cuba does
Listen, listen.
voodoo. DR
They
does
do
voodoo. Jamaica does,
Centenaire or
but they have
whatever
a
it's
different
called.
name from it. Yeah, they have a
Hey,
What
different
what
name
they, what
for
they
it.
do in Jamaica? Because Jamaicans don't really talk about their
They have
traditional stuff like that.
They have Shango Baptists, right, in Jamaica.
Voodoo's
They have
voodoo is done in the South, all throughout the
man,
Southeast.
who gives a damn about voodoo?
Now,
Can
you
Look
think
voodoo
at
about
this
build?
nigga.
it.
I was calling for you, man. I knew he was gonna say
Hey,
the
hey,
ignorant
hey,
shit.
Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
can voodoo build a bridge and
They're still doing
sanitation
voodoo in
and
all the
shit
no,
people
territories.
need?
in this
We're not
Hold on,
talking about its
17th, 17th century.
usefulness. We're just saying
Who
that
the,
people use it, brother. I mean,
Listen,
come on.
man. As we
hold on,
evolve to become more elite black people, we gotta leave that shit in the bush, man.
hold on.
Listen,
1776.
This nigga never
17
disappoints, man.
slavery
I
six,
heard.
man. 17
I,
slavery six. Hold on, 17.
I
You gotta
heard.
understand that.
Oh,
What you go ahead.
even heard that Beyonce sister, right? She be down there in like them little shops, them little Haitian shops, them voodoo shops down there.
Yeah,
see,
Beyonce is an Ifa initiate, man. She
Oh,
practices
okay.
this,
traditional stuff.
this is crazy.
But
Fire bitch.
they have those coaches in the South too, though. They have those coaches in the South.
AC Creole, AC Creole, Beyonce.
Yeah, the
They
thing
have
with
that coach in
music,
the
right?
South.
Like I tell people in Africa, right? Most of our African musicians, right? And I noticed this. Well, I'll give you an example of my own people, right? Most of our traditional religion, people who make traditional music, right? Most of them that goes and they leave it. Like we had two or three people who left our traditional music and they went and became Christians. Most of the time they lose their eyesight because usually when you go
Mm.
on there, you make a covenant with these different, deities. They give you you make a covenant with your tongue and your eyes. Usually, that if you do something and you try to leave, they can take your eye or they can take your tongue from you. So a lot of these people that you see doing these music videos when they get initiated in these things, they now start to owe these deities a lot of spiritual debt because they're tapping into their spiritual power, whatever, to make music and to influence
I
people.
thought
And
I
as such,
came
they
up.
owe them a lot
I,
more in
I came
That
up
return.
Y'all
to
be
shit
talk
they be
believing
about.
doing
some
over there in
crazy shit.
Europe, but the shit they be
Nah, he
doing
telling
over
the
there
truth,
for
bro.
I'm
If
telling
you're
you
a
for real,
Christian,
man. I
if
mean,
you're a
That shit
Christian, then
ain't
you
real.
already know.
it's outside of your
Hold on.
culture, so it sounds strange. But I'm telling you for real.
No,
I
but
mean, but even the Bible talks about these
Until
things.
our voodoo can put the black
Elvis,
race on top, I ain't trying to hear about it.
Elvis, the same concept is in the Bible. If you leave the
Right.
church and you stray from God's path and will, you're gonna be cursed. How's that any
But
Right.
different?
don't try to justify that shit, bro. That's not how it works. God don't
Bro,
cuss
what
you.
if it is? And then
Nah, God
some of
don't
these
cuss
people are
you.
doing they do something called print,
That
which is
ain't true,
you're
Elvis.
dealing with certain spirits, which is different from voodoo. You think voodoo is just
So
all evil spirits. Voodoo is not just evil spirits. There's
are we
certain
talking
things that
about
certain people
voodoo?
be doing called print, where you
I'm
put
telling
certain
you,
spirits on
when
you. They
musician
they,
go
they take
to
contracts.
when musician goes to the spirits, right, and they go to the bush, and they want to get either they want to tap into the
Yeah,
powers of those spirits to give influence to them, help them with their music.
yeah.
They are required to give back certain things.
Every
And if
time I
they
start
deviate
liking
and they try to
Africa,
change their mind, they already give their spirit, they give authority to their spirit, to those deities, and they can come and harm them. The only thing that can bless you now or save you is God. If you're ready to get in Christ, maybe Christ can shield you with his blood. But outside of that, they're going to get you one way or another because you already,
Yeah, but wow,
1776.
offer your spirit to them.
you know, like I do, Elvis. That's not the whole premise of voodoo. That's when certain people put certain
No, I'm not
spirits
just
on
talking about voodoo
for
in this
extra stuff.
concept. I'm talking about spirit,
hey,
traditional African religion. It's not quote
The
unquote
traditional
voodoo.
period. That's again, voodoo
no,
is only
what
specific to
you
the
gotta
to
understand,
Benin
what you
and
gotta
Togo.
understand, what you gotta understand, that shit is just to hurt other black people, man. That shit ain't for
That's not
nothing.
true.
It's for hurting.
Nah,
1776.
sometimes
White
people use it
people.
for prosperity and they get
Right.
temporary prosperity, but once they try to deviate back when they see the evilness in it, now you tie yourself. Now, because one of the things that happen in African spirituality, right? They give you a code. That code can be, they can use a incantation and they can
Who
activate
just
that
flush
code
a
and they can
toilet?
summon your spirit. If there's some of your spirit, forget about it, man. You'll be spiritually dead and physically alive, and you'll die like
That's
normal.
true.
1776,
African
That's true.
man.
spirituality is the most bullshit spirituality ever.
No, it's
Listen,
a real. It's even in the Bible.
listen,
It's even
man.
in the Bible.
Nah, it's
Hey,
cap. It's all cap.
1776, man.
For years, I've been asking why
In African
What you
spirituality,
say, Kyle? I
you'll
hear
have
you.
people looking at some
I've been
albino kids as
asking
wicked
years. I've
people.
been asking
Fuck
why.
out of here.
Say that again, Kyle. You real low. I'm not hearing you, man. I want to hear what you said.
I said I would pay anybody to explain to me in full detail where I can understand it. What the hell is African spirituality? Not religion. They said
No such thing, Colin. It's just a whole bunch of dumb backwards shit.
No, 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 hold on. That's
It's
not
not.
true.
It's
That's not
not
true.
one thing, right? It's different
No,
systems, scholar.
it's different systems. Yeah,
Queen.
All oppressed
like
systems.
It's a bunch
like
of
the
secret ships with the incense and the sage sitting there.
Nah. That's the westernized one, right? Real African spirituality is what we in my culture it's called the Bush schools, right? Where you get initiated as a young man, usually around your 14 or 15 years. You go into the bush. You have zoles, you have bodios, you have priests who are going to teach you certain things, not just in terms of magic or spirituality, but how to be a man, what your role and your responsibility of a man is in the village, how to hunt. And then
It's
you
money
get into
rituals.
the esoteric or the metaphysical part of
Listen,
it, where they're going
I'm
to
gonna
teach
stay.
you how to tap into your spiritual self.
I'm gonna stay in the West. Nah, and listen, that's too much for me. I listened to that General Butt Naked interview, and that shit, man. I had to sleep with the lights on, man. I said, nah, man.
1776. 1776. People do that in America. If you in the like
But
people.
we've been trying to stamp that shit out
No,
since
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely, man.
'76.
example,
I'm
Masons do
not
that.
advocating for it.
Masons does that. Masons do that as well. So,
especially in the
so
music
the
industry.
skulls, the bones, and all these type of
Right.
secret society. This guy don't know shit
Well,
about America. This guy's he's a slave.
exactly.
He just, whatever America
You
tell
got
him is
I
what
mean,
he
the
do.
that's not
Masons.
attacking, man. We're having a conversation. Let's not go there. It'll
No,
derail the conversation.
No, it's not
Buzz
attacking him. He
Lightyear.
has to know what goes on in America.
Listen,
What
No,
y'all think be going on in
we,
them Masonic temples and whatnot?
see,
this
y'all had y'all
I mean,
lionize
this
when
is
you
Buzz
when you
y'all
get
Lightyear.
the
lionize.
sublime
This is
light
Buzz
No,
Lightyear
no,
at
character
the
right here,
33rd,
man.
you know that you're
y'all
worshiping
Buzz
Lucifer. That's a big
Lightyear ass
secret
nigga, man.
in the Mason,
y'all
man.
lionize.
Exactly.
Like, listen, y'all lionize and y'all like to lie about Freemasons.
Nigga, are
Y'all
you a
are pretty much.
Freemason? You
No, we
talking shit
not
about our
lying.
religion, bro? I'm not even studying my religion, but African religions. You
No,
know,
I just said
I guarantee you
This is
probably still
Buzz
in the Blue
Lightyear,
Lodge,
bro.
right? You probably in the
li-
Blue Lodge. You haven't even gone to the
listen,
master
man.
worshipful master level.
all,
You
all,
don't
all
know the
that
real
stuff,
secret.
all that stuff is just used to hurt other black people, man.
Nah,
You never
the real
like.
secret in Freemasonry is only for their debt, brother. I guarantee you, if you're a Mason, you're probably still in the Blue Lodge.
Listen,
Exactly.
listen,
When
man.
you become a 33rd
Maybe
degree
you're probably
Mason,
just a
then you know the
warden
truth.
in your lodge.
When you when you become
Listen,
a 33rd degree Mason, you know the truth.
You know the
listen.
truth, and that truth is that the light is Lucifer. He's the light bringer. He's giving you that
Exactly.
light. He's trying to
Exactly.
build his temple in your heart, which is where Christ should be sitting,
And most of
and
the
they're supposed to be
celebrities.
building men. We know that. We know all that
I
stuff, bro.
like,
It's
I
a
like, I
satanic
like,
thing.
I like, I like tangible things like modernization,
But you
suicide,
advocate for being a
air conditioning.
Freemason, brother. What are you talking about?
Exactly.
I don't
We telling you
advocate.
they doing.
I just stay in stuff I can believe in that makes
So you
sense.
believe in Freemasonry?
Now I believe in Christ.
Nah, you
That's
do
it.
believe in Freemasonry. Most Masons profess to be Christians. These are speculative Masons, brother. Whether they're from the Scottish Rite or the York Rite, they're speculative Masons. If you're in that thing, you understand what they're talking about, right?
Listen,
It's all conceptualized, right? You understand the ritual of
all I
Hiram
ever
of Dith
hear
and the widow's son. You understand all those things, man.
when I hear African spirituality is always to hurt another black man.
When we hear
Burying people.
No, that's
Freemasonry, we
not
know the
true. That's not
debauchery
true.
that goes on in there too. I can
Exactly.
agree with
But
you. Both of them is not good for
how,
us, but
how
don't
many
try to
people?
castigate one and
No,
propagate
no,
the
no,
other.
no, no. But yes, I have to castigate one because
What do you mean?
every
Freemasonry
wait,
is equally as dubious.
time out. Principe is in America,
Yeah.
right?
Yes, sir.
Obviously, the shit he was doing, headless chickens, rain dancing and shit. That shit didn't help
What
him out
y'all
in
do in the
Haiti.
lodge? You
You
think
know,
you think because you
Yo,
guys lock
Buzz
yourself in
Lightyear.
that lodge,
Buzz
you don't know what
Lightyear,
really going on in the lodge?
yeah,
Buzz,
Principe
Buzz,
running around the
Buzz
island
Lightyear.
dancing for 3 hours. That
Yeah,
shit didn't work, man.
Buzz
He was
Lightyear.
still hungry as a motherfucker and had to catch one
Buzz,
of those little
But
Buzz
let me
Lightyear.
see his wife Virginia
Buzz
though.
canoes
Lightyear. Hold
over to
on, Buzz.
America, man.
Buzz
Come on,
Lightyear. Hold
man.
on. Buzz Lightyear. Haiti's isolated, bro.
Did you
Listen,
call
man.
him
It's,
Buzz
Listen.
it's,
Lightyear?
Yeah, man.
that's Buzz
Listen. I
Lightyear
just
over there.
saw. I
You
just
need
saw
a
someone
reset, Buzz. Buzz
barbecue
Light.
sacrificing niggas. Running
Oh
around.
Yeah,
my
Man, come
god.
on, man. I ain't trying to
exactly.
hear
All
that
right.
bullshit, man.
Buzz.
Hey, why
He's,
why do you
hey,
take
hold on.
oath in Freemasonry that if you divulge the secrets of
Listen.
your lives, they can rip your breast and your stomach open and they can
Listen.
Exactly.
slit your
Start.
throat? Why
These
do
are
you take oath like
these
that?
these
Are
are
they Christian like?
allegorical.
Is
See.
that what
That's
Christ
Time out.
wants
Time
you to
out.
technically
do?
Time out.
oaths, man.
Those are
Oh, those
allegories,
are
right?
allegorical. Nigga, you out of your
Oh,
mind. You
No,
know they
no,
actually
no,
killed
listen,
Freemasons who
listen.
No, they
divulged
used
the
to.
secrets in the
In
1800s.
Haiti, when they said pull your tongue out, split your breast, they actually do that shit. That motherfucker Mac hit you with a machete,
Bro, that's
bow,
not.
right in your
This
That's
fucking
not
dude,
what they
head,
say.
man.
man.
bro, why are you
Hold on.
defending Mason so much, man?
Listen, hey,
Buzz.
they don't understand in like
Bible says you
primitive.
can't
Wait,
serve
wait,
two
wait. I'm not
masters.
Exactly.
in
Why you
Hey,
primitive
defending
yo.
Mason so much, man?
in primitive cultures like Haiti, they don't understand allegory and parable. So when they
Yeah,
said
Oh,
yeah,
if
yeah.
you know what I mean, so they
So
actually
they don't
do
do
it.
blood sacrifices here.
so
You
they
think
didn't
they
have
don't do blood
witchcraft in
sacrifices
Europe.
here? So
They don't got witchcraft in Europe.
Yeah, the druids, but they
there's no cults here in
a
America.
lot of
They
that
have
got
these.
stamped out, man.
It still
You
exists,
know,
That's
bro.
not true.
They
A lot of
still
them went
exist,
There's still
man.
underground. It
cults,
never
white
got
cults,
stopped.
A lot of people,
in America, bro.
a lot of your government and politicians, they involved in stuff like that.
yeah, but Freemasonry is only like 1 to 3% of America. You know,
No, but
it's
there's
not. It's
other
Okay,
not.
but
It's
cults
there's
that
not
are much
also the
much
Eastern
widespread.
spread.
Star, you know.
There's
But that's
Luciferian
There's
that.
cults
the
in
That's
America,
There's
bro.
the Rosicrucians,
but
Right.
you
that's
know.
only 3 to 5%.
There's
That's
the
not
It
dominant.
doesn't matter.
Benebre.
They control America.
But you go to Haiti, everybody is
Yeah.
under a tree, right,
Hold
Oh,
on,
doing
what?
something,
No.
man.
Everybody's on a tree.
Hold on. First off, all Haitians are not descended from Benin, so they all don't
Listen,
practice
man.
something called
Oh,
Sindi.
listen,
There's all
listen.
different kind of spiritual systems in
I don't
Haiti.
even fight.
Come
I don't
on, bro.
even
You don't
fight
know what you're talking
Haitians,
about,
man.
bro.
Like
You don't
when
know
I
what you're
find out
talking about,
somebody's from
bro.
Haiti, I just like
Yeah,
you
yeah,
win.
yeah.
You
Yeah,
win.
you win. You know, you got go report the master.
You're
He
from that
give you his
Haitian
thoughts,
voodoo,
man.
man. I know. I get it.
Listen, all they do
Yeah.
is headless chickens, missing cats, you missing
And
dogs, man. Like, yeah,
what your YNs doing? What your YNs doing? Blood sacrifices all summer
Let's
long,
Hey,
not
bro.
get
hey,
too personal.
Yo,
This
your
is a
Elvis,
funny
YNs is
Elvis.
conversation.
murdering niggas,
Hold on,
man.
hold on, Elvis,
Let's talk
Elvis.
truth, bro.
yeah, but
What was them?
What your
Crispy.
YNs doing out
Hold
here,
on.
bro?
Why are they
Your
our
YNs pouring
YNs?
blood in the
Hold on,
street, bro.
hold on, Crispy. How come they're
For
our
fun,
YNs
bro.
though?
Even Pushu. No blessings or
How
nothing.
come
Y'all
they're
just pouring
our
blood in the
YNs?
streets.
How are they my YNs, man? What?
No, I'm
yeah,
talking about
like yeah,
Samaritans.
like
Hey,
Kala
Buzz
said.
over here, Buzz
Kala
Lightyear.
said though. Kala said those are aliens, man, manifesting
Yeah, yeah,
themselves.
Oh,
yo,
wow.
Crispy,
Dr. Umar said that one of those aliens, they punch him in the face and ran
Hold on, let me
away.
have a. Well, let me have a one-on-one Crispy. Let me have a one-on-one Crispy. Crispy, I'm at the adage that that the YNs don't exist. They're actually extraterrestrial aliens
Oh, really?
disguised as Hawaiians coming out. Just like I believe the people who would barbecue and all them tearing up Haiti are extraterrestrials, and they're
But
disguised as
principally,
Haitians. And the
Nah,
hey,
people that
barbecue
principally,
the people that
is a piece
kidnapping
of shit,
cats,
bro.
the people that kidnapping cats in Ohio, those are extraterrestrials too.
Yeah, and the people that did the slave trade, they were extraterrestrials as
Oh
well,
yeah, they're all
those
extraterrestrials. You know, yeah.
Hey, Principe, man. Yeah, y'all got it bad, man. I got it
But
bad,
hold
hey,
on.
man.
hey,
Like
Elvis,
I said,
Elvis, hold on. Elvis,
Can I say something real quick, man?
go
Because
ahead, go ahead.
if you telling me in America, if it wasn't for the solid black Americans, the police, you think your YNs wouldn't be just like barbecue, bro?
I
And
told you,
Ryan,
hold on,
Ryan
I
is one
told you
percent,
the
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
YNs are
They pour blood in the
extraterrestrials.
streets, bro. They
I,
breaking in
yeah,
cars,
I
carjacking,
believe the
robbing, bro.
YNs. I believe the YNs are extraterrestrials that came down here disguised as
Okay.
black.
But hold on, Carla. Let me add
But
17.
now,
Let me.
Time out. Now, Principe, how did you become civilized in America, but your country is uncivilized, man? Barbecue out there frying niggas and throwing
Yeah,
sweet
yeah.
barbecue Ray on their ass, man. Like that
Oh,
shit is out of
Willis.
control, man. So
All right, all
don't
right,
talk
Hold
about
Steve.
on.
Steve,
being
you want to ask me a
civilized,
question?
man.
Ask me a question, Steve. Let me hear you.
Let me say, hold on, no, let me respond to that because
Man,
realistically speaking, barbecue is more connected to the quote unquote other regions, other islands. He does drug trafficking, so he's not by himself. They just intercepted
But
8,000 bullets
don't tell
from
me about
America.
being
Coming from
civilized when
America,
all
8,000.
don't tell
Hold
me
on, hold on,
about
hold
being
on,
civilized
8,000.
when all you
No,
do
no,
is ride
8,000.
motorcycles and shoot niggas
Haiti don't
down there.
manufacture guns. Haiti don't manufacture guns nor bullets. These bullets is coming from America.
Look. Hey,
Why is the
Principe,
civilized world sending
don't give no
bullets
excuse
to the third
for
world?
barbecue, man. Stop it,
No,
man.
no, no,
It
no.
was
Haiti
I
had
don't
a
fuck with. I
murder
don't fuck
degenerate
with
killer,
barbecue.
man. Don't give no
Haiti had a
excuse.
murder
He's a
rate
killer.
of
He's a monster. But he's getting bullets from
18.2
the first world.
thousand
Uncle
niggas
Sam.
dead in Haiti every year.
Uncle Sam is sending him bullets. Why is Uncle Sam sending him bullets, bro?
Nah,
This guy's
stop it,
he's
man.
There you
terrorizing
go.
the people. He's
Let's
If
terrorizing
hear
the
what
people.
Steve,
the
ask your question, man.
government,
I want
He's
to hear your
killing
question,
it.
Steve.
He's
hold
chopping heads off.
hold on. One second,
Why's
right?
your go ahead, go ahead.
Hold on. So is all of Haiti dangerous, or is just a few cities?
listen, man. Soon
No,
as you
no, it's the
touch
main
down,
city, which is
no,
What the man from
Port-au-Prince.
wait,
Haiti
Steve.
answer?
Let me
What the man
let
from
me answer
Haiti
It's
answer?
the
Steve.
main city, Port-au-Prince. It's the main city,
Steve,
Port-au-Prince.
Steve. If you're not white, right? Me and you go there, we dead in 30 seconds, man.
Oh
Listen,
man.
That's
Okay.
30
not true.
seconds.
That's not
There's
true.
certain places in
Hold on,
Haiti
hold on,
that's
hold on,
pretty
hold on.
safe, brother. It all depends where you go, man.
Right. The point
Kimmy
I'm trying to
Simba,
make,
Kimmy
right?
Simba just came from Haiti. Kimmy Simba went to the north. The north is not dangerous. You see what I'm
You
saying?
Man,
The
said
south is
who?
not dangerous.
But
Kimmy
the point
Simba,
that
yo,
I'm
how
Kimmy
trying to
Simba.
how do you have
Yes,
I don't know who that is. Is
18,000
that a
people
Haitian
dead?
person?
that's a guy from Benin. He's a popular Pan Africanist in the French Franco world. He
Okay.
went to the north.
1776.
Man,
You got to. We speaking to a real life
Steve, ask me the
slave
damn
here.
question, nigga. I've been waiting for the
1776.
question, man.
You know what I mean? We
Uh,
got a Buzz Lightyear
oh,
nigga who need a reset. You need a factory reset.
Principe,
I'm gonna ask you the
you
question. I'm
Instead
gonna
of
scared?
ask you the
talking to
question.
me,
Principe,
you need a
you
factory
scared as
reset,
shit
bro.
to go to Haiti, Principe.
Buzz. Absolutely. I don't
Hold
support
on,
barbecue. You do.
1776.
I
hold on.
mean, you two
You
seventy
support
seven six.
barbecue.
You're not going to Chicago just to go walk around for a stroll, nigga.
Right, exactly.
Nobody
Listen,
want to go into
Barbecues getting
danger and get
arms from
stupid.
different
Don't
but
regions
be
around
talking
the
that shit.
world.
don't
The Caribbeans is getting
don't
arms
correlate
from the
please don't
West.
correlate Chicago with Haiti. In Chicago, once it's daylight, you
Oh.
good. Once you're not in a
Oh,
trap, you
okay,
good.
okay.
Haiti
Yeah,
is a trap.
listen,
Nah,
Listen,
Carlos,
nigga.
you're
listen,
going to living like a
There's
third world nigga,
hombres.
bro.
There's
You're in the
violence
fourth
listen.
going on
world.
right
Kids,
then.
Hold
Three,
on,
listen.
hold
four
on, hold
years
on.
ago, you could walk around Haiti and not be killed in a gunfight.
Kids have not went to school in Haiti for the
Yeah, because
decades,
there's a
right?
war going on. What do you expect, man? There's like
So
this whole unrest in the
what is
capital
the
city. What are you
first
talking about?
what is the first world America doing to stop the guns
Don't
and
say that
bullets
shit,
going to
Principe.
the
That
third
don't
Hold
world?
say
on,
that. Don't say that.
Don't say
hold
that,
on,
Especially not
Principe.
your
What
daddy,
is the
man. What is
first
America
world?
supposed to do to stop it, man? Come on.
hold on,
The
Principe.
guns and bullets
Hold
are
on,
coming from here.
Principe.
They're not. Haiti don't manufacture no bullets, no guns, bro. So and it's not only
Yeah, I mean,
it's
what are
not
you
only
saying?
Haiti.
You think
It's not
that
only Haiti.
they're
It's
giving it to him
Trinidad,
for
it's
free?
Jamaica.
Hey,
He's buying it
Principe,
with
hey,
money.
hey,
It's moving through
stop
here
all
though,
that
bro.
complaining. Stop all that complaining. We don't want
Yeah,
to.
Principe.
don't do that,
Absolutely.
Principe.
I'm
I
not
got more
complaining. I'm
respect for
talking
you than
fact.
that, brother.
No, no,
Don't
no, no,
blame
no,
the
no.
West,
No,
right?
no, no.
You
Elvis,
got
Elvis,
black
Elvis.
men in
Bring
Haiti
the
who are buying guns and perpetrating violence on their people. It's not the West's fault.
bro.
Man,
The
I
bullets are
watched a
made here. The
documentary
weapons are
on
made here.
gangs.
What they doing in Trinidad?
Nah,
What
it's
they
the
doing in
West fault.
Brazil? What they doing in
Okay.
Haiti? What they doing in Jamaica? Where are all these guns? We don't manufacture none of this shit, bro. What are you talking about,
Yeah,
I
Elvis?
mean,
yeah. He's
Principe,
right.
some of the clothes that you wear,
Hey,
you don't manufacture. Some of the things that you ride in, you don't
Bro,
manufacture. People go and
Elvis
buy
Langley,
and
brother
people go for
Langley, you
commerce
wildin', bro.
overseas. What
Elvis
are you
Langley, you
saying?
wildin', bro.
I'm
You
gonna tell you
wildin',
what you.
Elvis.
I'm gonna tell you
I
like
mean,
you
what are you
tell
saying?
African
Hey,
Americans.
Haiti. Hey,
Stop all the
hey,
excuses.
hey,
Stop all
Principe.
false
me.
excuses.
Even if the white man gave you the gun, did he tell you to shoot your brother?
Right, right,
I,
right. And
I,
that's
I
a
don't
good.
fuck
That's
with barbecue. Barbecue supposed
yeah.
That's a
that's
Hold on,
a
that's a
hold
funny
on,
excuse
hold
them
right
niggas
on.
got
there.
something called guac out here where they chopping niggas heads off.
1776.
These criminals that, come
In
on,
that
bro.
very
Let that
same
go.
statement, that you say about Haiti, you can say that about Black America too.
And I and
Right,
I
right,
and
exactly.
and I acknowledge that. Just because they
No,
put the
no, no, no,
drugs
no, 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 no,
or
no,
the
no.
guns
Hold on.
there, you don't have to use it.
Tyler,
You
don't
don't
say
have
that.
to.
Tyler
Hold
don't
on.
believe it. It's not like the CIA came
76.
and dumped
Nah,
guns in
Hold
the
on,
street
hold
in
on,
the
hold on,
hood,
hold on.
don't
and
tell
Hold
people
on,
me.
hold
just
on,
ran
hold
and
on.
took those guns and started killing each
76.
other.
But
They
Hold
but
didn't
on,
have to.
hold
Elvis,
on, hold on, hold on,
the
Hey,
problem
hold
Tyler,
on.
with that
Niggas went and bought
statement
those
is
guns for protection, and they
there's a
started using it to
difference.
rob people, man.
1776,
Come on.
bro.
There's a difference between a whole bunch of people sitting around thinking and studying
But
people and saying, if
I
we do this and we do that, we can get these people to
but
do
but
this.
I have a solution
They
for Haiti.
actually done all of that shit.
17,
I
they
re-
got something called
no
block
no no
collie. Hold on,
principally
These aren't
when
done
drugs
prin,
people.
flood the American community, what was the
principally.
black
I'm
American
not gonna
community
lay
response?
any aspersions.
What was the
Hey,
black community
principally,
response? In Haiti, they got something called block collie.
principally.
If they
I'm
catch
not
you, they
gonna lay.
chop your head off. They kill you on
Hold
the
on,
spot. Come
principally. I'm
on,
not
bro.
gonna lay any
They killing the
aspersions.
criminals on the spot.
Principally, I'm not
What
gonna
is the
credit.
symbolize for the
Principal, take a
Principally,
breather,
YNs?
brother.
The
Let other
YNs,
people
no, no,
speak.
no, 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 no. Buzz Lightyear
you
got too
won't
much
let me
going on.
speak.
No,
Let
cause
him speak,
you a
Principal.
character, bro. You a Disney character. I
We
don't
get
listen
it.
to
We
Disney
get it. Let
characters.
him
I ain't
speak,
like that.
Principal. Take a
You a
breather,
man,
bro.
bro.
Principally,
So no,
I'm
no, no,
not
no,
gonna
no,
lay.
no, no.
I'm
The
not gonna.
YNs is
Hold
pouring
up,
blood all
Tyler,
summer.
you
What
got
is
to
your
step in,
response to
man.
that?
We want to hear each other, man. Come on. Principal, let him speak.
Principally. I'm not gonna lay any aspersions, or I'm not gonna criticize you. I understand the solution to Haiti. We have to implement an education system that gets the IQ above 50, right?
Oh
Because
my
when no,
God.
no,
You see that? You
seriously,
see that?
no, no,
Hold
no,
on.
principally,
So
principally is
so
not your fault.
you don't believe? Hold on. No,
Principally
no, no, no.
is not
It's
your
not.
fault.
Haiti is. Hold on, bro.
Nah,
Principally
Bro.
is not your fault.
Some of the
You know,
smartest
come on,
Haitians are some of the smartest people, man. A lot of
come on,
Haitian people
Bro,
bro.
are very bright,
Hold
especially
on,
when they
bro.
come into this
Hold on.
country, man.
Like I
do
said,
you know
They're
what?
not
Do you
dumb
know how
people
many?
naturally,
Do
no.
you know how many Haitians have died since Papa Doc? 1.2 million
I mean, you're
have
talking
been
about
killed.
violence in the country, and
From what?
I'm sure you're adding that to the with the
Where
earthquake
he's
and
getting
other
a
things
random
that
numbers
happen in
from,
the
bro?
country, man. Yeah,
Yeah,
Haiti is
You
it's a
talking about
violent place. I
but
get
you
it.
gotta
Yeah,
if you
understand.
get a
Hey, Elvis, you gotta understand the earthquake comes because of the blood. All that blood that went down
nigga,
into the
I get yeah,
seismograph,
I guess the
and it
earthquake in
created the
San
earth.
Oh
Andreas
my
in
God.
California, the
I
San Andreas
can
fault
I
when they have an
respond?
earthquake
Can
is
I
because of the
respond?
blood in
Yo, let
California,
Principal
right?
talk.
Can I
I
Let him
respond?
guess
talk.
I'm a Haitian. I can
those girls
defend.
in Texas
I'm good.
died because of the blood that is sharing in Texas, right? I guess people in Kansas die from tornado because there's too much blood that's spilling in Kansas, right? Don't say stupid shit like that, man. Natural, no,
Yo,
natural stuff happen everywhere in the world,
listen,
bro. Don't say that.
when you kill somebody, the life of the blood
Nah,
cries out to God. It's
nah,
not like,
bro.
yo, it's
You
giving
know how
God a
many people
So
in Florida
what?
died from
Hold on.
hurricanes?
Can I ask him? Can I
I
ask him a
guess in
question? Can I
The
ask
Louisiana, it
him?
life
was the
of
same
the
thing in
listen,
blood
Louisiana,
cries
right?
out to
Elvis,
God.
man,
back him about
listen,
them
Yeah,
natives. What
I guess
happened to
by
the
that
natives?
logic, New
listen,
Orleans, you know,
1776,
the
our
hurricane
people
happened
were
in New
enslaved
Orleans
There's
because
a
a
for
lot
lot
of
of voodoo
native
that
blood
$500
happened
that's
in New
spilled
years.
in
Orleans. Is
America.
that
You
your
stole
logic?
their land. What are you talking about, man? A
this,
lot
Nigga.
of
this,
native
this is
blood.
what causes an earthquake, man. The blood. When you kill
What
Pierre,
happened in
That's
Katrina?
how.
What happened with Katrina?
time out
Come
when you
on,
kill
man.
Pierre and
What
Tejere
happened with Katrina?
and when you
No,
kill
no,
all these
no,
funny,
no, Elvis, no, Elvis. 1776, when is that blood that was shed by white people ever gonna get some vengeance on them?
Right. Yeah, your ancestor who was
I
killed
want to know, nigga.
and enslaved and murdered for hundreds of years. When are white people gonna start dying like flies because the blood is crying out?
Gang, that's a good point. That's a
listen,
great point.
because you got to understand why it doesn't affect the white man. He's not killing his brother. But when
What,
Pierre
nigga?
killed, no, no, no,
Oh
no, no.
man.
Are you kidding me? That's the biggest buffoonery I've ever heard, bro. He's not killing his brother. You,
Second, hold
you,
on. So some degree, he's
1776.
right. This is
The white man killed his brother right now in Ukraine, bro. What are you talking
No,
about,
no,
man?
no, no, no. But look, when Pierre kills Tiger, right, and the blood cries out,
Where
right,
you let him
you
change
know,
his name from, man? Just yeah. Ain't never had a Haitian named this shit before, man.
Yeah, period,
listen,
Oh
period,
my
period. But that's
the
true.
god.
blood
That's true.
cries,
That's true. That's true. To a certain degree, you can't. You're not supposed to kill your brother mystically, and
yeah,
even in the Bible, that's against spiritual law. But
yeah.
when you talk about how Haiti is isolated in the region and they're getting flooded with gun, and you're making excuses, and you're trying to say, "Oh, barbecue this," and barbecue is a piece of shit,
So,
etc. Cool,
so are
but
they?
He's
They
getting
pay.
his guns from somewhere.
Why don't
He's
you
getting
guys?
his
Well,
guns
why?
from
I mean, that's what I'm
somewhere. He
saying.
got
You
his
Why are
know
you
ammunition
what?
blaming the
somewhere.
vendor and
You
not the
know what?
purchaser?
Hold on. You got to stay.
Haiti is the only country
On the
which I could
same.
say
So
On
so
Black
so hold on,
America
hold on,
low key sold the fuck out
do
because
you
Haitians,
hold on.
the
African
Haitians were
American?
willing to buy
Haiti,
Black
hey,
America freedom,
hey, hey,
and
No, no,
and
no.
in turn
America,
we
But I
we
know,
yo,
I know,
betrayed them.
I
Haiti
time
have
out. I know a
Colombian.
lot about hate. I know a lot
Why
about.
can't they?
Point your
Hold
fingers
on,
when
hold on, hold on,
when you
hold on,
talking
hold
about
on, hold on, hold
African
on.
American. Now the
Weak
shoe is
black. Hold on,
on.
No,
weak
no,
black.
let
I
Big Black
said
speak.
Yeah,
Prince
hold
P,
on,
let
weak
Big
black. Let
Black
me.
speak too, bro. Let him speak for a
No,
second. Go ahead, Big Black.
listen, you being hypocritical because when it's time to talk about African Americans, you
Uh
steady
huh.
pointing your fingers. Y'all need to do this. Y'all need to do that. You need to do this. You need to do
Oh,
that.
you
Yeah.
isolated?
Now,
Oh, you
No,
now
he's
when
isolated?
they
being
talk
Big black.
fair.
about
He's
hate,
being fair.
now it's
Is
He's
like,
it
being fair.
isolated? Big black.
Yeah, yeah,
right?
yeah, Pierre. When are you going to start an organization? You always tell
One
African
person at a
Americans we need
time.
the
Well, hold on,
citizens.
hold on.
Hold
Listen,
on, hold on,
listen,
hold on.
Pierre. I'm gonna get like 20 of your Haitian brothers.
1776.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Relax, bro. Let other people speak, man. Damn.
All right, go
Yeah,
ahead,
but
go
they
ahead.
be cutting me
I'm gonna get
off.
my mic.
Hold on. Let me
But
go. Let me go. Right.
go ahead,
This
bro.
this all like this all I gotta say. Right. Like I don't understand how 1776 can point his finger at Haiti. Right. So, not all Black Americans, but we live in a first world country, and we got some of the most dangerous cities in the world.
But you
While
can
inside
add,
of it,
but Steve, I'm not gonna let you categorically lie on college
Nah,
show.
you gotta let
You
him
can
finish.
Okay.
add
1776.
all. You can
1776.
add.
You gotta let
You
him
can
finish,
add
man. Let
all,
him make
all
his
the
point.
Negroes from
Let him make
Philadelphia.
his point,
All,
bro. Let him make his point, man. Don't just interrupt him. Go ahead, Steve. Finish up, man.
like I said, we got some of the most dangerous cities in the world for as far as as far as a first world country and whatnot, which is crazy. So I'm actually gonna say this: we actually worse than some of the people in third world countries
oh my
because we
lord!
got so much, we got so many things that we have in this country that we could utilize.
But
To
I'm
edu-
gonna.
we hold on, we got education and everything else, but they don't take it seriously. They don't pay attention in school. So like, how can you try to
Okay.
compare us to
Listen, you
people in
can
a quote unquote
time out.
Hold on,
You can
Steve.
All right,
This is
let him know. Let him
very,
answer. Go ahead,
hold on. I was
1776.
you
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 got a
can
point.
you can add Chicago, Philadelphia, Baltimore, Oakland, Miami, Florida. You can add all of Black America, and it's a paucity of the violence you see in Haiti, man. Listen, in Haiti, they shooting 50 cals, right? Off with your fucking head. You know, you're dead,
That's
right? Like, listen. You if you take
point.
drugs out of America, Black America is peaceful, right? So that's just a
Really,
paucity
if
of
you
black
take
people
guns out of
that is
Haiti,
really.
Haiti is peaceful.
They got carjacking
In
out here, bro. What are you talking about?
1776. I would
Go ahead.
like it more if you go ahead and explain it because a lot of people get this shit fucked up. You got to actually look at the homicides in Chicago. A lot of them ain't even black people.
facts.
Yeah, it's just 80% of them.
Y'all
Like
just throw shit. It ain't even 80%.
Yeah,
Yo,
like
It ain't that high at all.
can I say
time,
something?
time,
Then
Oh,
you
You
have
might want to
you
cut that
got
number in
hold
half.
on, hold on,
fact, right?
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
Let me just say
Go
this.
ahead, go ahead.
Okay,
We
okay.
don't,
This
we
this is
don't,
my
you
last.
know what I'm saying?
This is my last.
Hold on. Let me just say this too. If we govern our own shit right, a lot of them deaths would go away. Motherfuckers would be, heads would be busted because we
Can I
police our own shit. So you got
What's stopping?
time
What's
out?
stopping you from
Time
joining
out?
the
Can I
police
say? Can
department,
I
brother?
say something for just a
that as
second?
a factor too.
I was talking to this brother from Trinidad, and he moved to Maryland. He said,
They
man, he
right.
had to get out.
Hold on.
Time
Trinidad's right behind
wait.
us in
He
the
said that he
murders.
had to
They
get
right
out
behind
of
us in the
Trinidad.
murders in the Caribbean.
Prince
Principal,
P,
you
the
cut me
man
off.
speaking, man. Let him speak.
Right? He said Maryland is so safe. He said Baltimore ain't shit compared to what he see in Trinidad. Right? He
They
said
right
like
behind us in
Trinidad.
murders.
He said Trinidad has 77,000 body every year on a fucking island, man. So you
Yeah,
can't compare the
by
violence.
proportion of the population, there are higher violence on the islands. We can agree on that.
can
That's
I
a
can
fact.
I can I respond to that
Where
though?
Per
where where
capita.
where, where they getting their gun from? Like, that's my point.
Oh man,
When
Prince P,
Michelle,
come on,
hold on,
man.
hold on.
Stop acting like
When
a
Michelle,
child, bro.
Well, now,
When
hold
Michelle,
on a second
hold on.
now,
Can I say something
Elvis.
real quick?
That's a valid
What,
thing, but Princeton,
what,
where do
It,
Black Americans get the guns from too? Then
hold on. But you guys could organize as a community and join the
You got
police
a
force and
whole
clean up your
country.
community.
You
When
from
Haiti,
the running the government from top down.
Prince P, you have a
relax,
custom. You have a
relax.
custom authority in your country that's not supposed to allow illegal guns to come in your country. How good of a job are they doing?
The customs is the private sector, and they're connected
Oh
to the Arab
man.
mafia, who the same
Time out,
people that
y'all.
murdered
Time out.
Look,
the
it
president,
happens in
bro.
Africa, it happens in the
Look,
island.
look,
Don't make
look,
excuses for
The
us, bro.
Syrian Lebanese people killed
These
our
guys are
president.
seeking these
Come on,
guns to kill each
hold
other
on.
with it. It's not the
listen.
Hold on.
white
They're
man's
the
fault.
ones
They're
who.
just doing
Come on.
business with you.
Hold on. Elvis. Hold on. Relax. Hold on. Those are the people they own the private sector border, and they're the same people that are in like importing arms and give it to those individuals, but they're connected to the America. That's my point. When Michel Martelly in 2010 wanted to rebuild the army, It was America who told him he shouldn't build an army. It's America who refused to sell guns to him. It's America who didn't want to. Come on, bro, stop it, bro. America allowed their
Look,
weapons to go use
America stopped
criminals.
Japan from building an
The
army.
Haitian
Let
police.
America stopped
me
Germany
Come
from
on,
building an
slow
army.
down.
stop it,
America even
stop it.
stopped
You guys
Liberia from
not getting
building an
stopped.
army, bro.
Who's stopping African Americans from joining the
Listen,
police force to clean
listen,
up their
listen,
communities?
P. You got
America's
I
blocking
mean,
our people from
don't
doing
be
our own
unfair.
shit,
Don't be
bro.
unfair to
Come
African
on, no,
Americans,
no, no,
bro.
no,
no, Prince
no,
Don't
P
do
is
that.
no,
telling
no,
you.
no,
That's
no,
what
no,
Your
no,
country is fucked up. My country
no,
is
no, no,
fucked
no,
up.
no.
There's some fucked up things
No, no,
going on
no,
in
no, no.
African
listen,
American communities.
Hold
We
on, hold
get
on.
it.
When we
Don't just try to
hold on,
make it.
stop.
Don't make
Hold
excuses for
on.
yourself and
Stop,
then try
stop
to
booty
put the blame
clapping,
on
bro.
African Americans, man. Don't do that.
Elvis Langley, stop booty clapping, bro. We talking about
Nah, you
we want to
saying I'm
purchase
being
guns.
fair
We
here,
want to
bro.
purchase
Yeah,
guns. Hold
Elvis,
on.
stop
You
booty
not.
clapping. We got
They're
this.
not
We got
bringing. They're
this.
not
We
bringing guns and forcing them
we
down your
trying to
throat,
purchase
brother.
guns, and they tell us we can't
They're
purchase
not
guns.
bringing guns and forcing
Criminals.
it down your throat. You think these guys are coming over there because they're not getting paid? They're getting compensated every time they deliver
Elvis,
guns in your country. They get
Elvis,
paid for it. There are
Elvis,
people who are calling
Elvis,
and paying for those guns, Principe.
Elvis,
you can
and that's
find
the
all
criminals. They're
the
allowing the criminals to
excuses.
do it.
You can find all
Elvis,
Yeah.
the
So
Elvis,
what do you want me
BBC,
to do? What do you
BBC,
want the United States government to
BBC.
do?
Hold on, Elvis. BBC, CNN is flying to come interview barbecue, right? Our president is asking for arms to well equip the army. They're blocking us.
What do you mean he's asking
Nigeria is
for it?
asking for
How you think
arms.
the
They
criminals are getting
blocking
the arms?
us.
They're buying it. He's
Come
the
on,
president. He
bro.
can buy the damn arms if he have the money. I mean, what are
Come
you
on,
saying? He's
bro.
asking for it. He wants to get charity for
We,
to
we, we,
protect his
we had
country.
the
Don't you guys have
we
a
had the
treasury that you can go and buy arms and fight these dudes?
Elvis. We had the Petro Caribbean. They blocked us from buying cheaper oil from
Oh man, come on,
Venezuela.
man!
Come on,
It's all, you
stop it,
talk about
bro.
African American
Stop
being
it.
a victim, man. You showing
Come
victim
on, bro.
mentality tonight, bro. The character now that
America's
no
blocking
CARICOM is
the
stopping you from
progress of
doing this. America is bringing guns.
who?
Stop complaining, man.
Who
Stop
said
it.
Nobody said CARICOM. America blocked CARICOM from buying oil from Venezuela.
Hey, this
What are you
this is
talking about? You don't know what you're talking
why
about,
time
Elvis.
out, time
I'm
out.
You don't know
saying
the
Why
stop
geopolitics of the Caribbean,
blaming other
Elvis.
people.
You
Your
don't know nothing
government
about
should
that.
be there
Nobody
buying
blocked.
guns, bigger guns. I'm
Who
sure they have more money than the criminals. Buy
Principe,
bigger
why
guns
Come on,
and kill
bro.
those
Come
motherfuckers and
on,
free your
bro.
country, bro. It's that
hey
Come
simple.
on,
Principe,
bro.
why is it
Bro.
always the government? Why is it always the invisible white man? Why is it always Abrahamic religion? You got a million excuses. Yo, you always got
Buzz,
a million
buzz, 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 buzz. Your country had their hand in all over. They have an embassy everywhere. The
but
American
why
flag is raised in every country. They got an embassy everywhere, bro. When you talk about trade, when you talk about
They don't.
arms,
but
I don't
they got
think
it
they have
handled,
one in
bro.
Liberia.
but
I
I
know
don't
but
think they
I
got
know
one in
you
Principe,
Liberia.
know the armies. They
Principe,
tell you
time out.
nonsense.
Can't you do one of them rain dances to bring peace, man? Like when
You don't think they have one in Liberia, Jonathan?
Let me say this. Let me say this.
You
You
said,
don't think they
well,
have one
Listen,
in Liberia, Jonathan?
He loves to
nah.
wags his finger at
Do they?
African Americans,
What?
right?
What are you talking about? That's what I'm
Pull
asking.
by your bootstrap. Let me say this. Pull your strap.
The
Not making
Liberian
excuses.
embassy is the biggest in Liberia. The U.S. embassy is the biggest
Oh, they
embassy.
have an embassy in Liberia, Jonathan. They've been having it there for a
Carla,
long
how
time.
many times have you said your wife couldn't apply for a visa in Liberia because
No,
of?
they have it. Liberia just tend to overstay their visas in the United States, so
It's
we're
so
ranking
hard
low
to
for getting visas.
So she
Because a
just
lot of
can't.
them,
What
once they
the
get a
fuck?
visa to visit, they
but
tend to
why
Hey,
can't you
overstay
hey,
it.
just
hey, hey, hey,
Oh my
Principe,
bad.
I
I
know
didn't
what
know
you're
that.
saying, bro. I understand what you're saying.
man? Principe don't have no excuse.
Big black, big black. Can I say
Principe,
something, big black, real quick?
Time out. Principe needs to get all them elders and organize all them motherfucking elders in Haiti. Do that little rain dance. Bring peace, education, and prosperity, man. How many chickens you got to kill?
Look. Let me say this right. Let me say this quickly, and this is for you, Principe.
Look at that, look at
Let me let me say this right. Principe, in my country, right, there's a guy called Victor Bout, Bout. He's a Ukrainian Russian arm dealer. He was working with Charles Taylor to smuggle guns into Liberia during our war. He was bringing shipload of those weapons on a ship through the free port of Monrovia, right?
You
He
talking
got
about the guy from
convicted.
Lords of Wars?
Yeah, that guy. He got convicted, was put in jail by the United States. They freed him in exchange for Brittany Griner, the basketball player, right? And it's changed because Russia was refusing to give her back to the United States unless they released Victor Bout, which is a drug, not a drug, but a gun smuggler, an arms dealer, right? Do you think that it was Russia's fault that Charles Taylor was buying weapons from this guy and killing Liberians with it? Or do you think it was Charles Taylor who had the money and the resources using diamonds, blood diamonds, to buy the guns from that guy?
Hold on, Charles Taylor was on the other side of the world. They didn't buy the guns from America. They bought it from probably Russia somewhere. Correct?
Probably Ukraine, Russia,
Correct.
whatever. He was a
Thank you. Right?
Ukrainian
They're not
Russian
not
arms
America.
dealer.